Hi, welcome to Literary Journeys with River. Today, I bring you an illustrated summary of Kingdom of Ash, the seventh and final book in Sarah J. Maas's epic Throne of Glass saga. Join me as we dive into the final battle for Erilea and the fates of our favorite characters. Remember, this is just a summary, not the entire book, so if you haven't read the story yet, I highly recommend you do. Let's dive into this thrilling conclusion. The prince, the man who had lost almost all traces of his own identity, was immersed in a desperate search. His goal was to find his partner, taken by dark forces. Though he barely remembered his own name, his determination remained unshakable. His three companions, loyal and committed, accompanied him across turbulent seas, ancient forests and hostile mountains, facing storms and snow, without rest. With each step, the man barely took the time necessary to survive, allowing his companions to regain their strength, aware that he would need their support for what was to come. He knew that the strength of their swords, the magic, and the wisdom of his friends would be crucial in the final confrontation. The greatest obstacle in his path was the Dark Queen, who had not only taken his beloved but had locked her in an iron coffin, isolating her from the world. The man's anger would not be satisfied with the Queen's defeat. He was willing to face the very gods if it meant saving what remained of his partner. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the search never ceased. They traveled forgotten and dusty roads, exploring every corner in search of some sign of her. From time to time, the man attempted to connect with her through the bond that united them, sending his soul through the wind, searching for some trace of her presence in the tomb where she was kept captive. With each attempt, a promise echoed in his heart. "I will find you." The princess. The princess was trapped in an iron prison, a suffocating box that dimmed the power that once flowed through her veins. Despite the chains that bound her, she constantly heard the roar of water, as if the nearby river sought to drown out her screams. Her confinement was on a small island, barely a rock amid rapids and waterfalls, where an ancient and forgotten temple housed her, built for a god no one remembered anymore. She knew that the possibility of being forgotten was preferable to the alternative, being remembered for her failure. But that idea would not break her. She knew that, although her captors sought to extract information from her, she would not surrender, no matter how many times her body was subjected to unbearable pain, to screams that rivaled the roar of the river. The princess had lost track of time. She didn't know how long she had been locked in that temple, drugged with a numbing smoke that plunged her into a constant lethargy. Her days blended with her nights, in an endless cycle of suffering and silence. The blood that frequently flowed from her body mixed with the stones and the river, as her curse became more evident, and its eternal life that now only represented suffering. She had been born with a mission, to pay for the sins committed long before her existence, sacrificing herself for the gods who founded her world. However, those same gods no longer listened to her. They would not come to rescue her, and she didn't waste time praying to them. She knew that her only refuge lay in the stories she told herself, remembering who she was and what she had once been. Once upon a time, there was a princess who loved her kingdom. That story, which she had shared with a prince of ice and wind, kept her grounded amid the torture. That prince, her companion, was her anchor in the chaos, her rock in the storm. While enduring the pain, she remembered the scent of pine and snow that always accompanied him, the scent of his lost kingdom. That prince, with whom she shared a deep bond, now had the responsibility of saving that kingdom she had once loved with all her being. The Dark Queen, who directed her torment, tried to manipulate those memories. She attempted to use the prince's images to break her mind, weaving illusions and dreams at every moment of weakness. But the princess resisted, clinging to her story, even as reality began to blur. Days of torture, of being chained to an altar or hung from the ceiling, blended in her mind like ink dissolved in water. Through the pain, the princess repeated her story, holding onto it as her last refuge. That story, of deep love and a kingdom in ashes, kept her alive while the world around her crumbled. Once upon a time, in a ruined land, a young princess who loved her kingdom. Part 1. Armies and Allies. Chapter 1. Winter had arrived unexpectedly early in Terrasun. Edian a Shriver watched the snow fall heavily, aware that although unexpected, this storm could be a blessing, keeping Morith's legions away from his lands a little longer. Edian and his army hadn't seen any trace of Erawan's forces in the last 2 weeks, neither on land nor in the air. The Scourge's camp, located on the Theralis Plain, was buried under meters of snow, slowing the already complicated process of moving troops from the fleet to their camp. The ships, loaded with soldiers from various kingdoms, had sailed upriver to the gates of Orinth, where the flags of Wenlin, Briarcliff, and the Whitethorn royalty waved in the wind. The silent assassins were also present, though without needing to carry a flag. Their light clothing and deadly weapons made them unmistakable. While the ships patrolled the coast, Aelin a Shriver's troops marched on foot to the front, now buried under the snow. Edian was hidden in a mountain pass in the Staghorn, watching the heavy clouds while the snow continued to fall. His light-colored furs camouflaged him with the landscape, and his golden hair was covered under a hood to protect him from the cold. Aelin's troops, used to the warm climate of Wenlin, were unprepared for the snow, so Edian had left his commander, Killian, in charge of keeping them warm. He knew that the extreme cold could break the spirit of the troops, sowing dissent among them. On the other side of the pass, Lysandra, transformed into a mountain lynx, moved stealthily, blending in better than Edian. Aelin, the Fire Queen, had left Lysandra to accompany Edian on this mission, and no one had noticed that the Queen and the shapeshifter never appeared in the same place. Lysandra had managed to hide the mark on her wrist, a scar that even her power could not change. Edian played his role, pretending to be Aelin's loyal cousin and commander, though he could barely stand to see Lysandra, knowing that his queen did not have the power of the flames. Their mission in the mountains was simple but dangerous, to scout and gather information about Erawan's troops. Lysandra run Allsbrook, and Edian prepared to ambush the group of Valg approaching through the pass. In a matter of minutes, the enemy group was defeated, and only one was left alive to be interrogated. Later, in Allsbrook Castle, Edian reflected in front of a lit fireplace on Erawan's possible strategy. Ren, sitting beside him, shared his concerns about the choice of the mountains as a route for Erawan's troops, given its danger and the harsh weather. Edian knew that Erawan would do nothing without a purpose, but the strategy behind sending a group to scout the mountain passages remained a mystery. Lysandra, meanwhile, tried to maintain her role as Aelin, though Edian avoided her. The memories of broken promises and lies weighed heavily on him. Ren, noticing the tension between them, asked Edian what was happening, but the answer was avoided. The next morning, Edian received a letter with alarming news. Morith's troops had attacked and destroyed the city of Eldries without sending a single ground troop, leaving Edian and his army in a precarious position. As they discussed possible strategies, Edian knew that time was crucial and that any delay could mean the fall of Terrasun. Chapter 2. Elidlaken had dreamed of escaping to a distant place, so far away that neither Adarlan nor Terrasun could reach her. Now, in a dusty alley of a city south of Doranel, that dream had become an unexpected reality. Elide gazed up at the clear sky as the midday bells rang, and the sun scorched the light stone buildings. Despite having heard the name of the city several times, She still couldn't pronounce it correctly, though it didn't matter much. They wouldn't stay there for long. They traveled at an unrelenting pace, set by a prince who barely spoke or ate. Aelin looked down at her worn clothing, a tattered witch's outfit, a frayed gray cloak, and scratched boots. Her companions in the alley were in no better condition. Gavriel, one of them, kept a watchful eye on the mouth of the alley, where a dark figure lurked in the shadows, keeping an eye on the street. Aelin avoided looking at that figure for too long. The pain she felt in her chest when she did was unbearable. Gavriel, always attentive, offered her an apple he had kept in his bag. Despite his weariness, he maintained his courtesy and concern for her, ensuring Aelin ate enough and stayed warm. Lorcan, another of their companions, was a presence Aelin couldn't bear. She couldn't forget how, after betraying Aelin, he had tried to follow Maeve like a wounded dog. As Aelin and Gavriel shared the apple, a noise from the building beside them caught their attention. Shouts and creaks could be heard from above as Rowan Whitethorn, the prince, carried out his mission with calculated brutality. Through weeks of fruitless searching, they had followed the trail of rumors and false leads in a desperate attempt to find Aelin, who had been captured by Maeve. In the last place they had searched, in a city vibrant with Samhain celebrations, Rowan had devised a cold and ruthless plan to find and capture the commanders loyal to Maeve, those who might have information about the Queen's whereabouts. Now, in this alley, one of those commanders was about to face Rowan's wrath. Suddenly, two figures fell from a window in the building, landing among crates and debris in the alley. Rowan quickly stood up, keeping the commander pinned down with a firm hand. There was no compassion in the prince's eyes, only a cold determination to reclaim Aelin. Gavriel, knife in hand, stood by Aelin, ready to intervene if necessary. The commander, terrified, begged for his life, but Rowan threatened him with deadly calm, describing in detail how he would be tortured if he didn't cooperate. Lorcan, who had approached, was the embodiment of fear for the commander, who began to tremble at the mere presence of the warrior. Rowan explained to the commander that although he could heal from physical wounds, what Lorcan would do to him would be irreparable. Aelin, urged by an inner voice, silently watched as Rowan and Lorcan subdued the commander, trying to extract any information about Maeve. The prisoner's screams echoed in the air as Aenith, the goddess who had once guided her, ordered Aelin to watch and listen. Despite the horror of the scene, Aelin did not look away, understanding that what she was witnessing was a reminder of what the gods would do if they disobeyed. Aelin knew they had to find Aelin, not only to save her, but because the gods expected the queen to pay the ultimate price, a fate they could not escape. Chapter 3. The Staghorn and Oakland Mountains had become a hell of fire and ashes. The once mighty trees were now just charred husks, as ash fell like a dense snowfall. Aelin Whitethorn Galathynius felt the scorching heat burn her lungs as the world around her was consumed by flames. The crackling of the dying trees seemed to accuse her of causing the devastation. Amidst the fire, a white stag, the Lord of the North, galloped frantically, engulfed in royal flames that devoured its majestic antlers. Aelin tried to reach it, but the stag, screaming in pain, leaped into a wall of flames and disappeared, leaving her with the helplessness of not being able to do anything. Suddenly, the dreams vanished, and Aelin found herself back in her cruel reality. She lay on an altar, surrounded by the damp cold of the room, her body bound with chains and covered in iron. Cairn, her torturer, hadn't bothered to return her to the iron box this time, leaving her on the altar to wake up with the light of the dying flames in the braziers. She tried to move, to pull the chains, but they were fixed, and the iron weakened her, preventing any escape. The White Wolf, Fenris, watched her from across the room. Aelin, and he had developed a silent code of communication in the days, months, or perhaps years of this torment. 3 blinks meant, "Are you okay?" Aelin blinked once in response, lying, though she knew Fenris understood the truth behind her suffering. The sound of dragging footsteps broke the stillness as Cairn entered the room, his hateful voice filling the air. He approached Aelin, threatening her with his hammer while reveling in his power over her. Aelin faced him with a bravery that could only come from her rage, that inner flame she would never allow Cairn to extinguish. Cairn struck her in the stomach, leaving her breathless, while Fenris watched helplessly, his dark eyes filled with rage and pain. The torture continued, and Aelin, chained and weakened, could only sink deeper into her own mind, trying to escape the pain Cairn inflicted with each blow of the hammer. Despite everything, Aelin clung to the promise not to give in, not to make the blood oath Maeve desired. She knew that doing so would mean giving away everything she knew, everything she was, and condemning the world. For her people, for Terrasun, she couldn't afford to fall. She braced herself for the inevitable, trying to distance herself from the terror she felt in her stomach. Cairn raised the hammer with sadistic delight, and Fenris blinked repeatedly, as if his blinks could protect her from what was to come. But nothing could stop the hammer when it fell, nor prevent Aelin's scream from echoing through the room, tearing the air with her pain. Chapter 4. Manon watched from a snow-covered cliff, keeping an eye on the western edge of the white-fanned mountains, her gaze lost in the wastes. Asterin, her loyal second, crouched over the ashes of a half-buried campfire, covered with a goat skin that fluttered in the icy wind. The second remarked that the camp had been abandoned for months, since early autumn, a conclusion that did not surprise Manon. The shadows had detected the site during a patrol and, with their skills, noticed the subtle irregularities hidden on the leeward side of the rocky peak. Manon knew they had to be somewhere, those they were searching for. They had found 3 abandoned camps, traces of past presences, but nothing concrete. They were hunting ghosts, as Manon quietly told Asterin, who, with her golden hair loose in the wind, tried to keep hope alive that they would find the Crotchens. They knew these witches had ways of communicating, of calling for help when necessary, but time was not on their side. 2 months had passed since the day on the Alwi beach, since Manon learned the terrible price the Queen of Terrasun would have to pay to save the world. A price that could fall on another person of Mala's lineage if the circumstances required it. As Manon watched her 13, she thought of Dorian, the king of Adarlan, who now stood among them. She watched him play with magic, conjuring flames, water, and ice in his hands, entertaining Vesta with his abilities. Manon had noticed Vesta's attraction to the king, but she had given no orders regarding it. She had not revealed to the 13 what Dorian meant to her, or rather, what he did not mean. He was a deadly ally, someone to trust in battle, but there was no emotional attachment in their relationship. Manon had decided, though with difficulty, to focus her efforts on finding the Crotchens rather than continuing the futile search for the 3rd word key. She knew their allies in the north needed all the warriors they could gather, and the Crotchens were essential for that battle. Manon, though disinherited as heir of the Blackbeak clan, remained true to her word, willing to find the Crotchens and convince them to fight by their side, even if it meant leading them directly into darkness. Asterin, always loyal, asked Manon what she would tell the Crotchens when they found them, especially about who she really was. Manon had no clear answer. She didn't know how to explain that she was the last living Crotchen queen, born of the union of a Blackbeak and a Crotchen prince, destined to unite the witches, not to lead them into war. But those words, love and peace, were foreign to Manon, who only knew of war and death. When the sun rose higher in the sky, Manon decided it was time to move on. She knew someone was hunting them. The Yellowlegs and Bluebloods were after them. She had given orders not to engage or kill, so as not to reveal their position. Manon closed her eyes, listening to the wind, while Abraxos, her loyal wyvern, let out a hungry whimper. Asterin, with a low but firm voice, assured Manon that the 13 would follow her, letting Manon decide if she deserved that honor. Dorian Havilliard, for his part, had been observing the 13 for weeks, studying their patterns and guards, waiting for the right moment to put his plan into motion. They had camped on a small ledge, sheltered from the wind by rocks and the warm bodies of the wyverns. Dorian pretended to attend to his needs, allowing the witches to get used to his nightly movements, gaining the trust of Vesta, who was on guard and smiled at him before he disappeared into the darkness. Dorian had a secret mission, something he hadn't shared with the 13 or with Manon. He ventured into a clearing he had explored before, making the preparations he had learned from Aelin, tracing word marks in the snow with his blood. He drew Damaris and plunged it into the circle, waiting in silence. As the cold enveloped him, Dorian summoned Gavin, the first king of Adarlan. The figure of the ancient king appeared before him, and although his features were harsh and unfamiliar, Dorian recognized in his eyes the same color he had inherited. Gavin warned him of the risks of the summoning, but Dorian was undeterred, asking the ancient king for help in finding the third word key. Gavin, though reluctant, finally revealed that the key was in Morith, but warned Dorian that he was not ready to face Erawan's fortress. He advised him to wait, that he would know when the right time to act was. With those words, Gavin disappeared, leaving Dorian alone in the clearing, with more questions than answers. Chapter 5. Sitting around a small campfire in a dusty field, the group debated the words of the commander they had captured, who claimed that the last orders had come from Dorian. However, the information seemed contradictory, as another commander, captured after a week of pursuit, had assured them that the orders came from a distant kingdom in the opposite direction. Lorcan, thoughtful, stirred the earth with his boot, evaluating the possibilities. Allied, with a calm voice that broke the tense silence, mentioned that it made sense for Maeve to have taken Aelin to Dorian. But Lorcan, distrustful, argued that Maeve couldn't hide Aelin in Dorian without them knowing. Although he knew that Allied had witnessed worse interrogations and tortures in Morith, he hated the idea that she had had to endure those experiences. Allied, unperturbed, defended her point. Maeve had managed to hide Gavriel and Fenris in Skulls Bay, and had disappeared without a trace with her entire fleet. Lorcan, however, remained skeptical. Although her words had been true, the situation with Allied had become unbearable since that day on the beach. His broken oath, his betrayal, had left a deep wound he didn't know how to heal. Allied had offered Lorcan a home in Peranth, but everything had fallen apart. Meanwhile, the endless search for Aelin was the only thing preventing Lorcan from falling into an abyss of guilt and despair. He knew that if they found Aelin, he might start to redeem himself, even though it would be a long and painful process that could last centuries. But the fact that Allied wouldn't live that long caused him an anguish he preferred not to admit. Gavriel, trying to offer a more pragmatic point of view, mentioned that Dorian, as Maeve's stronghold, offered a strategic advantage by allowing her to easily call upon her army, complicating any rescue attempt. Lorcan, though uncomfortable, had to admit he was right. However, he continued to defend the option of Acadia, arguing that it was closer and offered a more tangible possibility. The debate continued, but finally, Allied left the decision to Rowan. Rowan, lost in his own thoughts and torments, decided that Acadia was the best option. Although every day that passed meant more suffering for Aelin, and every second of delay could be fatal, they would travel to Acadia first, hoping they were heading in the right direction. Allied, furious with Lorcan for his insistence, stood up and walked away from the group, heading into the darkness. Lorcan, after giving her a few minutes, followed her. When he caught up with her, he tried to explain himself, assuring her that he had no intention of bothering her. But Alide, full of resentment, rejected him, reminding him how she had seen him crawl after Maeve on the beach. Lorcan, with a broken voice, confessed that he hadn't crawled after Maeve, but after Aelin. He explained the pain he had felt when the blood oath was broken and how he had tried to reach Aelin. But his words seemed to have no impact on Alide, who simply returned to the camp, leaving him alone in the darkness. Back at the camp, Rowan, trapped in a dream, saw Aelin and their children, a future he longed for but that seemed increasingly out of reach. He woke up abruptly, his heart racing, but reality offered no comfort. While his companions slept, Rowan decided to take the guard shift, allowing Gavriel to rest. As the fire died down, Rowan's thoughts turned to Aelin, suffering in silence from the distance that separated them. The decision was made. They would head to Acadia. Rowan knew he couldn't return without Aelin, no matter what she had asked him before they parted. The oaths he had made to protect Terrasun were important, but his loyalty to Aelin was even greater. Aelin had been his greatest honor, and he silently swore he would find a way to share his immortal life with her, no matter the difficulties. He looked up at the sky, where the stars shone above him, and believed he saw the Lord of the North twinkle, like a sign of hope in the midst of the darkness. Chapter 6. Winter hit the continent's shores hard as Cale Westfall stepped out onto the deck of his ship, facing the icy wind that seeped through his thick blue cloak. Around him, the stormy seas reflected the imminent threat of Moreth's legions. Although the Coggan's fleet sailed alongside him, Cale knew it might not be enough against the dark might advancing toward Terrasun. Yrene, his wife, joined him on the deck, seeking warmth in his embrace. Cale, though worried, tried to keep the mood light, recalling the recent awakening they had shared in the intimacy of their cabin. However, the reality of war weighed on both of them. Every day of delay could mean the death of thousands, and the uncertainty about the fate of their friends in the north only added to their anxiety. In the distance, Nesrin and Sartak's Rux prepared for a scouting mission. They knew they needed to find a safe place to dock the fleet, but the threat of Erawan's armies and Queen Maeve complicated every decision. Cale and Yrene, though fearful of what was to come, knew they had to press on. Nesrin, flying in the cold northern sky, felt the weight of winter in her bones. Beside her, Sartak and the Rux flew in formation, exploring the terrain devastated by Moreth's forces. The burnt land and the trees reduced to ashes were a testament to the enemy's destructive power. As they descended to the ground, they discovered a small group of Moreth soldiers, separated from their main army. Nesrin and Sartak attacked without mercy, knowing they couldn't allow these soldiers to return with information about their location. Meanwhile, on the ship, Yrene checked the medical supplies once more, worried about how much they would have available in the impending battles. The healer on high, Hafiza, tried to comfort her, reminding her that they couldn't save everyone, no matter how prepared they were. However, Yrene couldn't help but feel uneasy. Though she was ready for the battle ahead, a deep fear invaded her, one she hadn't shared with anyone, not even Cale. With one hand on her abdomen, Yrene felt that her mission went beyond the war they were facing. Chapter 7. Moreth. The last word key was in Moreth. The revelation gripped Dorian's mind, preventing him from sleeping. Every time he closed his eyes, the memory of the valve collar burned his neck as if he still wore it. He knew he had to find a way to reach the Dark Fortress, but he also knew Manon would not be willing to accompany him. She had suggested that Dorian could take Aelin's place to forge the lock, but the 13, having escaped from Moreth, had no desire to return, especially with Erawan able to sense their presence from afar. Dawn came, and with it, the bustle of the camp. Dorian abandoned any attempt to sleep and joined the 13 as they prepared for a new day of hunting. He had to convince them to stay, but he knew it would be almost impossible. Manon, with her usual coldness, argued with Asterin and Sorrel about the next direction to take. The witches were tired of the relentless cold and were considering heading south, toward the warmth of Aelwi, far from Morith. Dorian knew that would take them away from the key, but he couldn't find a way to delay them. As the witches headed for their wyverns, Abraxos, Manon's loyal companion, lunged toward her, alerting everyone to an imminent danger. A white bear emerged from the snow, but before it could attack, it transformed into a Stygian spider, a creature of nightmares that Dorian recognized. This spider, named Cyrene, was one of the weavers from whom Manon had stolen the silk for Abraxos' wings. Now, the spider had come to claim revenge, but found herself immobilized by Dorian's magic. The spider, trapped and with no way out, offered information in exchange for her life. She claimed to have seen the Crotchens 60 kilometers from there and offered to guide them. The 13 were cautious, but Dorian, trusting the power of Damaris, Gavin's sword, which warmed to confirm the truth of Cyrene's words, decided to let her live a little longer. Manon, though reluctant, allowed Cyrene to accompany them, warning that any attempt at betrayal would be punished with death. With the promise of finding the Crotchens before nightfall, the 13 and Dorian took flight, carrying the spider with them. However, Dorian knew that once they found the Crotchens, he would take the opportunity to extract the information he needed from Cyrene, and thus get one step closer to Morith and the last word key. Chapter 8. Aelin woke up wrapped in darkness. The iron box imprisoned her, each of her movements limited by the chains and the confined space. As she raised her hands, she brushed the metallic surface above her head, noticing the engravings of spirals and suns, a cruel reminder that this prison had been designed specifically for her, long before her birth. Her hands were bare, devoid of the iron gloves that usually covered them. Cairn, her torturer, had removed them, perhaps after heating them to a red glow until they melted into her skin, but now there was no trace of that torment. She tried to push the lid of the box, but the strength she possessed was not enough. Maeve's healers had prevented her muscles from atrophying, but she couldn't defy the weight of the iron. The sound of the lock opening was followed by Cairn's urgent footsteps. The door opened, and he pulled her out of her prison, ensuring the chains remained firmly secured. As they crossed the threshold, a black sack was placed over her head. Aelin, already accustomed to it, began to count the steps and turns as they led her through dark corridors. The icy mist of the nearby river brushed her skin, a sign that they were close to the water. Finally, they stepped outside, and Aelin could feel the fresh breeze on her skin. After climbing a spiral staircase, the sound of the river diminished, and the soft murmur of fountains replaced the roar. Cairn pushed her forward, her chains clinking as he guided her to a courtyard, where the firelight illuminated the scene. When the hood was removed, Aelin found herself once again in a familiar place, the veranda overlooking the river in the ancient city of rock. There, on a stone throne, sat Maeve, dressed in deep purple, with a black wolf at her feet and a white owl perched on the back of the throne. Maeve, with a malicious smile, ordered Cairn to bring her to the center of the circle of broken glass. Aelin's bare feet dug into the shards, cutting her deeply. Cairn pushed her until she was kneeling in the middle of the circle. Aelin, despite the pain, focused on breathing, trying not to lose composure as the blood pooled beneath her knees. Maeve watched, pleased, as Cairn increased the pressure on Aelin's shoulders, sinking her deeper into the glass. Every movement was agony, but Aelin clung to the idea of resisting, of enduring. However, Maeve's voice mocked her, reminding her that no one was coming to rescue her. Maeve called Fenris, the White Wolf, who sat by the throne. His twin, Connell, was summoned as well. The Dark Queen gave Connell the freedom to speak, and with coldness, he accused Fenris of arrogance and of ruining his life. Fenris, chained by Maeve's orders, could only watch helplessly as his brother cursed him. Then, Maeve ordered Connell to make a sacrifice. With a knife in hand, Connell advanced toward his twin, but instead of attacking Fenris, he stabbed himself in the heart. Aelin, unable to move because of the chains and the pain, watched in horror as Connell fell to the ground, his life bleeding out as Fenris, desperate, tried to reach him. Maeve, satisfied with the suffering inflicted, reminded Aelin that this was just the beginning. At the end of the torture, when Cairn lifted her, Aelin managed to gather the strength to attack him, stabbing a piece of glass into his neck. Then she threw another shard at Maeve, but missed by a hair. However, the queen didn't seem disturbed, though for a moment, Aelin thought she saw that Maeve's blood was as black as night. Before she could process what she had seen, Maeve enveloped her in a dark wind, and Aelin's consciousness faded into the darkness. Chapter 9. Cairn had left her tied to the altar, abandoning her in the dim light of the rock chamber. Aelin lay there, still bleeding from the deep wounds in her legs and feet, the glass shards embedded in her flesh. When Fenris entered, long after she had regained consciousness, he did so in his human form, each of his steps reflecting the weight of his pain. His eyes, usually full of life, were empty, and his golden skin had lost all color. He said nothing as he stopped in front of Aelin, not even seeming to see her. She, in turn, tried to communicate something with 3 blinks, a silent question she could barely form in her mind. "Are you okay?" Fenris' answer was as clear as it was heartbreaking. 2 blinks. "No!" His face still bore the traces of recent tears, and the gray jacket he wore was unbuttoned, as if he hadn't had the strength to close it after the tragedy he had witnessed. Aelin, chained and exhausted, extended a trembling hand toward him. Without saying a word, Fenris took her hand, squeezing it in a gesture of mutual comfort. She tried to form silent words, though she wasn't sure he could understand them through the mask that covered his face. "I'm sorry," she wanted to tell him. He simply squeezed her hand harder. Fenris, with a broken voice, confessed, "I didn't know he hated me so much." Aelin returned the pressure of his hand, feeling the intensity of his suffering. Fenris' eyes closed, and his breathing became shaky. "He only gave me permission to remove the glass. When I'm done removing it, I have to go back there," he said, nodding toward the wall where he usually sat. He tried to focus on Aelin's wounds, but she squeezed his hand again, refusing with a few blinks. She didn't want him to return to his wolf form, not yet. She needed his human presence, to feel the warmth of his hand, to hear a friendly voice amid so much pain. Then, unable to contain herself, Aelin began to cry. Tears she had held back for so long flowed freely, accompanied by sobs that made her wounded body tremble with pain. Fenris, feeling the intensity of her despair, tried to comfort her. "I'll remove them," he promised, referring to the glass shards still embedded in her flesh. Aelin couldn't respond to him. She couldn't explain that her pain went beyond the physical. It wasn't just the glass or the wounds that were destroying her. It was the devastating certainty that he wouldn't come for her, that Rowan wouldn't arrive. Fenris pulled out a pair of tweezers from the toolbox Cairn had left on a nearby table. "I'll be as quick as I can," he told her softly as he began to remove the glass shards. Aelin closed her eyes and bit her lip until it bled when she felt the first piece of glass being pulled from her knee, tearing through the flesh and tendons even more. The smell of both of their salty tears mixed with the scent of blood, permeating the small room. Summaries continued working in silence, and though the pain was unbearable, Aelin could only think about how alone she was, in the hopelessness that surrounded her. And so, in a sea of tears and blood, both remained silent, sharing a suffering that words could not alleviate. Chapter 10. The battlefield had turned into a hell of frozen mud, blood, and the desperate screams of the dying that echoed under the gray sky. Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, made her way through the chaos, facing the brutal reality of war. There was no nobility in the fight, only a disorderly and cruel struggle where the only certainty was death. The battle lines held firm, but barely. Edion had chosen the terrain and the timing, allowing the enemy to advance just enough to trap them in an ambush. Though his soldiers resisted, the battle was a bloody chaos. Lysandra, covered in wounds and with her light armor stained with blood, attacked without mercy, tearing Morith's soldiers apart with claws and fangs. Each fallen enemy added to the mire of bodies and blood that covered the field. Edion, from the front, shouted orders to his left flank, trying to maintain control amid the battle. Beside him, the scourge of Orinth faced Erawan's legion, composed of 5,000 soldiers advancing relentlessly. Terrasen's army was made up of a combination of scourge soldiers, troops from Prince Galan Ashriver and Queen Ansel of the Wastes, as well as the forces of Terrasen's lords and the Fey soldiers of Prince Endymion and Princess Selene Whitethorn. Though the battle was won, the victory was bitter and did not secure anything in a war that was far from over. At the end of the day, Edion met with Ren Alsbrook and the lords of Suria in his tent, exhausted and covered in blood. Though they had managed to withstand the onslaught, they knew they faced something much worse in the future. Edion, despite his exhaustion, reviewed the casualties and discussed the next moves with the other lords. However, the shadow of betrayal and uncertainty about Darrow's orders loomed over them. At that moment, a messenger named Nox Owen arrived at the camp, bringing a letter from Darrow. He had ordered them to meet him in Orinth at dawn, though the battle had left the army exhausted. Edion, aware of the difficulties they faced, knew he had to obey the order, even if it meant moving a weary army. After giving the necessary orders, Edion went to inform Killian about the army's mobilization the next day. As he walked through the tents, he greeted the wounded soldiers and offered them words of encouragement. He stopped briefly with some of them, sharing a beer or a bite, as his father, Aelin Galathynius, had taught him to make his men want to follow him. Suddenly, Lysandra blocked his path. Despite the tension between them, she offered to fly that very night to speak with Darrow and convince him to let them rest. Edion, resentful and exhausted, rejected her, still hurt by the betrayal he felt. Lysandra, pained by his words, held her head high, but the exchange left her devastated. With a broken heart and an exhausted body, Lysandra retreated to her tent, where she finally collapsed onto the cot, falling into a cold and empty sleep, not even bothering to take off her boots. Chapter 11. Chael's heart raced as he pointed at the map spread out before him. The news that Nesrin and Sartak brought couldn't be more concerning. An army of 10,000 soldiers was marching toward Aniel. The small group was gathered in the cabin that Chael shared with Yrene. The tension in the room was palpable. Chael, with a trembling hand, asked if they were certain about the information. Sartak, still in his flight gear, confirmed that the captured soldiers had given them precise information. Although the number of soldiers and the type of troops had been revealed, many unknowns remained. What horrors might that army be hiding? Hazer, playing distractedly with the end of her braid, suggested that there could be more forces hidden among Morith's ranks, hinting at the possible presence of vowed demons. Yrene, beside Chael, squeezed his hand tightly, trying to convey calm and support. Chael knew he had to make a quick decision. Aniel, his home, was in danger, and the approaching army could destroy everything. Although he wasn't sure if Aniel could withstand it, he knew there was no time to lose. Hazer, despite her usual sternness, tried to console Kale, suggesting that Aniel's fortress might still withstand a siege. But Sartaq reminded everyone of Aniel's proximity to Firian Gap, the Iron Teeth territory. If Kale's army marched toward Aniel, they could be caught between two enemy forces. Yrene, however, defended the idea of saving Aniel, emphasizing that the fact it was his home was reason enough to try to defend it. Sartaq proposed a strategy: avoid the Avery River until they reached Aniel, secure the city, and then advance toward Firian Gap with the help of the Ruks. Though the plan was risky, it offered a chance to protect Aniel and then continue the campaign north. Nesrin, ever pragmatic, reminded them that even if they marched immediately, they might arrive too late to save Aniel. But Kale, determined to do everything possible, asked for a Ruk and a rider to travel to Aniel himself and warn his father of the imminent attack. Yrene, without hesitation, decided to accompany him, though she was aware of the family tensions Kale would face upon his return. The group agreed to leave that very night, leaving Hazer and Sartaq's fleet to intercept the rest of the army later. Kale knew finding Dorian would have to wait, as would the difficult conversations he would have with his family. Sartaq promised to do everything possible to defend Aniel until they arrived, and with a handshake, Kale thanked his allies. As the group dispersed to prepare, Kale couldn't help but pray that they would arrive in time. Chapter 12. Aelin, lying in the darkness, felt despair completely engulf her. Everything she had fought for, everything she had sacrificed, seemed to fade into nothingness. The promised queen, destined to save the world, was now trapped in an iron coffin, hopeless and too weak to go on. The weight of defeat and the possibility of failure crushed her. Silent tears fell onto her mask, mixing with the cold metal that surrounded her. In the midst of her despair, she heard Cairn's voice, threatening and cruel, as he scraped the lid of her prison with a dagger, relishing her torment. But Aelin was too tired to resist. She had lost the will to fight. However, in her state of abandonment, a soft, loving voice began to resonate in her mind. The voice of her mother, Evelyn Shriver, called her Fireheart and asked why she was crying. Aelin, in an internal whisper, replied that she was lost and didn't know the way. Her mother's presence became more real, caressing her cheek and placing a phantom hand over her heart, reminding her that what mattered was the strength of her heart. Those words began to bloom within Aelin, igniting a spark of determination. Cairn continued his threats, but Aelin, fueled by the renewed strength her mother had instilled in her, struck the lid of her prison. With each blow, she repeated in her mind, "You will not yield." Her fury and despair transformed into an unstoppable force until the metal of the lid began to deform under the pressure of her fists. Though the sweet smoke of Gloriella enveloped her and dragged her into unconsciousness, Aelin woke up chained to the altar, observing with satisfaction that she had left a dent in the coffin's lid, a tangible proof of her struggle. Elsewhere, far from the darkness in which Aelin found herself, Rowan felt a vibration within him, an echo of power and fury that coursed through him. Aelin's song, her cry of life, resonated in him, filling his being with her strength and determination. Though the connection was suddenly severed, Rowan knew Aelin was still alive, and guided by the Lord of the North in the sky, he vowed to find her. Standing atop a hill, Rowan knew that Maeve needed to be drawn away from Aelin for them to rescue her. His companions, Lorcan, Gavriel, and Elide, awaited his orders. Cold and relentless, Rowan devised a plan to lure Maeve with another bait, aware that the success of their mission depended on it. Aelin was still alive, and Rowan would do whatever it took to bring her back. Chapter 13. From their hiding place among the icy rocks, Manon and the 13 observed the Crochan camp in the narrow mountain pass. Manon's heart pounded as she watched the red-cloaked witches move among the campfires, each mounted on their ironwood brooms. It was a crucial moment. Finally, she was face to face with the other half of her legacy, the Crochans, and the weight of what was about to happen overwhelmed her. Manon kept her gaze fixed on the leader of the Crochans, a witch with dark hair and a stern expression. With a staff made of polished wood and adorned with threads of gold, the witch stepped forward to meet Manon and the 13. Beside her, Dorian and Cyrene, the shape-shifting spider, waited cautiously. Asterin, ever ready to protect Manon, murmured that there were at least 75 witches in the camp. Manon couldn't respond. She knew that number could increase at any moment. But what truly unsettled her was not the number of potential enemies, but the realization that these witches could be her people. With an air of authority, Manon ordered her 13 to sheathe their nails and teeth, wanting to avoid any provocation. She knew this encounter was not just a confrontation between rival clans, but a meeting with a past she was only beginning to understand. Dorian, beside her, understood the gravity of the moment and refused to stay behind, declaring that he wanted to see how it all unfolded. When the 13 and their wyverns landed at the edge of the camp, the Crochans reacted immediately, aiming spears and arrows at them. The dark-haired witch, who seemed to be the leader, stared at them, challenging them with her presence. Manon, facing her, struggled to find the words she had rehearsed, but couldn't utter them. The weight of history, of what she represented, kept her silent. Dorian intervened, explaining that Manon had left her grandmother, that she had been betrayed, and that he had saved her from death at sea. The Crochans listened attentively, especially when Dorian introduced himself as the King of Adarlan. The leader of the Crochans, a witch named Glennis, who revealed herself to be Manon's great-grandmother and the grandmother of Rhiannon, the other Crochan witch who had been killed, confirmed the truth behind Dorian's words. The cold wind and the icy rocks seemed to freeze in place as Glennis spoke, acknowledging the connection between Manon and her past. Manon, confronted with her heritage and the reality of her lineage, felt all the words she had planned fade into the air, leaving her only with the truth of who she really was. Chapter 14. The Crochans, after a command from the elder Glennis, reluctantly lowered their weapons. Manon was led into the camp, where dozens of witches were performing daily tasks around the campfires. The atmosphere was tense. The Crochans watched them with distrust, interrupting their work as Manon advanced. Behind her, Dorian walked in silence, aware of the hostile environment. He asked Manon if she knew she had family among the Crochans, to which she replied coldly that she didn't. The spider, Cyrene, walked between Asterin and Sorrel, still held under Dorian's power, who kept a hand on the hilt of his sword, always alert. Dorian, trying to ease the tension, offered his support to Manon, suggesting that she should adopt a different strategy to gain the Crochan's trust. Manon, though irritated, admitted that she needed Dorian by her side, but made it clear that it was Asterin, not him, who held the position of her second. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm horn broke the stillness, followed by the beating of powerful wings. Chaos erupted in the camp as Yellowlegs witches, 2 Iron-Teeth covens, descended upon them. Manon and the 13 launched into battle with lethal speed, while Dorian unleashed his magic to protect the camp. The Crochans, led by Glennis, also joined the defense, fighting with bows and swords from their brooms. The battle in the sky was fierce, but the 13 demonstrated their mastery in warfare, attacking with precision and destroying the enemy ranks. Dorian, despite the violence around him, felt a strange compassion for the wyverns, creatures that could have been like Abraxos if they had been treated with kindness. During the battle, Dorian was caught in a dark and painful memory, reliving Sorcia's death. This moment of distraction nearly cost him his life when a wyvern lunged at him. In a last-ditch effort, Dorian unleashed all his power, transforming into a flame so hot that it incinerated the wyvern from the inside out. The wyvern fell dead at his feet, but Dorian was left stunned, reliving the horror of killing again. Manon, noticing his state, grabbed him by the shoulders, asking if he was crazy. But Dorian could barely respond, still affected by the trauma that had overtaken him. The battle ended with the defeat of the Yellowlegs, but the tension did not diminish. A young Crotchin witch, Bronwyn, accused Manon of having led the Iron Teeth to the camp, but Glennis, trusting Manon's word, dismissed the accusation. However, Dorian, with the help of Damaris, knew that Manon was lying. The sword had cooled in his hand, indicating the truth that Manon was trying to hide. Though he said nothing at the moment, Dorian knew he had to process the information and decide how to act in response to Manon's lie as the Crotchins began to tend to the wounded and gather the fallen. Chapter 15. Manon knew she was a liar and a killer, and that she would probably have to be both again before all this was over. Without remorse, she made the decision to lead the Iron Teeth to the Crotchins, seeking to unite them in the coming war. While the Crotchins and the 13 repaired the camp after the battle, Manon watched the skies. Though she lamented the 8 Crotchin lives lost, she couldn't afford regret. The battle had been necessary. During the long night, Manon helped the 13 move the bodies of the fallen Iron Teeth, leaving them in the snow to be covered. Astrid noticed Manon's prolonged gaze on one of the sentinels and asked if she knew her, to which Manon replied that she didn't. Despite everything, the Crotchins continued to eye Manon and the 13 with suspicion when they returned to the camp at dawn. Upon reaching the central fire, Glennis, the elder Crotchin leader, invited Manon to eat goat stew. Manon accepted, seeing this as a way to show trust. During the meal, Glennis revealed that she was Tristan's grandmother, Manon's father, and told the story of how their lineage had survived. Despite the revelations, the relationship between Manon and the Crotchins remained tense. Bronwyn, the leader of the dark-haired coven, flatly rejected Manon as their queen, stating that they would never fly with her. Later, Dorian, who had witnessed Manon's actions, found her ruthless, but understood the necessity behind her decisions. He approached Cyrene, the shape-shifting spider, to investigate more about her powers. He discovered that Cyrene, like the other Stygian spiders, had vowed blood and that her ability to transform came from a stolen seed of magic. Realizing the danger Cyrene posed, Dorian killed her mercilessly and then incinerated her body. That night, Manon joined Dorian in the tent they shared. The conversation between them was direct, no beating around the bush, and both expressed their understanding of the harsh decisions they had made. Finally, their interaction became more intimate, seeking in each other a distraction from the shadows that haunted them. At dawn, Manon decided to confront Glennis again, seeking to know what it would take for the Crotchins to join the war. Glennis revealed that only a Crotchin queen could ignite the flame of war, a ritual that would call all the witches to join the fight. However, Manon would have to be accepted as their queen first, a challenge she had not yet overcome. Manon also discovered that the Crotchins were on their way to Aelwi, a southern kingdom already under attack by Erawan's forces. Glennis explained that their mission was to face a threat in Aelwi, and despite Manon's efforts to convince her to join the fight in Terrasen, Glennis remained firm in her decision to fulfill her word and head south. Chapter 16. Edion had spent an exhausting day with his army, fighting against the unyielding snow and wind. Finally, as night fell, they reached the small camp where Darrow waited on horseback. The elderly lord barely paid attention to Edion, focused on the soldiers setting up their tents. The day had been hard, But Darrow showed only a pragmatic interest in the number of men they had lost, without a hint of emotion. Edian, with tension building, was reluctant to discuss the battle, but Darrow insisted on meeting at dawn, a decision that only increased Edian's irritation. As he headed to the camp, he mentally prepared for the meeting that would take place at dawn, a meeting where Aelin would also be present. The night brought more snow, piling up on the tents and forcing the soldiers to sleep shoulder to shoulder to keep warm. Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, woke before dawn, unable to keep sleeping due to the cold and the anticipation of the meeting with Darrow. Dressed appropriately for the weather, she headed with Ansel of Briarcliff to the war tent. The tent was already filled with lords and commanders, all studying a map of the continent showing the positions of the armies. Lysandra, in her role as Aelin, was received coldly by Darrow, who made it clear that he hadn't invited her to the meeting. However, Edian intervened, explaining that he had made her his second in command. The tension in the room was palpable, but Lysandra maintained her facade, joking about not having had the chance to kill Valg soldiers in the last battle. Darrow insisted that the army should retreat to Orinth to prepare their defenses, a strategy the other elder lords supported. However, Edian opposed this, arguing that moving the troops south would allow them to take advantage of familiar terrain. The discussion was heated, with the lords divided on the best strategy. In the end, Darrow called for a vote, in which the majority decided to head to Orinth, ignoring Edian's concerns about underestimating Erawan. Despite the decision, Prince Gallen of Wenlin, along with the other allies present, made it clear that they would not abandon Terrasen, regardless of the decisions made. This enraged Darrow, but Lysandra, maintaining the role of Aelin, thanked the allies for their loyalty. The meeting was interrupted by the arrival of Nox, a messenger from Darrow. Nox introduced a pale man who handed a letter to Darrow. However, before Darrow could read it, the stranger revealed his true identity by unleashing a burst of dark wind towards Lysandra, announcing that Erawan sent his greetings. Chapter 17. Lysandra moved quickly, but not fast enough to avoid the whip of power that slashed her arm. The pain made her fall, but with the reflexes she had learned under Arabin's tutelage, she rolled on the ground, avoiding more attacks. Edian, not losing a second, was already in front of her, drawing his sword to protect his queen. The Fey royalty, Endymion and Selene, reacted with the same speed, unleashing a blast of light and cold that brought the Morith messenger to his knees. The dark power of the Valg demon clashed against the icy barrier that surrounded them. Ilias and Ansel, always in sync due to their shared training, took defensive positions, ready to strike if necessary. While the older lords took refuge behind the table, Lysandra's allies, Ren, Sol, and Ravi, joined the protective circle around her, forming a barrier between the messenger and their queen. Nox, Darrow's messenger, watched with wide eyes, unable to process what was happening. Edian demanded to know how no one had detected the Valg demon scent, and while helping Lysandra to her feet, his gaze never left the enemy. Lysandra, feeling the pressure of the situation, noticed with horror the gleam in the messenger's eyes as he smelled the air, delighting in the scent of her blood. The messenger tried to speak, possibly to reveal the truth about Lysandra, but she, with a voice full of urgency, ordered him to be killed. There was no need to repeat the order. Endymion raised a hand, and the demon began to choke, his eyes turning completely black as he seemed to transmit a message through a dark link. Edian, understanding the gravity of what might have been transmitted, acted quickly, decapitating the messenger with the sword of Orinth. The head rolled across the carpeted floor of the tent, and in the silence that followed, Lysandra examined her wound, painful but not lethal. Ansel, with her red hair waving, approached Lysandra, observing the wound and the corpse with disdain. Though Lysandra tried to maintain her composure, the gravity of the situation was evident. Erawan already knew that Aelin was not with them and that a shapeshifter occupied her place. Edion, full of fury, stormed out of the tent with Lysandra following him. When they reached their own tent, the scent of the Valg messenger seemed to permeate the air, and Edion, in his frustration, began pacing back and forth. Lysandra, in her anguish, couldn't stop wondering what they should do now, aware that Orinth could become a slaughterhouse if Erawan attacked with all his power. Finally, Edion, in a gesture of defiance, decided that they would not go to Orinth but would change their course, trusting that Sol and Ravi would protect the coast while the rest of the army would march to the border. Despite the desperation, Lysandra refused to give up. Nox, who had deduced the truth about her identity, offered to help, proving to be an unexpected ally. With his support, along with Edion's loyalty and that of the other allies, Lysandra and her group organized a plan to escape silently. Thanks to Nox's cunning, who drugged the wine of the lords, and Lysandra's allies' cooperation, the army managed to leave the camp during the night, without a trace, leaving the lords asleep and unaware that by dawn, the camp would be gone. Chapter 18. In the dark and cold fortress of Aniel, a ruck landed on the battlement without alarming the guards, though they did take up their weapons. Kale and Yrene, just arrived from the flight, descended from the bird in the midst of a freezing wind that was nothing compared to the icy cold surrounding the Silver Lake, which stretched like a mirror under the gray sky. The fortress, rising imposingly against the mountainside, was a severe and functional structure built to withstand attacks, with scars on its walls that testified to its history of defense. Yrene, familiar with the layout of the city from Kale's memories, recognized the harshness of the place that had once been his home. The fortress, with its endless levels and battlements, was not designed to be beautiful, but to intimidate and protect. The gray tiles and wood that made up the houses had been taken from nearby resources, while the fortress, robust and somber, seemed a natural extension of the mountain. Kale, with an air of authority unfamiliar to Yrene, presented himself to the guards, demanding to see his father. The fortress inside was as gloomy as its exterior, with dark corridors, narrow windows that let in little light, and walls adorned with worn tapestries. The lack of warmth and life contrasted sharply with Kale's memories of his time in Rifthold, increasing his discomfort at returning to this place. As they walked down the hall, they were received without ceremony by a man with a severe face who led them to a great hall. There, they were seated at the table in the great hall where Kale's father, the Lord of Aniel, awaited them. He did not rise to greet them, remaining indifferent as he inspected his son and Yrene with a caustic comment about his recovery. When Kale introduced Yrene as his wife, his father's reaction was cold and disdainful. Yrene, undeterred, responded firmly, demonstrating her worth and lineage, making it clear that she did not need the Lord's approval. The meeting continued with a tense exchange of words, where Kale informed his father of the imminent threat from Morith, advancing with an army of 10,000 soldiers toward the city. The Lord's reaction was disbelief and rejection of his son's suggestions on how to defend the city, showing his contempt for the white-fanged savages whom Kale suggested asking for help. The tension increased when Yrene defended Kale with cold determination, confronting the Lord with a strength that surprised even her husband. Finally, Kale warned his father to prepare for the siege, making it clear that the city's survival depended on the decisions he made. The confrontation culminated in tense silence, leaving in the air the gravity of the situation and the accumulated resentment between father and son. Chapter 19. 15 minutes later, Kale and Yrene found refuge in a small but warm chamber, one of the few cozy places within the gloomy fortress. Though the room barely had space for a bed and a rusty basin of water, it offered a respite from the hostile environment. Cale, leaning against the door, tried to calm the discomfort he felt, remembering that this room was for a guest, a reflection of his disinheritance. Yrene, still agitated by the encounter with Cale's father, commented on how hostile he had been, worse than Cale had told her. However, Cale, with a tired smile, praised Yrene's bravery during the confrontation. Although his father had agreed to evacuate the inhabitants outside the city, the conversation had been tense, and Cale promised that the next day he would investigate the defense plans. Cale tried to ease the tension between them, lamenting his father's cruel words, but Yrene, without losing her composure, expressed her regret for the time Cale had endured his treatment. Cale, wishing Yrene had known his mother, explained that his father had evacuated his family along with part of Aniel's treasure, one of the richest territories in Adarlan, to a safe place. Despite the riches hidden in the fortress's catacombs, the place did not reflect its abundance. Yrene, concerned about the imminent war, mentioned the possibility of having brought more healers, but Cale reassured her, reminding her that before her arrival, the city didn't even have magical healers. When Yrene expressed her concern about the fortress's ability to withstand a siege, Cale, with conviction, assured her that Aniel had survived worse trials in the past. Though the options for evacuating people were limited, Cale considered the possibility of sending some inhabitants to take refuge in the White Fangs. Yrene, showing her practical spirit, proposed helping those who chose to stay by organizing provisions and preparing bandages. Cale, full of pride for his wife's nobility, agreed, and together they decided to prepare for war, though both knew the conflict was approaching quickly. However, that night, they allowed themselves a moment of rest, postponing the war until the next morning. At dawn, the arrival of the Ruks, so numerous they darkened the sky, announced the battle's proximity. The rumble of their wings and the sound of their feathers filled the air as the people, terrified, cried out at the sight of them. The Ruks settled on the plain south of the fortress, near the lake, an area prone to flooding but now becoming their base. From the battlements, Cale and Yrene watched as the riders set up their camp. Nesrin and Sartak arrived shortly after, reporting that Morith's army was only 3 or 4 days away. Nesrin's serious tone and the news that Morith's soldiers seemed violent and fast, with no sign of the witches, made the gravity of the situation palpable. Despite the presence of 1,000 Ruks, which once seemed an imposing force, seeing them gathered on the plain, the couple realized that even these majestic creatures might be overwhelmed by the tide of the battle to come. Chapter 20. Aelin, sitting in a moss-covered clearing surrounded by small white flowers, listened to her Aunt Maeve recount a story. Under the bright light of the full moon and the stars twinkling among the branches of the giant oaks, Maeve told her about a queen who walked between worlds. Aelin, who had just turned 20, was skeptical about the idea of listening to a fairy tale, but Maeve insisted that no one is too old for such stories, especially Aelin, who had Fae blood. Maeve narrated how, in ancient times, when the world was new and humans had not yet formed kingdoms, a young queen with extraordinary power was born. This queen, dissatisfied with the darkness and sorrow of her world, married one of 3 brother kings, more for her desire for knowledge than for love. However, upon discovering the existence of other worlds, where the sun shone and nature flourished, the queen sought a way to escape. Using ancient spells she found in her husband's library, the queen began opening doors to other worlds. Tired of her husband's cruelty and wars, one day she gathered her maidens and crossed a door into a beautiful and peaceful world, where she was crowned queen again. Her husband, realizing her disappearance, searched for her without rest, destroying worlds in his path. However, When he reached the queen's new home, he did not recognize her and was defeated along with his brothers. As the story unfolded, Aelin began to suspect that there was a deeper meaning behind Maeve's words. While Aelin thought about the word keys, she felt a strange sense of recognition, as if she were connected to another life, another world where she bore scars that were now absent from her skin. Suddenly, the scene changed, and Aelin found herself on an altar, her body shattered and screaming in pain. Maeve, standing over her, reveled in Aelin's suffering, revealing that she intended to use a wordstone collar to control Aelin and force her to reveal the secrets she sought. Aelin, desperate, tried to resist the growing pressure of her magic, which, contained by the iron, threatened to destroy her from within. Maeve left, leaving Aelin in the hands of Cairn, her torturer, who moved her to another location, promising that the torture would continue until Maeve returned with the collar. As the box containing her was transported, Aelin tried to stay calm, remembering the words of resistance that repeated in her mind, "You will not yield." However, the fear of what was to come continued to grow within her, while Fenris, her enslaved companion, tried to offer her comfort with small gestures, indicating that she was not alone in her suffering. Chapter 21. Rowan and his companions, Gavriel, Lorcan, and Aelin, knew the roads to Dorian well. They had sold their horses the previous night, relying on Aelin to negotiate, as the Fey warriors were too recognizable and any trace of their power would be noticeable. Although there were no wolves guarding the southern roads as in Wenlin, they had to proceed cautiously, avoiding detection. As they neared the city, they set a trap for Maeve, knowing that the queen could not resist the temptation of obtaining wordstone collars. These collars, supposedly belonging to a captured Valg prince, were powerful enough that Maeve would want to secure them in person. Aelin spread rumors of their existence in taverns and markets, trusting that Maeve's spies would carry the information to their queen. Rowan felt that Aelin was still alive, and that thought drove him forward. As they climbed the wooded hills toward Dorian, they knew they couldn't risk flying, as Maeve's watchers would surely be on the lookout. Finally, from the top, they gazed at the city bathed in silver moonlight. Aelin, who had expected to find something similar to Morith, was surprised to see the serenity of Dorian, where lanterns glowed and music played in the squares. The palace, with its elegant buildings and domes, stood majestically beside a towering waterfall. However, Rowan knew that the only way to confirm if Aelin was there was to enter the city, which required a careful plan. Despite the urgency, Lorcan insisted on taking the necessary time to avoid fatal mistakes. They knew Maeve had summoned most of her forces, and from their vantage point, they could see a vast army camped around the city, something they had never seen before. Rowan considered the possibility of seeking allies in the city, but he knew Maeve might have compromised their loyalties. Aelin, however, suggested entering the city, trusting that her unfamiliar face would keep her safe. Lorcan fiercely opposed, but Aelin, determined and unafraid, insisted they could learn more if they found Cairn, Aelin's torturer. The plan was risky, but Rowan agreed, trusting in Aelid's courage. While Lorcan remained tense, Aelin prepared for her mission with a determination that inspired her companions. Rowan wished her good hunting, knowing that Aelin's fate could depend on what they found in the city the next day. Chapter 22. The snowy plains of Terrasen stretched endlessly to the south, until the hills began to rise on the horizon. Lysandra remembered how, in the summer, she had crossed those same hills with her companions and her queen, Aelin. She recalled the moment when Aelin, after a long journey, reached the marker of the border between Adarlan and Terrasen, and as she crossed it, finally returned home. Now, Lysandra flew over those hills again, but this time, she was a scout for an army at war. Wearing the feathers of a silver hawk, Lysandra flew swiftly over the icy terrain, observing the deserted fields that were once full of life. Villages that, during the summer, were bustling with people, now lay desolate, their inhabitants having sought refuge in the north. She prayed that all had found safety before the snow arrived. As she ascended, the hills they had once crossed together passed beneath her, now covered in a white blanket. But the peace of the scene was shattered when she saw what was coming toward them from the south. Before her eyes, an army advanced across the northern plains of Adarlan. The number of soldiers was overwhelming, thousands, tens of thousands, marching with relentless order, accompanied by winged ilken flying low over them, watching every move. The Valg princes, mounted on horses and wearing black collars around their necks, commanded the legions with a terrifying presence. Lysandra, terrified by the size of the army, estimated that at least 50,000 soldiers were advancing toward them, far outnumbering the 25,000 they had gathered. An ilken spotted Lysandra in the sky, and she, with a sharp turn, dove back north, flying as fast as she could to report what she had seen. The two armies finally met in the snowy fields of Terrasen. Terrasen's general, Edian, had ordered them to wait, letting Moreth's soldiers tire themselves out in the hills and sending the silent assassins as an advance to decimate the enemy troops. However, the darkness emanating from the Valg princes overwhelmed their defenses. At night, the Ilken attacked the camp, unleashing chaos and terror, and destroying everything in their path. Moreth's army, barely tired and with their numbers intact, descended from the hills toward the Bane, while the magic of the Fey soldiers clashed with the Valg's power. But the Ilken, spitting venom and breaking through the magical defenses, proved unstoppable. Lysandra, in the form of an armed wyvern, fought with all her might, but it was not enough to stop the dark tide. Edian, with his ancient sword and Fey skills, tried to cut through their advance, but the number of enemies was overwhelming. In the midst of the chaos, no one noticed Aelin's absence. The Firebringer did not ignite a single spark in the darkness of the night. Despair spread as the Bane's ranks began to tear apart. A Valg prince unleashed his power on the right flank, leaving death in his wake, until Ilias, of the Silent Assassins, managed to decapitate him. The Bane's central lines held, but the unstoppable force of Moreth pushed them northward, through day and night. By the end of the second day, Terrasen's defenses had crumbled, and Moreth's army continued to advance, unstoppable. Chapter 23. Alide had never seen a city like Doranel. The City of Rivers, as it was called, was built at the confluence of several rivers that cascaded into a vast basin. As she walked through its winding streets, with buildings adorned with pink and blue flowers hanging from balconies, she struggled to keep calm. Despite the beauty of the place, she had to control her fear, as Fae could detect emotions with their sharp sense of smell. She could not afford to show weakness. The city was full of Fae leading seemingly normal lives, buying food, fabrics, and other goods in the markets. But Alide knew that above all this, in the palace to the east of the city, was Maeve, the queen they feared. Alide had left Rowan, Lorcan, and Gavriel in the wooded hills the night before, where they had camped. Despite Lorcan's pleas for her not to go, Alide made her way to the city disguised in a dark green cloak and a wrinkled white shirt. In her hand, she held a small mirror, pretending to fix herself, but using it to observe her surroundings without raising suspicion. Her goal was to find Cairn, Aelin's torturer, and confirm Maeve's whereabouts. As she entered a square, Alide noticed a group of Fae outside a tavern. After pretending to fix herself, she cautiously approached them, playing the role of a lost and distressed young woman searching for her lover. She told them a story about a man named Cairn, hoping their compassion would make them reveal information. Though they were initially wary, One of the women, Essa, approached Aelin in an alley after the initial conversation. Essa revealed that Cairn was in the eastern camp and that Maeve had left the city days ago, though she didn't know when she would return. Surprised by the unexpected help, Aelin returned to Rowan, Lorcan, and Gavriel, sharing what she had discovered. Rowan, after assessing the information, decided they would have to take the risk and infiltrate the eastern camp to find Aelin. That night, Rowan and his team prepared for the mission. As they waited in the hills, Rowan recalled the journey he had taken with Aelin and how, despite the war and darkness, he had always felt that she was his destiny. As he watched the camp from a distance, he prayed silently that they could find Aelin and escape alive, knowing that everything they had been through had led them to this decisive moment. Chapter 24. Manon and the 13 remained in the Crochan camp, ignored and hated. The Crochans were recovering from their wounds, and insults toward the 13 were frequent, though a single look from Manon was enough for her witches to limit themselves to clenching their fists in response. During a conversation with Glennis, Manon discovered that the camp was one of the oldest, a gathering place for witches after the war and a site of initiation for young witches. Despite the hostility, Manon decided to accompany the Crochans on their flight to Aelwi. The 13 had also decided to join, though with each passing day they felt the pressure of those fighting in the north. Meanwhile, Dorian practiced his ability to shapeshift without much privacy, sitting in front of Vesta, who watched him half asleep. Though he had been trying for days, he couldn't even change the color of his eyes. Despite the patience he showed, frustration consumed him. His magic, which he had learned to master with fire, ice, and wind, did not respond to his attempts to transform. Manon, accepting the challenge of flying with the Crochans, began to interact more with the witches in the camp, bringing brooms to their owners. Though most received them with jeers, a witch named Carson showed some curiosity as she observed the 13's wyverns. Manon took the opportunity to talk to her about Abraxos, revealing that although Erawan had created them as mindless killers, some like Abraxos had developed the ability to love. Back in the tent, Dorian continued his attempts to shapeshift, this time under Manon's watchful eye. Though his magic still didn't respond, a conversation about the coldness of his heart revealed the growing connection between them. Dorian admitted that he cared about Manon, which she considered foolish, though deep inside, his words affected her more than she was willing to admit. Finally, at dawn, before departing for Aelwi, Manon returned to Dorian's tent, indirectly admitting that she had considered his words. When they awoke, something had changed. Dorian had managed to change the color of his eyes to brown, though he himself seemed unaware of it. With the camp on the move, they prepared for the long flight to Aelwi, aware that time was running out. Chapter 25. Aelin was trapped in a box, suffering through the endless silence and growing pressure under her skin. The military camp where she was imprisoned was full of fae, and she knew Maeve was approaching with a wordstone collar to control her. Cairn, her torturer, kept her in the box, and the physical and emotional pain blended into a constant torment. When she awoke, she found herself chained to a metal table in the center of Cairn's tent. Around her were instruments of torture, braziers, and a hole in the tent that allowed her to see the stars. Cairn was preparing for his grand finale, intending to burn her alive to break her completely. In her desperation, Aelin fought not to yield but eventually asked him to wait, hoping she could find a way to end it all before Maeve subdued her with the collar. Meanwhile, Rowan was near the southern entrance of the camp, preparing for a rescue mission. His plan was to reach the center of the camp, where Cairn was, and either extract Aelin or capture Cairn to get answers. With his knives in hand and his magic ready, Rowan decided not to wait any longer. Driven by a silent voice, perhaps that of the goddess Mala, he unleashed his power, eliminating the guards and rushing toward Cairn's tent. Lorcan and Gavriel waited at the edge of the forest east of the camp, ready to act when Rowan gave the signal. Gavriel, in his wildcat form, was alert to any movement in the camp, while Lorcan felt the presence of death, knowing something was wrong. Despite the tension, the two remained in their positions, ready to intervene if things went awry. Chapter 26. Aelin was chained to the metal table, trying to maintain her composure as Cairn, her torturer, awaited an answer that would betray her. Instead of yielding, Aelin chose to provoke him, mocking his insecurity and suggesting that his power and courage depended on his ability to inflict pain. Though Aelin's words ignited Cairn's anger, they also served to distract him, keeping him focused on his rage instead of immediately starting the torture. Enraged by Aelin's provocations, Cairn began beating her brutally, dragging her toward a large brazier with the intention of burning her face. As Aelin's mask began to heat dangerously close to the flames, she struggled to maintain control and find an opportunity to escape. At a critical moment, when Cairn was momentarily distracted, Aelin tripped him, but her attempt to flee was quickly thwarted. Cairn knocked her down again, beating her mercilessly, and finally reached for a red-hot poker. Fenris, the loyal wolf warrior, watched helplessly from his place in the tent. Aelin's torture and the hopelessness in her eyes pushed him to the brink. Though he was bound by the blood oath to Maeve, forcing him to obey without resistance, Fenris couldn't bear to see Aelin destroyed this way. With titanic effort, he began to fight against the invisible chains that bound him, defying the power of the oath. Despite the agony tearing him apart, Fenris rose, breaking the oath's control over him. This act of rebellion, though it would cost him his life, was his only way to save Aelin. Cairn, shocked and terrified by what he was witnessing, raised the poker to strike Aelin once more. But Fenris, in a final act of bravery, leaped at Cairn, completely breaking the blood oath's bond with the roar of freedom he had longed for. Chapter 27. Chaos erupted inside the tent as Fenris and Cairn fought fiercely. The White Wolf, using all his remaining strength, lunged at Cairn, aiming for his throat, while the torturer desperately tried to stay on his feet. Aelin, still chained, took advantage of the frenzy to crawl toward the red-hot poker, trying to free her ankles from the chains that held her. Fenris and Cairn rolled on the ground, a mix of claws, teeth, and fists as Fenris, knowing he was living his last moments after breaking the blood oath, continued to fight with a ferocity fueled by desperation and loyalty to Aelin. Cairn, aware that Fenris was doomed, tried to buy time, hoping the wolf warrior would die from the broken oath. Finally, with a titanic effort, Aelin broke the chain that bound her. Fenris, still weakened but determined, cast a final glance at her, loaded with meaning. Run. Cairn, realizing Aelin was escaping, tried to stop her, but Fenris pounced on him, biting deeply into his shoulder and giving Aelin the chance she needed. With the sound of bones cracking echoing in the air, Aelin ran toward the tent's entrance, toward the cold light of dawn. Meanwhile, Rowan advanced relentlessly toward the camp center, cutting through soldiers and sentries. The warriors who had once been his companions now became his opponents, but Rowan's determination was absolute. With each step, his power shattered his enemies, broke their shields, and crushed their defenses. Nothing would stop him. He was close, very close to the tent where Aelin was captive, and soon he would give the signal to Lorcan and Gavriel to join the final battle. Blood flowed, and the air filled with ashes and screams as Rowan pressed forward, unstoppable, driven by the one mission that mattered: rescuing Aelin. Chapter 28. Aelin ran for her life, her legs trembling and weak, barely able to support her, but the urgency pushed her forward. The dawn barely lit her path as she zigzagged between the tents, avoiding the sound of approaching footsteps behind her. The iron mask still suffocated her, limiting her vision and making it hard to breathe, but she didn't stop. With the poker in hand, she was determined to fight for her freedom. Behind her, the camp was in turmoil, soldiers pointing at her in surprise and fear. As she moved eastward, the rising sun offered a warm promise of hope, but the soldiers' shouts and orders reminded her she was not yet safe. However, when several of them blocked her path, Aelin didn't hesitate. With the skill learned in her assassin training, she disarmed one of the soldiers and took his sword, using her fury to carve a path through. Lorcan, who had been watching from the nearby hills, felt his heart leap when he saw her stumbling out of the tents. The queen he had sought to rescue for so long was there, fighting for her life, and he wasn't going to let anything stop her. With a signal of his dark magic, he sent a message to Rowan, who was already advancing toward the camp center, alerting him that Aelin was free. Meanwhile, Aelin continued her fight, now facing the remaining soldiers with a mix of skill and desperation. Lorcan saw the determination in her eyes, but also noticed how close she was to her physical limit. He ran toward her, his power extending like a shield to deflect the arrows the soldiers were firing at her. With each step, he got closer to Aelin until he finally reached her and lifted her in his arms. Gavriel appeared beside them, protecting Aelin with a golden shield as they continued their escape. The arrows kept flying toward them, but now they bounced harmlessly off the lion's magical shield. Aelin, exhausted and barely conscious, murmured a name, Fenris. Lorcan understood immediately. The wolf, the warrior who had broken his blood oath, was still in the camp, fighting Cairn. Rowan landed next to them, transformed back into his human form, his eyes full of fury. Aelin could barely speak, but her desperate look and sobs were enough to convey what she needed. Fenris had to be saved. With deadly coldness, Rowan ordered Lorcan to take Aelin to the valley while he and Gavriel returned to the camp to find the wolf and finish off Cairn. Rowan's fury was palpable, a storm about to be unleashed as he and Gavriel plunged back into the chaos, ready to unleash their vengeance. Chapter 29. Amidst the chaos engulfing the camp, Rowan seized the perfect moment to advance with unyielding determination. His power carved a path along the western edge, obliterating everything in his way, from tents to bones. The soldiers, caught in the confusion, shifted toward the center, leaving the path to his objective clear. When Rowan finally saw her, first from the skies and then beside her, the sight was heart-wrenching. Aelin, chained, with an iron mask covering her face, sobbed in a state of terror and despair. The scent of her blood mingled with that of others, invading his senses. The rage he felt was intense, obliterating any trace of mercy or compassion. With Gavriel, they pushed through the last of the tents until they reached a large, isolated tent, as if no one could bear to be near Cairn, the torturer. Inside, the wolf Fenris lay motionless on the ground beside an iron coffin. Rowan noticed that the box was narrow, too small, and reinforced with metal plates sloppily welded together. The smell of Aelin's blood and fear emanated from within, saturating the air. A metal table, with 3 unlit braziers beneath and rings for securing chains, indicated the type of suffering she had endured. Cairn, severely wounded, lay in front of Fenris, who, though unconscious, still breathed thanks to Gavriel's healing power. Enraged, Rowan ordered Gavriel to heal Cairn, despite the hatred that nearly consumed him. As the golden light of Gavriel's power enveloped the torturer, Rowan examined the tools Cairn had used. He selected a thin, sharp knife, clearly designed for precise cuts. When Cairn awoke, chained to the metal table, he met Rowan's cold, furious gaze. The understanding of what was about to happen filled him with terror. Unrelenting, Rowan wrapped the tent in a frigid wind, ensuring no sound would escape, and began his vengeance. Chapter 30. Aelin had been waiting for hours, hidden deep within an ancient forest, as the sounds of conflict echoed in the distance. The darkness of night slowly gave way to a gray sky, then blue, and with that transition, the clamor of battle began. While she waited, she walked among the moss and rocks, trying to keep small and silent, just as she had been instructed. Suddenly, Lorcan emerged from the forest, his gaze fixed on her. Just behind him, stumbling, appeared Aelin. The queen was barefoot, her body covered in blood, with an iron mask on her face and chains hanging from her wrists and ankles. Her hair, long and tangled, nearly reached her waist, also soaked in blood. Aelin moved with difficulty, showing no sign of recognition. Lorcan, urgency in his eyes, instructed Aelin to wait there. The queen, disoriented and not fully in control of her body, tried unsuccessfully to remove the iron gauntlets that imprisoned her hands. Desperate, she demanded that they be taken off, but the locks were too complex. Lorcan tried to force the mechanism with a dagger but achieved nothing. Aelin, panic-stricken, began to tremble and demand that the chains be removed with an increasingly desperate tone. Finally, she tried to tear off the mask, letting fear and helplessness take over. Her screams echoed through the forest, becoming an unbearable echo. At that moment, Rowan and Gavriel arrived, carrying an unconscious Fenris. Rowan, covered in blood, laid the wolf on the ground and approached Aelin. With forced calm, he took the queen's wrists, trying to stop the scratches she was inflicting on herself. Aelin continued pleading for the chains to be removed, her sobs becoming softer and more heartbreaking. Rowan, with a mix of panic and pain in his eyes, promised he would, but asked Aelin to stay still. Slowly, she stopped trembling. As he examined the mask's lock, Rowan noticed something that filled him with horror, though he didn't voice it. Gavriel and Lorcan also drew closer, trying to help. Aelin, meanwhile, remained nearby, gently touching Aelin's knee, but she showed no reaction. With a combined effort, Rowan and Lorcan tried to break the chains, but it was futile. Aelin, with a vacant, defeated gaze, let hope fade. In a desperate attempt to encourage the queen, Aelin asked if she had ever seen a key. Aelin, almost in a trance, traced a figure in the moss with her finger, a word mark that could open the chains. However, Aelin couldn't use her magic due to the iron in the gauntlets. Without hesitation, Rowan cut his palm and, with his blood, traced the mark under Aelin's guidance. A greenish light flashed, and the shackles began to give way, falling one by one to the ground. Finally, Rowan set about removing the mask, and with a flash and a metallic sound, he freed her. Aelin's face was pale and empty, as if consciousness was barely present. Her gaze passed over everyone, but there was no recognition in her eyes. Then, upon hearing her name spoken by Rowan, something inside her broke free. Suddenly, an explosion of golden flames burst around her, burning away her tunic and leaving her body naked beneath a second skin of fire. Aelin saw clearly what they had done to her. Apart from a bruise on her ribs, there wasn't a mark on her body, not even the scars from past battles. It was as if someone had erased them completely, leaving her expressionless and stripped of everything she had once been. Chapter 31. Aelin's scars had vanished. As Rowan noticed the smoothness of her skin, he grasped the horror of what they had done to her. Scars that told stories of her suffering and resilience, from the marks of Endeavor to the wound Baba Yellowlegs had inflicted, had all been erased. Even the scars on her palms, Those that symbolized her connection with Nehemia and their bond as Karanam had been removed as if they had never existed. What he saw wasn't her usual skin, but a new one, born from the need to heal what had been destroyed. Meanwhile, Gavriel approached Fenris, whose condition was critical after breaking his blood oath. The wolf's life hung on the brink, about to slip away. Aelin, wrapped in flames, staggered towards Fenris, ignoring her nakedness, focused solely on the dying wolf. When she reached him, she knelt, allowing her fire to envelop them both in an impenetrable shield. With a sad serenity, Aelin stroked Fenris' fur, whispering inaudible words only he could hear. Fenris, exhausted and in agony, opened his eyes to see her, finding final solace in her presence. Then Aelin made a sacrifice. She took one of Fenris' claws and slid it along her forearm, leaving a trail of blood she offered to the wolf, allowing him to seal a new blood oath with her. The act was both a gift and a command. By taking her blood, Fenris committed to living, to resisting the death that loomed. As Aelin's blood mixed with her own magic, Fenris' life force began to slowly return. With one last effort, the wolf stood and, in a gesture of reverence, bowed his head to his new queen. Aelin, though seemingly empty and distant, did not abandon her duty, maintaining her posture as an unyielding queen. Despite the success in saving Fenris, the group could not afford to linger. They knew they needed to put distance between themselves and the enemy camp as soon as possible. Gavriel suggested they head toward the mountains, where they might find a safe place to spend the night. Before they could decide on their next move, they were surprised by the appearance of the little folk. They were ethereal creatures, silent and enigmatic, who invited them to follow without a sound. Remembering the help the little folk had given Aelin in the past, Rowan trusted them, and the group began to follow through the forest. They walked for miles, venturing into increasingly steep and rugged terrain. Aelin, wrapped in the cloak Rowan had given her, moved forward without showing any sign of pain, despite her bare feet stepping on roots and sharp rocks. Finally, the little folk led them to a hidden cave in the rock, a refuge that offered the safety they so desperately needed. Inside the cave, they found a spacious area with niches carved into the rock containing provisions, sleeping bags, and a natural trough. Further back, an underground lake stretched into the darkness. The place, though strange and unfamiliar, emanated a sense of security. Aelin, in an almost surreal trance, approached a wall adorned with birch branches and crowns of shining leaves, where the little folk gathered. Without expressing any emotion, she murmured a few words to the creatures before returning to the center of the cave. There, she leaned against the rock, closing her eyes and letting the calm envelop her. Though concerned about Aelin's apparent disconnection, the group decided to take advantage of the shelter they had been offered. They knew the battle wasn't over yet, but for now, at least, they could rest in the safety of the cave. Chapter 32. For 3 days, Dorian wrestled with his magic, trying to master his ability to change his appearance. He had managed to turn his eyes brown, but took a while to figure out how to restore their blue hue. Astrid and Vesta didn't miss the chance to tease him about the temporary loss of his pretty bluebell eyes, and when the sapphire color finally returned, they sighed in relief. As they traveled across the peak of the Fangs, Dorian reflected on his magic, which seemed to demand only one thing: to let go, to leave behind what he had been, to free himself to become something new. This magic, once his as an idealistic prince, now demanded he let go of the man he had been, the man who had lost Sorsha and so many other things. However, while he understood the demand of his magic, putting it into practice was a monumental challenge. While the group paused to rest under the protection of Oakwald, Dorian sat on a moss-covered log, chewing on a strip of dried meat. Glennis, the old Crotchin, watched him from across the clearing, commenting that his insistence on changing his appearance seemed to be giving him a headache. Around them, the 13 and the Crotchens ate in silence, though now they were more mixed than before, indicating a small improvement in their relationship. Curious, Galathynius asked Dorian what he was trying to become by changing his appearance. Dorian's response was evasive, claiming he just wanted to see if someone with his kind of magic could alter small features. However, his true desire was to be anything but the man he had been, a man marked by loss and mistakes. Lost in thought, Dorian explored the knot of magic within him, trying to weave a new form, a new being. Suddenly, Galathynius pointed out that his eyes had turned green, surprising both Dorian and the other witches, who watched him in amazement. Though he tried to add more changes to his appearance, his concentration waned, and his golden hair returned to its usual dark color. That night, as the sun set, the Crotchens' campfires crackled under the bare trees. Galathynius, in a rare gesture of openness, asked the 13 if any of them had seen the Wastes, the ancient land of the Crotchens. Astrid replied that none of them had, though she admitted to spending time in a nearby forest, but not as far away. Galathynius continued, commenting that the Crotchens didn't dare go to the Wastes, fearful of what they might find in the ruins of their old city. Manon, curious, asked if, given the chance, the Crotchens would rebuild their home. Galathynius responded that it would be wise to have a plan, a vision of what they wanted to be as a people, not just for the Crotchens but for the Iron Teeth as well. At that moment, the shadows, Edda and Briar, entered the circle of light, interrupting the conversation with disturbing news. They had scouted the area toward which they were headed, and what they found was terrifying. The air was thick with the smell of death. Chapter 33. They had arrived too late. Not by an hour or a day, but by a whole week. By then, the delay had cost the lives of everyone in the Aelwi group. The bodies lay scattered across the leaf-filled clearing about 30 kilometers to the south. The warriors had fallen where death had caught them, and among them were a few red-cloaked Crotchens who had called their sisters from the north. The stench of decay was so strong that Manon's eyes watered as she investigated the scene. Manon felt the weight of guilt as she realized it had been her delay that had caused this tragedy. Seeing Dorian, she knew he thought the same. His gaze was hard, reflecting the same thought. Edda, one of the shadows, confirmed that some had managed to escape, but most hadn't been so lucky. Bronwyn, another Crotchen, commented that Moreth had left survivors on purpose to sow fear. The devastation of the trees was a testament to who had been responsible for the massacre, the Iron Teeth. Manon knew she herself had trained the witches who had carried out this slaughter. One of the Crotchens, Una, voiced her resentment, reminding them all that the witches responsible had been trained by them. The silence grew heavy, and Manon felt her hands fragile, almost unfamiliar to her. Guilt overwhelmed her, and she realized she would be remembered for this. When Dorian offered to burn the bodies, Manon refused. Instead, she and the 13 began digging graves for the fallen. The task was arduous and painful, but they continued for hours, digging the mass grave in the blood-soaked earth. Meanwhile, Dorian helped Bronwyn and Galathynius draft messages to the King and Queen of Aelwi, warning them of the danger, but not asking for help. Just before dawn, the Crotchen messengers returned with news that the Southern Covens were aiding Aelwi's royalty. Though the loss of the group of soldiers was severe, the King of Aelwi assured them that their resistance would continue. Dorian understood that Aelwi didn't have the strength to send help to Terrasen. They had given too much for too long. As the 13 continued digging the grave, Dorian noticed that the Crotchens watched Manon with respect, not hatred. The grave was finally large enough for all the fallen, but Dorian knew he needed to go to Moreth soon before another massacre occurred. That night, Dorian left to summon Gavin with the Damara sword, but instead of him, Kaltain Rompir appeared. Her presence surprised him, and her sadness was palpable. Kaltain, clad in an onyx dress, spoke to him kindly, reminding him that although she had been destroyed in Morith, something of her still remained. Dorian apologized for not doing more to help her when he had the chance, but Kaltain reminded him that she too had made wrong choices. She spoke of her regret and how she had saved her friends by taking the word key from Erawan. When Dorian asked if he was ready to go to Morith, Kaltain didn't answer directly, but warned him not to risk facing Erawan. Instead, she told him he should focus on finding the word key and leaving quickly. Finally, Kaltain began to fade, leaving Dorian alone with his thoughts. He reflected on what he had learned, and by releasing his fears, he managed to transform into a raven, though only for a brief moment. Manon, who had witnessed the transformation, confronted him with a challenging question: when had he planned to inform her about his intention to go to Morith in search of the third word key? Chapter 34. Galen, a Shriver, and Edian, exhausted and covered in blood, were on the verge of collapse after 3 days of endless battles in the snow and freezing wind. The army of Terrasun was being pushed north, every kilometer gained at the cost of their soldiers' lives. As Galen offered him a water flask, both knew they were on the brink of defeat. Edian, though reluctant to admit it, understood they couldn't hold out much longer without suffering total defeat. Edian recognized the desperation in his soldiers, who were beginning to wonder where Aelin, the Firebringer, was and why she hadn't appeared to help them. Lysandra, who had taken the form of a wyvern to fight the Ilkin, had been forced to retreat due to the intense enemy onslaughts. The men were exhausted, their strength waning, and there were no signs of reinforcements. The situation was critical. Under pressure and despair, Edian began to consider the idea of retreating northward toward the Lannis River near Peranth. His plan was to cross the frozen river and then melt it to stop Morith's forces. Though Galen doubted, Edian insisted that the Fey royalty could undo the ice beneath the enemy's feet, giving them a chance to survive. Finally, Edian ordered the retreat, aware that resistance couldn't be sustained much longer. As the army retreated disorderly towards Peranth, Lysandra, still in the form of a horse, carried a dead soldier on her back, unable to leave him behind on the battlefield. Chaos and despair gripped the soldiers, and doubts about Aelin's absence grew as the reality of Lysandra's deception became increasingly evident. On the second night of the retreat, Lysandra arrived at a tent where Edian, Galen, Ansel, and Run were discussing the situation. Barely able to return to her human form, she collapsed from exhaustion on the ground. Edian, furious and desperate, confronted her with icy rage, blaming her and Aelin for the situation they were in. He accused her of sending Aelin to her death without considering the consequences, leaving them all defenseless against Morith's hordes. Edian's words struck Lysandra hard, leaving her speechless and too drained to defend herself. When he finally dismissed her from his tent, Lysandra, barefoot and naked under Ansel's cloak, stepped out into the freezing night. Ren, who had gone to fetch her some food, returned shortly after, asking where she was. Realizing what Edian had done, he confronted him, but Edian, consumed by despair and exhaustion, lacked the strength to feel remorse. Overwhelmed by guilt and the sense of failure, Edian remained alone in his tent, staring at the embers of the fire as he reflected on how his promise to save Terrasun and hold the line was crumbling before his eyes. Chapter 35. Aelin awoke in the cave, feeling the pressure of the magic still simmering within her. The presence of Rowan, her mate, her husband, her consort king, was real. However, the scars on her body had disappeared, replaced by new, unmarked skin. This evidence of the torment she had suffered at the hands of Maeve and Cairn disturbed her deeply, reminding her of what they had done to her, what they had taken from her. As she surveyed the cave, she found Rowan sleeping nearby, vigilant even in sleep. It was hard for her to accept that all this wasn't another dream, an illusion created by Maeve to torment her. But when her eyes met Rowan's, she knew it was real. He had come to find her, just as he had promised. Aelin decided she needed to cleanse herself, not just physically but spiritually, from the filth that stained her. She headed for the underground lake, ignoring Rowan's warnings about the icy water, and submerged herself in the depths. The water absorbed her heat, her magic, allowing her to begin recovering something of herself. She swam deeper and deeper, feeling the calm envelop her as she let the magic cool. Rowan watched her from the shore, sensing her anguish, but respecting her need to be alone at that moment. When she emerged from the water, she spoke to Rowan about the torture she had endured, about how Maeve had tried to break her mentally with illusions and false realities. Rowan listened, his heart torn by guilt and pain, especially when Aelin mentioned that Maeve had been close to placing a valve collar on her. Rowan explained that the collar had been part of a deception he himself had devised to lure Maeve away from Dorian. This revelation shook Aelin, but she understood that, in some way, that very deception had saved her. Despite everything, both knew there was still much to be done, that the fight was far from over. Aelin's magic remained a torrent within her, and the threat of Maeve and Erawan still loomed over them. Suddenly, an ancient ship, towed by dark, blind creatures, appeared on the lake. The little folk indicated that this was the way out of the mountains, a hidden route that would lead them to the sea. Without wasting time, they all boarded the ship, Aelin still carrying the silver and pearl crown that had been offered to her as a symbol of her lineage, a reminder of her heritage and the responsibility she now bore on her shoulders. As the ship ventured into the darkness, Rowan and Aelin knew they had to move forward, that the real battle was yet to come. Chapter 36. The journey through the dark caves continued, and the uncertainty weighed on the group's spirits. Aelin couldn't help but feel panic at the thought of how many days, perhaps weeks, they would be trapped in this gloom, sailing on a subterranean river that seemed endless. The blue light of the worms in the lantern barely illuminated the cave walls, creating a gloomy and silent atmosphere, where the only sound was the murmur of the water beneath the boat. Rowan, always alert, estimated that the journey to the coast could take several days, maybe more than a week. Aelin nervously played with the ring on her finger, wishing with all her might to be anywhere else, any place other than this endless passage. But, as much as she wished it, there was no other option. The little folk had charted this course, and everyone trusted they would guide them safely. Aelin remained silent, sitting at the back of the boat, her eyes fixed on the dark waters flowing beneath them. She seemed trapped in her thoughts, grappling with the reality of what she had endured in recent months. The scars on her body had vanished, but those on her soul were still present, and the weight of her destiny burdened her. She knew that Dorian and Manon were searching for the last word key, and that, if they found it, she would have to pay the price the gods demanded to seal the lock. The sacrifice of her blood. The fate she had accepted long ago, but now, after all she had endured, she wondered if she could let Dorian bear that burden for her. The thought of living, of facing what had been done to her, filled her with a mixture of fear and repulsion. She couldn't allow the darkness to overcome her, not when so many were counting on her. As they moved forward in the darkness, Aelin decided to use this time to rebuild herself. She would cling to her determination, to the strength she had always had. She wouldn't allow what had been done to her to define her. She would show the world the same Aelin of the wildfire that everyone knew, even though she felt broken inside. And maybe, Just maybe, one day, she might come to believe that lie herself. Chapter 37. The days spent in the silence of the cave seemed endless. They had been sailing for 3 days on a river so dark that they might as well have been traveling through the underworld itself. Aelin had used that time to reflect on what had happened while her magic roared and slumbered within her, ignored but not forgotten. On the 4th night, when Rowan felt they were approaching dangerous territory, the air grew thick. He noticed the gleam of gold in a niche of the cave and knew immediately what it meant. They were entering the lands of the Barrow Wights, creatures of pure malice that coveted gold and detested light. Rowan alerted the group, but Aelin, with inexplicable determination, ordered the boat to stop and leaped ashore before anyone could stop her. Rowan, Fenris, and Gavriel followed her, venturing into a cavern filled with ancient, dust-covered treasures. Inside, a shadowy creature lurked by the sarcophagus of a forgotten king. While Rowan dispatched the creature with a lash of icy wind, Aelin remained impassive, not using her magic. The gratitude in her gaze towards Rowan was evident, though it was clear the healing time was far from over. As they inspected the cave, Aelin began to gather gold and jewels, saying they would need them to fund their journey. In an attempt to break the silence and restore the connection with her companions, she allowed a small glimpse of humor, commenting on the need to fill their coffers, which brought a smile to Rowan's face. Even Fenris, who had remained in his wolf form, shifted back to human to help with the task. In a moment of intimacy, Aelin found 2 rings among the treasures and offered them to Rowan. Though it was a small gesture, the action symbolized her desire to move forward, to maintain their bond, to rebuild what had been damaged. As they exchanged the rings, they silently renewed their vows, swearing to stay together to the end, facing the shadows of the past and the darknesses that still awaited them. As they prepared to return to the boat, Aelin, though visibly weakened and marked by her time in captivity, showed a spark of the arrogance that had once defined her, promising to train and regain her strength. Rowan, smiling, committed to supporting her, though he knew the real battle would be more emotional than physical. Together, they left the cave, ready to continue their journey down the subterranean river, aware that the true challenge was yet to come, but also confident that as long as they stayed together, they could face it. Chapter 38. The atmosphere on the boat grew tense when the Queen and her consort returned to the group after a brief, private moment. Aelin could hardly believe what she was seeing as Fenris, now back in human form, and Gavriel began to pull gold from their pockets. The amount of treasure was astonishing, more than anyone could have imagined. Lorcan, in his usual dry tone, commented on Aelin's foresight in collecting the gold, but the tension soon became palpable when Fenris, with a dark expression, directly accused him of being responsible for the situation they were in. Fenris' words were loaded with anger and resentment, and though Lorcan accepted them without resistance, Aelin felt the atmosphere grow heavier, especially when Lorcan, with a cold smile, hinted they would settle things in due time. Before Aelin could intervene, Aelin and Rowan reappeared, also laden with treasures. However, the moment of calm was short-lived as a disquieting hiss began to emanate from the passage they had come from. The creatures towing the boat moved, pulling them away from the shore as the warriors prepared for the worst. But Aelin, with an almost defiant calm, stood still, neither drawing Goldrin nor invoking her magic, as if the approaching threat didn't affect her at all. When the creatures recoiled from the light, Fenris joked about stealing the treasure, and Aelin, with a golden gaze that momentarily gleamed, made it clear they weren't concerned. The threat dissipated, and the journey continued. The following days passed in heavy silence, broken only by the sound of water. Aelin was sleeping deeply when Rowan woke her, whispering for her to look. When she opened her eyes, she saw something unexpected. The cave was illuminated by thousands of tiny blue lights hanging from the ceiling, reflecting on the black water and creating a sea of stars in the underground world. The beauty of the scene was overwhelming, a sight that seemed to remind Aelin that there were still things worth fighting for, even amid so much darkness. As she admired the living stars, Aelin felt a renewed determination. She knew she had promised to shake the stars, and though the fight ahead would be tough, she was more determined than ever to fulfill her promise. The emerald of her wedding ring glowed softly, a reminder of the bond she had reinforced with Rowan, a bond that had become an anchor for her soul. The celestial chorus of the bioluminescent stars seemed to sing a melody that accompanied the flow of the river, bringing them closer and closer to the sea. Aelin, with that vision and the promise in her heart, prepared herself for what was to come, knowing that every step she took from that moment on would be crucial in the final battle ahead. Chapter 39. The enemy finally arrived at Aniel, but their arrival was both a blessing and a curse. Nesrin, mounted on her faithful Ruxaki, watched from the castle towers alongside Borte, who remarked with her typical mordant humor about the slowness of the enemy army, in contrast to the small town they were defending. Though the fortress offered a strategic position, the town itself didn't impress the Ruck Riders, who came from more majestic places like Antica. The enemy army's advance toward the town was inexorable, and with it, fear began to grip the fortress's inhabitants. The tension increased as they wondered if the attack would be imminent or if the enemy would prefer a long and brutal siege. The most vulnerable citizens had been evacuated, but most of Aniel's inhabitants remained trapped within the walls, awaiting the inevitable. As night fell, the bone drums began to sound from the enemy ranks, a sinister sound that echoed through the fortress, trying to break the spirit of those defending it. Yrene, watching from the parapet, tried to remain calm while the drums pounded through the night, aware that the enemy wouldn't allow them to rest before the attack. The fortress was filled with refugees, families who had left their homes, filling every available corner. Yrene, always concerned for everyone's well-being, had relocated those too close to the outer walls, foreseeing the danger of the catapults that Morith's army would surely use against them. Chaol, for his part, was mentally preparing for what could be his last night with Yrene. The couple shared a moment of intimacy, aware that dawn might bring the decisive battle. As he walked through the fortress's halls to meet his father and the army's leaders, Chaol noticed the worn but still imposing armor his father wore, a relic from his days as a commander in the service of Adarlan. Chaol's father, though resigned, told a dark story about the bone drums, which had been used in the past to sow terror before an assault. Legend had it that a siege before Aniel had fallen after 3 days and nights of relentless drumming, with the defenders driven mad by fear and lack of sleep. Determined to keep morale high, Chaol reminded his father that this time they had Rucks on their side, an advantage their predecessors hadn't had. Amid this tense conversation, Chaol's father dropped a shocking revelation. Yrene was pregnant. Though he had noticed some subtle signs, such as changes in her appetite and the way she placed her hand over her abdomen, Chaol hadn't been fully aware of the magnitude of this news until his father confronted him with the truth. The surprise and emotion hit him hard, but before he could fully process what it meant, the bone drums suddenly stopped, signaling the start of the enemy's advance. Morith's army began its assault, and the time for personal reflections was over. Chaol, with his mind on Yrene and their unborn child, knew he had to focus on the battle ahead, for the defense of Aniel and his family's survival depended on it. Chapter 40. Manon and the 13 had performed an act of humanity by burying the soldiers massacred by the Iron Teeth. Despite the pain in their torn hands and the fatigue in their bodies, they did so with determination. After covering the last grave, Manon met Bronwyn at the edge of the clearing as the Crotchens retreated to set up camp. Bronwyn, who had observed the 13th's honorable act, approached Manon and expressed her surprise at the witch's actions. Manon, feeling a mix of pride and shame, responded with her usual bluntness, reminding her that her grandmother had stripped her of the Iron Teeth title, and now the concerns of that clan no longer mattered to her. Bronwyn acknowledged Manon's ability as a leader, something Manon accepted, though with a sorrow that still haunted her. Back at the camp, while the Crotchens debated their next moves, Astrid approached Manon to ask about her plans for the morning. Manon, reflecting on her dual heritage as Crotchen and Iron Teeth, expressed her desire to gather all the witches, regardless of their origin, and lead them to a place they could call home before they were lost in the darkness of the war. They then decided that if the Crotchens couldn't form an army to fight, they would seek another group already trained. Manon decided that her destiny wasn't in Morith, but in the Firian Gap, where she hoped to find Petra Blueblood and the rest of the Iron Teeth who might join her cause. However, as she ventured into the forest, Manon found Dorian talking with the spirit of Caltaine Rompier, who in death seemed to have found peace. She overheard Dorian's plans to infiltrate Morith to retrieve the third word key. Surprised and furious, Manon confronted Dorian, who revealed that he had always intended to go to Morith, but had chosen not to tell her because he knew she wouldn't accept it. Manon warned him of the danger he would face in Morith, reminding him of what had happened to Caltaine under Erawan's torture. But Dorian, with a coldness that made her shiver, insisted he had no other choice if they wanted to win the war. The conversation grew tense, and Manon, feeling betrayed, challenged him to prove he was ready for such a mission. She offered him a test: fly with them to the Firian Gap at dawn and demonstrate his ability to slip past the guards as a spy. Dorian accepted the challenge, but the tension between them was palpable. Before leaving, Dorian told Manon to find somewhere else to sleep that night, making it clear that the trust between them had been broken. Chapter 41. The group reached the sea under the cover of darkness. The first sign of its proximity was the salty scent in the air, followed by the waters beginning to churn around them, and finally, the roar of the waves. Maeve, ever vigilant, had not set her eyes on the cave entrance that led to a bay on Wenland's western coast. No one awaited them as the ship arrived on a sandy beach and then disappeared back into the caves, leaving them no chance to thank the creatures that had tirelessly towed them. Aelin watched the ship until it vanished into the darkness, trying not to focus too much on the clean sand beneath her boots. As the others debated where they had landed, they realized they were close enough to a port, northward, in Wenland territory. Thanks to favorable tides and the gold they had obtained, Rowan and Lorcan managed to secure a ship. The Wenland fleet was heading to the shores of Terrasun, and border restrictions had been lifted due to the war. It was no longer just a tyrant in Adarlan, but a Valb king with an airborne legion, which facilitated the sending of the messages Aelin had prepared. Whether the letter to Edian and Lysandra would reach its destination now depended on the gods, who seemed determined to control her fate. Perhaps they would no longer bother with her if Dorian secured the third key and took her place. The ship they acquired was in poor condition, barely better than ruins, but it seemed solid enough for the weeks-long journey. The captain, in exchange for a fortune, ceded his own cabin to Aelin and Rowan. If the man knew who they were, he did not mention it, and Aelin didn't care. The only thing that mattered was that they were setting sail with the midnight tide. Rowan used his magic to propel them swiftly out to the moonlit sea, far from Maeve and her armies. Aelin remained by the ship's bow while the others retired to their cabins. Rowan, vigilant from the mainmast, searched the horizon for any sign of danger. They had escaped Maeve for the moment, though Aelin knew the Queen would eventually bring her army across the sea to hunt them or assist in Terrasun's fall. Aelin's power stirred within her, but she ignored it, determined to focus on what lay ahead. Everything depended on reaching the continent before Maeve and her forces, or before Erawan caused more destruction. When Rowan descended from the mast and shifted into his human form beside her, Aelin felt the need to train. Though he suggested resting, she insisted that every day of training counted in the fight against Erawan. However, Rowan convinced her that there were more important things to discuss, especially about their relationship. In their cabin, under the dim lantern light, Aelin and Rowan confronted the conversation they had been avoiding. Aelin confessed her fear and confusion about their relationship, and Rowan assured her that, though she would always carry the weight of what Maeve had done to her, he didn't wish to change what they were. They promised to face the challenges ahead together, including the possible sacrifice Aelin might have to make. After months of pain and struggle, Aelin finally allowed herself to be vulnerable and accept Rowan's love. They kissed, and amidst caresses and sincere words, they reaffirmed their bond. Rowan promised her that, no matter what they faced, they would do it together. In the intimacy of that night, they shared not only their love but also the determination to find a way to survive and defeat the enemies that pursued them. Chapter 42. Lorcan had the last watch of the night and, from the bow, watched the sunrise over the distant horizon. He wondered if he would ever see Wenlin, Doranel, or any other part of this land in the east again. Now they sailed westward, with Maeve's immortal army likely close behind, and perhaps they were all doomed to have their sunrises numbered. As the others awoke and came out on deck, they found only water and sun. Fenris, seeing him, bared his teeth, to which Lorcan responded with a mocking smile. Both knew their confrontation would come later. Despite the tension, Lorcan didn't plan to kill the wolf. Although Fenris might try, he wouldn't, not after what the other had endured and accomplished. Aelin appeared on the lower deck, her hair braided and neat, barely glancing at him, though Lorcan knew she was aware of his presence. Aelin, on the other hand, approached him, showing more clarity in her face than in recent days, along with the characteristic arrogance in her stride. She was dressed in training clothes, ready for action, and Lorcan could sense the vibrant energy emanating from her. Rowan, also in training clothes, stayed nearby, watching cautiously. Aelin, crossing her arms, asked Lorcan if he planned to join them in the war. He affirmed, to which Aelin, with seriousness, offered him a single option: make the blood oath to her. If he did, he could move freely through Terrasen. If not, he wouldn't be allowed to set foot in her kingdom or continue traveling with them. Lorcan, surprised, asked what he would gain from this oath, to which Aelin, showing a hint of compassion, replied that the only reward would be the possibility of entering Terrasen. The decision, she told him, was his. Though he hesitated, looking toward Aelin, where he saw a glimmer of hope in her face, he finally agreed. Fenris cursed from the back, knowing this oath would prevent any possible death duel between him and Lorcan. Aelin, with a malicious smile, assured Fenris that he would have to coexist with Lorcan, if only on special occasions like holidays, and only if necessary. Lorcan, somewhat irritated by the situation, knelt and offered his dagger to the queen, accepting the oath. Aelin cut his forearm, and he drank from her blood, feeling a spark of warmth settle within him, a spark of the queen's fierce magic. In the end, Aelin gave him his first and only order, to protect Terrasen and its people. With the oath made, Aelin turned to Aelin, assuring her that she wouldn't offer her the blood oath to maintain the integrity of her vow in the upcoming decision regarding the Terrasen throne. Then, Aelin looked at the group and told them that in the 2 remaining weeks of the journey, they would use the time to train and plan, with the ultimate goal of reaching Terrasen and fighting. Finally, Aelin, full of determination, unsheathed Goldrin and prepared to train with Rowan, while declaring once more her unwavering purpose: to Terrasen. And with that decision, she began her training, preparing for the war that lay ahead. Chapter 43. Dorian began by transforming into something small. First, he changed his eyes to a solid black, like those of the Valg. Then he altered his skin, turning it icy and pale, as if it had never seen sunlight. He kept his hair dark, but thinned his nose and slimmed his lips. He made these changes gradually during the long, silent flight to the Fangs, where he had barely spoken with Manon since the forest clearing. His suicidal mission loomed ahead of him. Manon led the flight with Asterin, leaving the 13 at a safe distance in the mountains. The Fangs loomed before them, an imposing structure, a bastion of Erawan's dark power. Though Dorian camouflaged himself as a weary trainer returning with his wyvern, Nareen, to the Firian Gap, he felt sweat on his hands as they neared the fortress gates. No one questioned him as he passed, and he headed toward the stables, just as Asterin had instructed. Meanwhile, Manon waited in the mountains, watching every movement from a distance. Abraxos, her wyvern, remained tense, his attention fixed on the fortress. The wait was endless, full of uncertainty. When they finally saw Dorian return riding Nareen, his face altered to be nearly unrecognizable. Manon felt relief. Dorian confirmed that the matrons were not in the Firian Gap, only Petra Blueblood and about 300 Ironteeth witches. With the information in hand, Manon decided it was time to act. She headed to the Firian Gap with the 13, knowing that any mistake could be fatal. Upon reaching the Gap's atrium, Manon requested to speak with Petra. The Blueblood leader appeared, and Manon wasted no time in gathering the witches. Her speech was direct and blunt. She spoke of the lie they had been living, of the violence that had dominated their lives for centuries. She revealed her grandmother's plans to rule the wastes as the sole queen, eliminating those who didn't submit to her will. Asterin, showing the scar with the word "dirty" marked on her abdomen, was the living testimony of the brutality they had suffered. Manon offered them a choice: join them in fighting against Moreth and change their fate, or continue down the path of destruction. She spoke of a better world, one where witches, humans, and Fae could live in peace, and urged them to fight for that future. With the decision made, Manon and the 13 left the Firian Gap, knowing that the coming war would be decisive not only for them but for the entire world. Chapter 44. Aelin woke from a dream that felt too real, one where Cairn tortured her again, where her body endured the pain of his knife, and her mind was tormented by the figure of Erawan. His words echoed in her mind, questioning her worth, her destiny, and her sacrifice. Aelin, upon waking, frantically checked her thigh, expecting to see the wounds, the chains, but found nothing. She was in an inn, in a bed, far from the clutches of Maeve and Cairn. But the feeling of oppression persisted. Despite Rowan's soothing words as he tried to calm her, Aelin got up and prepared to train. She couldn't stop. She needed to move, to do something to forget the pain, the fear, and the memories that haunted her. During the training, Aelin fought not only against Rowan, but also against the ghosts of her past. Every sword strike, every move, was driven by the need to stay on her feet, not to fall to the despair that plagued her. Rowan, seeing the intensity in her eyes, stopped her, insisting she rest and eat something. But Aelin, still disturbed by her dreams, resisted, feeling that the war was closer than they imagined, that they couldn't waste time. After an uncomfortable breakfast, where Alide and Gavriel barely managed to endure the tasteless porridge, Aelin returned to the courtyard to continue training. But the weight of all they had lived through loomed over her and her companions. The war surrounded them, and each dealt with their own demons, trying to find strength amidst the uncertainty. Summaries, who had been keeping watch since before dawn, joined Aelin. They shared a tacit understanding of what it meant to be broken inside. Without needing words, they communicated with looks and small gestures, acknowledging each other's pain. As the sun rose on the horizon, Rowan descended from the sky with urgency, shifting into human form just before touching the ground. Without a word, he pointed to the sky and Aelin, with Goldrin in hand, prepared for what was coming, knowing that something big was approaching. Chapter 45. In the fortress of Aniel, Yrene faced a desperate situation as the battle outside raged with unrelenting fury. The tremors shaking the walls were constant, and the cries of the wounded echoed in every corner. Yrene, exhausted and with her magic at its limit, tended to the soldiers and ruck riders arriving gravely injured. The pressure of the war weighed heavily on her, compounded by a secret she carried within, a pregnancy she had yet to reveal to Chaol. Erisha, aware of the situation, urged her to take care of herself, but Yrene, determined to fight to the end, continued her work, knowing that her child's life and the fate of her home depended on the outcome of this battle. Meanwhile, Chaol, from the battlements, led his men with fierce determination. Mounted on a strong and brave horse, he led the defense of the fortress against Moreth's dark forces. Despite the fatigue and pain in his spine, Chaol didn't allow himself to rest, knowing that Yrene and their unborn child depended on his resilience and bravery. The arrival of Moreth's siege towers at the walls signaled a brutal day of fighting, but Chaol, with the cold determination of a leader, prepared his men for the battle ahead. Nesryn, flying over the battlefield with the Rukkin, fought with equal intensity. Each arrow she fired was another attempt to slow the enemy's advance. Alongside Sartak and the other Rukkin, they tried to disrupt Moreth's army, but the Valg resistance was relentless. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when the battle horn sounded in the distance, announcing the arrival of the Khaganate cavalry, led by Hazer, charging with all its force on the enemy's unprotected eastern flank. The clash between the two armies was brutal, but the Valg didn't give up easily. As night fell, Nesryn brought Yrene and Chaol, exhausted and bloodied, to the camp where they would meet with Hazer and Sartak to plan their next move. However, before they could discuss much, someone unexpected entered the tent, leaving Chaol completely stunned. Chapter 46. Peranth rose on the horizon, a city of dark stones nestled between a cobalt-colored lake and a small mountain range that shared its name. Its castle, with towers as tall as those of Orinth, stood imposing at the foot of a mountain. The city walls, demolished by Adarlan's army and never rebuilt, allowed the buildings to spread beyond the Lannis River, now frozen, into the adjacent fields. Edion decided that these fields would be the site of their last stand. With Moreth's army in pursuit, he had managed to hold them at bay for one more day thanks to the nearly exhausted magic of the Whitethorns and their warriors. That day allowed them to rest, gather wood and supplies from abandoned farms, and reorganize their depleted ranks. However, when he sent Nox Owen to the city to recruit reinforcements, he returned only with a few hundred poorly armed and untrained fighters. The provisions and blankets they brought offered little comfort. By noon, Moreth reached them again, a black tide of soldiers stretching to the horizon. Edion, aware that Perantha's fortress wasn't a viable defensive option, had decided to make his last stand on the frozen river. As his men prepared for the inevitable battle, Edion, with the shield inherited from his father Rowan in hand, struck his sword against it, setting a rhythm that his soldiers imitated, covering the sound of the ice cracking under the enemy's feet. When Moreth's army advanced across the ice, Endymion and Selene, the only Fae with a sliver of magic, used their power to shatter the ice, drowning thousands of enemy soldiers in the icy waters. But the Valk princes weren't deterred, sending more troops to cross the river, indifferent to the cries of their drowning comrades. When Moreth's forces finally reached the shore, Edion charged at them with a roar, leading his men into a desperate battle. Lysandra, in wyvern form, attacked the Ilken with ferocity, but soon realized they were already aware of her presence and ambushed her. After a fierce struggle, she returned to Terrason's ranks, transforming into a snow leopard to continue the fight on land. Despite her efforts, the Ilken and Moreth soldiers began to break through the lines, and some of Terrason's soldiers started to flee. Chaos took hold of the battlefield as Moreth broke through the center of Terrason's ranks. With the battle nearly lost, Lysandra knew what she had to do. She looked at the advancing Ilken, preparing for her next move, knowing that the fight was far from over. Chapter 47. Edion had imagined they would die fighting together until the end, but the reality was much more disheartening. The soldiers, terrified, fled in disarray, pushing each other as Moreth pursued them. The retreat was chaotic and dishonorable, a shadow of what it should be for a Terrason army. However, Edion stood firm, determined to fight to his last breath. Amid the chaos, a shout echoed through the crumbling ranks. The Queen has arrived. The Queen is in the front lines. The news quickly spread among the soldiers, who began to halt their flight. Edion, his heart in his throat, understood they were referring to Lysandra, who had taken on Aelin's form to inspire the men. However, panic gripped him when he realized she was alone, facing two Ilken. Desperate, Edion ran toward the right flank, where Lysandra, in Aelin's form, fought with shield and sword against the Ilken's claws and fangs. He shouted, willing to bargain his life if necessary, but he was too far away. One of the Ilken reached her, slashing her thigh with its poisoned claws, and Lysandra fell to the ground. Despite the pain, she rose, facing the Ilken with a bravery that could only come from the desire to save Terrason. The battlefield descended into even greater chaos as the soldiers, inspired by the queen they believed to be Aelin, began to regroup. Edion, full of regret for all the times he had doubted Lysandra, fought his way to her with all his might. At the last moment, he threw Orintha's sword, piercing the skull of the Ilken that was about to kill her. Though wounded, Lysandra was still alive. With her in his arms, Edion tried to carry her to safety, but something terrifying appeared on the horizon, a siege tower of the Iron Teeth Witches. It wasn't just any tower, but a weapon built with wordstone, designed to channel and amplify the witch's power. Edion, aware of the danger, shouted an order to retreat, but he knew there was nowhere to hide in the open field. As the witches activated the tower, unleashing a dark power known as the Bending, Edion threw himself over Lysandra, trying to protect her. The explosion of black light swept away everything in its path. When the storm of power subsided, Edion found himself surrounded by ashes and metal, the place where moments before 4,000 soldiers had stood. Chapter 48. The Khagan's forces had managed to halt Moreth's advance, a respite amid the desperation. Though not a definitive victory, it had been enough to ease Cale's limp as he entered Princess Hazer's luxurious war tent. Outside, Sartak's solda fluttered in the wind, alongside the Khagan's ebony solda, a symbol of sacred war and commitment. Cale, leaning on his cane, felt the weight of the battle in every step, his body tired and aching from days of fighting. Yrene, by his side, was also exhausted, her dress stained with blood. Inside the tent, Hazer joked about Cale's golden chair, a piece of furniture that represented his recovery and the beginning of his life with Yrene. Sartak, in a serious tone, revealed that he had been on the verge of opening the dam and flooding the plain to stop Moreth, a desperate act that could have destroyed both the city and his own army. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary, thanks to Hazer's timely arrival. Suddenly, one of the Dargan captains announced the arrival of visitors. Chaol could barely contain his surprise when he saw Aelin Galathynius, Rowan Whitethorn, and several others enter. Aelin, covered in mud and with her hair braided, looked more mature and weary than the last time Chaol had seen her. He rose from his chair to greet her, and she, with tears in her eyes, hugged him, emotional to see him standing. After hugging Chaol, Aelin found herself face to face with Yrene. The two women shared a moment of recognition and gratitude. Yrene handed Aelin the note she had kept for years, a constant reminder of the bravery that had inspired her. Aelin, moved, accepted the note and thanked Yrene for not wasting the life she had bought her. Chaol introduced Yrene as his wife, Yrene Westfall, which brought a joyous laugh from Aelin. Then, he introduced Rowan, her mate and husband, and the rest of their group, Gavriel, Edion's father, Lorcan, once Maeve's most loyal and now a sworn member of her court, Fenrys, the rogue warrior, and Alide Lochan, the Lady of Peranth. Each had their own story of loyalty and sacrifice, and all had sworn to protect Aelin. The meeting concluded when Aelin, with her characteristic commanding air, approached the map in the center of the tent, ready to discuss the plans for the next battle. The war was far from over, but with allies by her side, the Queen of Terrasen was prepared to face any challenge. Chapter 49. Rowan was discussing the ship's plans when a ruck appeared, almost colliding due to the thick fog. The rider, a scout from the Southern Army, reported on the Coggan's movements toward Aniel. Aelin decided that they would help secure Aniel before leading the army to Terrasen, even if it meant delaying their return home. In the royal tent, Aelin was impressed by the number of soldiers from the Khaganate. As they toured the camp, she admired the Dargan cavalry and the mighty rucks. Princess Hazer, shrewd and direct, commented that Aelin was already in the process of convincing them to go to Terrasen. Sartak, newly crowned heir to the Coggan, suggested they first secure Aniel before making any decisions. Alide asked if they had plans to go to Terrasen, which led Sartak to explain that while they planned to march north, other places like Aniel also needed liberation. Rowan emphasized that Terrasen needed help, but Hazer pointed out that Terrasen hadn't asked for it. Chaol intervened, suggesting they focus on winning the battle before deciding the next step. Hazer threw a challenge at Aelin, implying that she would have to impress them to win their support. As the conversation continued, Borte, a young scout, and Falcon, a young man who turned out to be a shapeshifter, entered the tent. Falcon recognized Aelin from their encounter in the Red Desert years ago, and though he hadn't recognized her at first, he soon remembered the spider silk she had given him. The revelation that Falcon was Lysandra's uncle surprised Aelin. Fenrys, one of the Fey warriors, shifted into a white wolf, which astonished Borte and confirmed that they were true Fey. Falcon knelt before Aelin, finally recognizing her status as queen. Aelin, surprised by the turn of events, suggested that Falcon join her group. However, the conversation took a dark turn when Nesrin revealed that the Stygian spiders, like the Karanki they had encountered in the Daggle Fens, were actually Valg. These creatures, which fed on dreams and youth, didn't answer to Erawan but to the one Valg queen, Maeve. Chapter 50. Rowan felt a cold emptiness as Nesrin's words sank in. Maeve, the queen they had served, was actually a Valg queen, a truth that had remained hidden while she manipulated everyone around her. The impact was devastating, especially for Aelin, who sank into an abyss of painful memories. Nesrin's revelations about Maeve's origins, her marriage to Orcus, one of the Valg kings, and how she managed to deceive everyone, including Brannon, hit like blow after blow. The idea that Maeve had corrupted so many that even now she remained hidden for fear of being discovered by the Valg filled Aelin with terror. She felt trapped in an abyss, as if Maeve had succeeded in tearing something essential from her, something she couldn't recover. Rowan, with trembling hands, tried to console Aelin. The sight of his mate so broken and lost was tearing him apart. She confessed that she felt like she had lost part of herself, that she could never be the same again. The darkness surrounding her was so deep that she feared she couldn't escape it. Rowan, however, reminded her of her strength, her unyielding spirit, and the need to keep fighting, to resist, even when everything seemed lost. Aelin, overwhelmed by the thought of facing not only Erawan but also Maeve and possibly other Valg kings, felt crushed. She couldn't help but think they had lost before even beginning the real battle. Rowan, however, urged her to keep going, to remember who she was and what she was fighting to protect. Later, as the camp prepared for battle, Aelin sought out Fenris. She found in him a companion as devastated as she was. Sitting together, they shared a silence heavy with pain, with shared experiences under Maeve's cruelty. Fenris spoke of the healers who, despite being under Maeve's control, had tried to help Aelin in every way possible, buying her precious minutes by prolonging her unconsciousness. Aelin, feeling helpless and broken, found some comfort in these words. Meanwhile, Gavriel and Rowan discussed the nature of their loyalty to Maeve and what it meant now, knowing who she really was. Though the past couldn't be changed, they had to face the reality of what was to come. Gavriel, anxious about his son Edion, feared each day that passed without news from Terrasen. Rowan, understanding the weight of that concern, knew they had to convince the Khaganate to march to Terrasen after the battle. If they could crush Morith's army and persuade the Khaganate to join their cause, they might have a chance to fight for Terrasen and perhaps reunite with Edion for Yilmaz. The night before the battle closed with uncertainty and faint hope. Rowan, determined to protect Aelin and her people, knew they had to fight with everything they had, no matter what they faced. Chapter 51. Lorcan watched silently as the Ruks prepared to take flight, oblivious to the majesty of the enormous birds and the imminent battle against Morith's dark army. His mind was trapped in recent revelations about Maeve, and the betrayal and deception mingled with a sense of disorientation. He had dedicated 500 years of his life to serving Maeve, believing in her immortality and coldness, unaware that she was, in fact, a Valg queen. As he reflected, Lorcan felt the cold wind from the distant lake pierce through him, almost as if it were punishment. Alide, his traveling companion and confidant, interrupted his thoughts, informing him that the Ruks were ready to depart. However, her face, though serious, did not show the fear or compassion he had expected. Lorcan attempted to apologize, seeking absolution for his mistakes, but Alide, with a coldness that disarmed him, confronted him. She didn't need or want his apologies. What truly tormented her was how they had both been capable of loving a monster. The conversation between them turned tense, filled with recriminations and painful truths. In the end, Alide walked away, leaving Lorcan with the weight of her words, his regret, and a sense of desolation. Later, as Alide headed towards the Ruks, Gavriel approached her, reprimanding her harshness with Lorcan. He reminded her that the blood oath Lorcan had sworn to Aelin was not out of loyalty to her, but out of love for Alide. Despite everything, Alide knew Gavriel was right, but the bitterness and the need to protect herself kept her distant. However, deep down, guilt and doubt gnawed at her. As the Ruks took flight, Nesrin and Borte remained in the camp, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Borte, fascinated by the idea of fighting alongside the Fae, joked with Yeren, her betrothed, while Nesrin tried to hide her smile. The light conversation between them contrasted with the tension and uncertainty surrounding them. Sartak, the prince and heir of the Khaganate, joined Nesrin, sharing a brief but intimate moment with her, reminding them both how urgent and precious time became in times of war. The night before the battle was filled with conflicting emotions: love, guilt, regret, and the desperate need to cling to life and love amid the darkness. Chapter 52. Manon and her 13 returned to the Crochan camp, feeling a growing unease with each step that brought her closer to Glennis's fire. The strip of red fabric in her braid weighed on her as a reminder of the burden she carried. As she walked, Bronwyn approached to walk beside her, frankly asking what had happened in her encounter with the Iron Teeth. Manon responded cautiously, admitting that she wasn't sure of the outcome. The 13, always alert, watched in silence. When they reached Glennis's hearth, the elder was stoking the sacred fire that burned without need of wood, a legacy of Brannon and a symbol of Terrasen. Manon sat beside her, wondering aloud if the Iron Teeth were capable of change, if Rhiannon had believed in that possibility. Glennis, with a look that reflected sadness and wisdom, spoke of Rhiannon, describing her as a passionate figure who had fervently believed in the possibility of a united Witch Kingdom. Manon, burdened with the knowledge that her half-sister had died for that dream, now felt like a bridge between two warring worlds. Asterin, ever the optimist, tried to encourage Manon, assuring her that the Iron Teeth would change, but Sorrel, more pragmatic, did not share that confidence. Manon, however, did not respond, lost in her own thoughts as she ate in silence alongside her companions. Meanwhile, Dorian remained apart, answering the questions of curious Crochans about what had happened in the Firian Gap. But his mind was occupied with other thoughts, reflecting on what he had seen, what his father and Erawan had created, and the kind of kingdom he had inherited. With the word keys whispering in his mind, Dorian distanced himself from the group and walked towards a cliff from where he looked southeast, towards Moreth. With silent determination, Dorian began experimenting with his power, remembering how he had transformed into a raven in the Islewy forest. He knew he would have to learn to fly, to control that power in preparation for what was to come. Opening his beak, he let out a hoarse caw as he spread his black wings, beginning his practice for the flight that would take him to the heart of darkness. Chapter 53. Lysandra woke in a tent, feeling intense pain burning her thigh. Beside her, Edian, visibly exhausted and despondent, watched her with concern. He explained that they had given up Peranth and had been fleeing for 2 days, heading towards Orinth with the hope of reaching it in 3 days. The storm to the south had slowed Moreth, giving them a slight advantage, but the situation remained grim. As Lysandra struggled to process the situation, she noticed that she had reverted to her original form during the healing. This meant that everyone now knew that Aelin was not with them, but had been an illusion created by her. Edian tried to console her, but the gravity of the situation and the revealed deception made her feel humiliated and ashamed. Although Edian apologized deeply, Lysandra couldn't forgive him for having treated her so cruelly. Edian, burdened with guilt and remorse, returned to his tent, but found no solace. Instead, he was confronted by Darrow, who informed him that due to his acts of rebellion and the loss of Peranth, his rank of general and the sword of Orinth would be taken from him. Edian, already overwhelmed by the situation, surrendered the sword without resistance, feeling that he no longer deserved to bear it. As the army continued its retreat under the snow, news spread that Edian had lost his title, plunging the soldiers into even greater despair. Many of them, exhausted and hungry, faced the harsh reality that they would likely not survive to see their families again. Despite everything, the soldier remained determined to fulfill his oath to protect Terrasen, though his faith began to crumble. The following days were marked by a constant flight northward, with the threat of Moreth drawing ever closer. When they reached the Florine River, they discovered that Moreth scouts had destroyed the bridge and that the river was not frozen. With Moreth rapidly approaching, Terrasen's army found themselves trapped, with no clear options for escape. Chapter 54. Kale tried to calm Farasha, his nervous mare, after the flight that had brought her to Aniel's fortress. Yrene, concerned for her husband's well-being, watched as he tried to soothe the horse. When Kale mentioned his intention to take care of her, Yrene unexpectedly revealed that she was pregnant, something Kale had begun to suspect. The news filled Kale with joy, and he promised himself to protect his family and build a future together, even in the midst of war. Meanwhile, Kale's father, furious at not having been informed of Aelin's arrival, burst into the room where the queen and her court were resting. The encounter between Aelin and the Lord of Aniel was tense. Aelin did not tolerate the man's provocations and made it clear that she had no intention of interfering with his authority, but that she also would not allow him to interfere in her affairs. With a mix of sarcasm and firmness, Aelin bid him farewell, making it clear that she would not be intimidated. In the privacy of the room, Aelin and Rowan shared a moment of tranquility, worried about the upcoming battle. Aelin, aware of the fear the soldiers felt and the brutality they would face the next day, tried to remain calm and focus on the present. The doubts about her destiny and the title of Fae Queen of the West that had been bestowed upon her weighed on her mind, but she forced herself to maintain composure. During the night, Aelin was assaulted by a disturbing dream in which she found herself trapped in a wordstone coffin, suffocating and desperate. Upon waking, though relieved to be in the safety of the fortress, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched and manipulated by the gods, aware that her destiny was marked by an inevitable sacrifice. Aelin curled up next to Rowan, seeking comfort in his presence, determined not to let despair overcome her. Chapter 55. Dorian practiced his shape-shifting abilities, exploring a female body to prepare for what awaited him. Although the experience was disconcerting, he took advantage of every moment to adapt to his new form and understand how it worked. Meanwhile, Manon, with her characteristic sharp sense, noticed Dorian in his new appearance. The encounter between them was tense, with Manon perplexed by Dorian's choice and him challenging her about her own fears and feelings. Dorian insinuated that Manon didn't know how to ask him to stay with her, which unleashed a mix of anger and vulnerability in the witch, who eventually decided to walk away, leaving Dorian's words resonating in her mind. Manon continued to walk through the camp, reflecting on what Dorian had said to her. The preparation for departure was underway, but the atmosphere among the Crotchens and the 13 was somber. The Crotchens, disappointed, seemed resigned to the fact that Manon and the 13 were leaving, which she accepted with some bitterness. Although she had tried to win over the Crotchens, Manon realized that she hadn't truly done so, always remaining defensive and not showing her vulnerability. As she sat by Glennis's hearth, the elder witch approached to bid her farewell, offering words of well-wishing. However, before Manon could respond, Glennis sensed something in the air. With an urgent warning, she instructed Manon to run, just as 3 wyverns emerged from the clouds. Manon immediately recognized the riders, the matrons of the Iron Teeth clans. They had come to settle scores, and Manon, with Windcleaver in hand, prepared for the confrontation she knew she couldn't avoid. Chapter 56. Manon braced herself to face the 3 high witches who had arrived at her camp. Despite the unease of the Crotchens and the palpable tension, the high witches, led by Manon's grandmother, showed no signs of weakness. Manon's grandmother, mocking the Crotchens, made it clear that they had come to finish what Manon had started, a betrayal that, according to them, must be punished. Manon did not flinch at her grandmother's provocations, and when the Yellowlegs matron challenged her, Manon launched into the fight with renewed ferocity. The battle was brutal, with Manon facing all 3 matrons at once. However, Manon's cunning and strength outmatched the high witches. With a calculated move, Manon managed to decapitate the Yellowlegs matron, taking the crown of stars that symbolized leadership among the Crotchens. This act marked a turning point. The other two matrons, disoriented by their companion's death, were paralyzed by terror. Manon, with the crown of stars gleaming on her head, allowed the surviving matrons to retreat, solidifying her authority as the true queen of the witches. Finally, when it was all over, Manon, surrounded by the Crotchens and the 13, handed the crown to Glennis, the elder witch. However, Glennis returned it to her, recognizing Manon as the legitimate queen of the witches. Manon accepted the title as the Crotchens, and the 13 knelt in an act of loyalty and respect, uniting the two clans under her leadership. Chapter 57. Before dawn, the fortress and the two armies prepared for the imminent battle. Rowan, having barely slept, remained vigilant beside Aelin, but his mind could not stop worrying. He knew that Aelin, with her immense power, could destroy Moreth's armies in an instant, but she had not mentioned that option in her plans. Rowan's anxiety grew as he remembered that Aelin had not used her fire since her liberation, and he did not dare ask her why. Summaries, aware of Rowan's concern, revealed to him that Aelin had been burned by Cairn, and that the proclamation marks Rowan had left on her skin were the only ones that had lasted until they disappeared, along with her hope that he would rescue her. This revelation left Rowan devastated, but also determined to wait patiently until Aelin was ready to open up to him. As the battle approached, Aelin, Rowan, Fenris, and Allied descended to the deepest levels of the fortress, where they discovered a chamber filled with ancient armor and weapons. There, Aelin found golden armor that shone like the dawn and a battle crown. While the others prepared for the battle, Aelin took a moment for herself, aware that this battle would be crucial in inspiring the soldiers and demonstrating her power to the Khaganate. When the battle began, the Khaganate army advanced against Moreth. Rowan, Fenris, Lorcan, and Gavriel took positions on the battlements, ready to face the first wave of enemy soldiers. Just as Moreth's siege tower reached the walls, Aelin appeared, resplendent in her golden armor. With incomparable strength and skill, Aelin launched into combat, facing Moreth's soldiers with a ferocity that left everyone in awe. Aelin's presence on the battlefield inspired the soldiers, who began chanting her name and fighting with renewed vigor. As the battle intensified, Aelin, Rowan, and their allies demonstrated their determination and power, crushing the Moreth soldiers who dared to face them. Amid the chaos, Aelin proved that she didn't need her fire to be an unstoppable force, and with each movement of her sword, she reminded everyone that she was the queen, ready to face any challenge that came her way. Chapter 58. Allied found herself in the great hall of the fortress, surrounded by chaos and despair. The wounded soldiers kept pouring in, with injuries so severe that she couldn't understand how the healers, led by Yireen Westfall, managed to remain calm as they worked. Despite having no magic, Allied kept busy helping wherever she could, holding men writhing in pain, running to fetch supplies, and trying to suppress the nausea at the sight of torn bodies. Each tremor of the fortress filled her with terror that she struggled to suppress, focusing on her task, aware that every passing second was a battle for life. Meanwhile, Kael Westfall fought on the battlements with tireless ferocity. Mounted on his mare, Farasha, he faced the Moreth soldiers who were swarming the fortress. The determination in his heart was unbreakable, especially with the thought that his wife, Yireen, was in the fortress, fighting her own battle. The Moreth soldiers showed no signs of giving up, but Kael continued fighting, knowing that every swing of his sword was another step towards survival. On the battlefield, Nesryn faced her own struggle. The Rukn, though powerful, were beginning to run out of arrows, and the fight intensified. Nesryn led the left flank, always keeping an eye on Sartaq, who commanded the center. The situation changed drastically when Nesrin and Sartaq discovered a group of Morith soldiers attempting to break the dam in the mountains, threatening to release the lake and river that could flood the plain, sweeping away everything in its path, including both armies. Sartaq and Nesrin launched into a desperate flight to stop the soldiers, destroying their battering ram and saving the dam just in time. Elsewhere in the battle, Lorcan and Gavriel fought in the first siege tower. They held back the tide of Morith soldiers trying to invade the fortress, keeping them at bay long enough for the Khaganate forces to take control. However, Lorcan, driven by his warrior nature and a desire to feel every blow, let down his defenses, allowing a Morith soldier to wound him gravely. With his flesh torn and his body weakened, Lorcan fell to the ground, facing the possibility of his own death as the battle raged around him. Chapter 59. The Khaganate army showed no mercy to the Morith soldiers. While some tried to flee towards the city, the Ruks hunted them down without hesitation. Rowan, standing beside Aelin on the blood-soaked battlements, watched as the chaos of the battle gave way to an exhaustion that enveloped everything. Around them, the healers hurried to tend to the wounded, and the sun began to set, casting a red hue over the scene. As Aelin drank from the flask Rowan offered her, Princess Hazer assessed her army's losses. Though the Khaganate army had suffered minimal casualties, Aniel's soldiers hadn't been as fortunate. The fortress, though secure, could not protect everyone if things worsened. And they would. The urgent flight of Sartaq and Nesrin's Ruks, Katara and Saki, brought bad news. A group of Morith soldiers had seriously damaged the nearby dam. Although Sartaq and Nesrin had done their best to stop them, the damage was enough for the dam to break at any moment, releasing a torrent of water capable of sweeping away everything in its path. Faced with this new threat, the group was forced to make quick decisions. Rowan, Aelin, and the rest discussed their options, aware that the Khaganate army was in grave danger. Orders were given to evacuate everyone on the plain, using the Ruks to transport as many as possible and instructing the others to run towards the forest or the fortress. But the certainty that many would not survive filled them with despair. Meanwhile, Aelin, who had been helping in the Great Hall, went out in search of answers. Upon learning about the dam's situation, her concern turned to terror when she realized no one knew where Lorcan was. Desperate, she tried to find him, but her efforts were in vain. In the end, she decided to take control of Kale's mare, Farasha, and rode towards the battlefield, determined to find Lorcan before it was too late. Chapter 60. Rowan knew that his magic would only delay the inevitable. Although he considered flying to the dam to try to contain the damage, the river's force was too powerful. Meanwhile, soldiers and healers ran towards the fortress, and the Ruks tried to evacuate as many as they could. But time was running out, and Rowan couldn't stop wondering if Lorcan was among those fleeing, or if he had managed to get on a Ruk. As the group discussed their options, Hazer pointed towards the battlefield, where Aelin, riding Kale's horse, Farasha, galloped desperately in search of Lorcan. Rowan and the others watched with concern as Aelin ventured into the plain filled with bodies, ignoring Hazer's warnings that if they went down to find her, they would die. On Farasha's back, Aelin screamed Lorcan's name over and over, her voice almost lost in the wind and the screams of fleeing soldiers. Desperate to find him before the dam broke, she rode tirelessly, her determination growing with every step Farasha took. Finally, on the verge of collapse, Aelin saw a bronzed hand rising from a pile of fallen bodies. With a sob of relief, she ran towards Lorcan, who, gravely wounded, could barely move. Aelin, with titanic effort, managed to lift Lorcan and help him mount Farasha. Though the pain tore at her, both in her injured ankle and from seeing Lorcan's terrible condition. She didn't allow herself to stop. She climbed into the saddle with Lorcan's help, and with him clinging to her back, she urged Farasha towards the fortress. The journey back was long. The dam threatened to break at any moment, and the fortress seemed too far away. But Aelin, with a heart full of determination and desperation, commanded Farasha to run faster than the wind, silently praying for the fortress gates to remain open. Chapter 61. Lorcan was engulfed in indescribable torment. Every step Farasha took, every leap over bodies and debris on the battlefield, intensified his pain. He could barely stay conscious, clinging to Aelin, who had risked everything to find him amid the chaos. Even when death had embraced him, Aelin had rescued him, giving him a renewed sense of purpose. But as they rode toward the fortress, Lorcan knew his weight could slow their progress, and on the brink of collapse, he asked Aelin to let him fall. However, Aelin refused. Her love and determination were unwavering. Despite the tears streaming down her face, she did not allow Lorcan to give up. With a fierce cry, she ordered Farasha to run faster, demanding that the horse fly toward the safety of the fortress. When the dam broke, unleashing an immense wall of water, Rowan knew that the army was about to be swept away. From the battlements, he and the others watched helplessly as the wave advanced, but something unexpected happened. Aelin, riding Borte's ruck, descended toward the plain. At the crucial moment, Aelin released the power she had been accumulating for months. Her fire clashed with the wave of water in an explosion of energy that Rowan and the others could barely withstand. The battle between water and fire was titanic. Aelin channeled her power, holding the wave at bay and ultimately overcoming the imminent destruction. The fire, blue and then golden, gradually disintegrated the wave until nothing remained but steam and calm. Aelin, exhausted, collapsed to her knees, and Rowan, in his hawk form, scooped her up to carry her to safety. The battlefield fell silent, a witness to the immense sacrifice and power that Aelin had unleashed to save them all. Chapter 62. The Crotchens and the 13 did not disperse after their confrontation. They flew together southwest, toward the edges of the Fangs, seeking refuge in a new camp, far from the imminent danger. Though they had escaped the battle, uncertainty about their future was palpable. As the Crotchen witches rested after the long flight, Dorian pondered what lay ahead. That night, after an exhausting day of travel, the camp fell silent. Dorian, curled up in his sleeping bag, tried to drift off to sleep when a familiar chill crept into his tent. He knew who it was before he opened his eyes. Manon sat beside him, staring into the darkness, the crown of stars still gleaming on her brow. Dorian remarked on the crown, noting that she didn't need to wear it all the time. Manon, in her direct manner, steered the conversation toward deeper topics, reflecting on the satisfaction she had expected to feel seeing her grandmother flee. Dorian, responding to her question, compared his own emotions when he killed his father, admitting that he felt hatred and rage. In a moment of vulnerability, Manon apologized for how she had reacted to Dorian's plans to go to Morath. Her apology surprised Dorian, who accepted it sincerely. Then, Manon revealed her fear. She knew Dorian planned to leave the next day and asked if he was afraid of going alone. Dorian admitted that he was, but that his mission was more important than fear. Showing newfound strength, Manon asked if he would stay if she asked him to form an alliance, not just between their peoples, but between the two of them. Dorian, though tempted, knew that Manon did not truly wish to be tied down in that way. However, she argued that with the Darlin's strength by her side, the Crotchens might join the war. The tension between them grew, and what began as a conversation turned into an intimate encounter. As their bodies came together, Dorian wrestled with the desire to stay and his need to face Moreth. Finally, Manon fell asleep in Dorian's arms, but she awoke at dawn to find the bed cold and Dorian gone. She knew he had left for Moreth, taking the 2 word keys with him, leaving behind the unspoken promise of his return. Chapter 63. Edian and Killian kept their troops in line as they marched toward the banks of the Florine River, aware that the sound of Moreth's bone drums was growing louder. Edian, bearing the weight of his armor and the absence of his former sword, approached Rowan and asked for one last favor, to send messengers to all corners, pleading for help for Terrasen. Though he knew the chances of receiving help were slim, it was all they had left. Rowan agreed to the task, though both knew that, like 10 years ago, help might not come. With a mix of resignation and determination, Edian prepared for what seemed to be their final moments. The ranks of soldiers formed, bracing for the oncoming wave of Moreth. Amid the wait, Edian noticed Lysandra, in her snow leopard form, nearby. Her desolate eyes met his, and Edian wished death would take him first, so he wouldn't have to witness her fall. As the drums grew closer, Moreth's arrows began to fly, followed by the decapitated heads of Ansel of Briarcliff soldiers. Terror gripped Terrasen's troops as they realized the reinforcements they had hoped for had been annihilated. But just as all seemed lost, fire roared from the left flank, causing confusion in Moreth's ranks. Edian, hopeful that it was Aelin, realized that the source of the fire was not his queen but Rolf's fleet. The Mycenaean, led by the pirate lord, had arrived in ships, armed with fire lances that spewed flames over Moreth's soldiers, forcing them to retreat. Moreth's retreat was frantic, and Edian wasted no time ordering his troops to board the rowboats toward Rolf's ships. Chaos reigned as the soldiers hurried to board, leaving the dead behind in the snow. Edian was one of the last to board, ensuring no one was left behind. When he finally climbed aboard, he was met by Rolf, who explained that he had been sent by Ravi and Sol of Surya, concerned for the fate of Terrasen's army. Lysandra, after helping coordinate the retreat, transformed back into her human form and thanked Rolf for the rescue. However, Rolf made it clear that he didn't have enough fire lances to withstand a prolonged siege. The hope of reaching Orinth and finding refuge behind its walls was all they had left. As the ships pulled away from the shore, Ansel of Briarcliff knelt on the deck, mourning the heads of her soldiers. Silently, Lysandra approached her, offering comfort. Edian, though grateful for the rescue, knew that fire lances would not be enough against Moreth's witch towers, and the next battle in Orinth would be even more desperate. Chapter 64. Hours after the terrible battle, Yrene still trembled, still shocked by the disaster they had barely escaped, and by the overwhelming power Aelin Galathynius had unleashed to save them. Despite her exhaustion, Yrene dedicated herself to healing the wounded in the Great Hall, her mind still reeling from the destruction the wave had caused in Aniel and the luck that had protected them. As she knelt beside a ruck rider, Yrene let her healing magic flow over the woman's open wounds. Despite the weariness she felt, Yrene kept working, aware that her own strength was rapidly depleting. She had checked on Aelin and Rowan after the battle, finding the queen exhausted but unharmed and the prince in a state close to collapse from overusing his magic. She had then devoted her efforts to Lorcan, whose injuries had required Hafiz's assistance to heal. Suddenly, a horn sounded in the distance, announcing the arrival of the rest of the Khagan's army, led by Prince Kashin. Yrene and the others in the fortress sighed in relief, aware that they had been saved by pure luck, but also concerned about what awaited them in the north, at Orinth's walls. Later, Lorcan awoke in a small room lit by a single candle, finding Fenris sitting beside him. The Fey warrior, with his usual humor, informed him that he had been asleep for an entire day and that he had been tasked with keeping watch over him. Lorcan, however, had only one concern: Aelin. Upon learning that she was helping the healers, Lorcan drifted back into a deep sleep, reassured that she was safe. When he woke again, he found Aelin asleep at the foot of his bed. As he touched her cold fingers, she awoke, and after an exchange of sincere words, Lorcan confessed his love for her once again, without reservation. Aelin, responding to his feelings, kissed him gently, promising to be there when he woke. As exhaustion began to overtake him once more, Lorcan urged her to return to the Great Hall to help the others, but with the promise that she would return to his side. Aelin, moved by his words and gestures, agreed, leaving the room with a sense of renewed hope and love. For the first time in a long time, Lorcan allowed himself to smile, knowing she would come back. Chapter 65. Dorian had left for Morith, flying in the form of a small, discreet bird, to avoid being noticed even by the 13. Manon, feeling the absence of the king, remained on the edge of the lookout, gazing toward the eastern horizon. Asterin, approaching her side, confirmed what Manon already knew: Dorian was gone. She had offered everything to Dorian, even an alliance that could have changed the course of the war, but he had chosen to follow his solitary path to Morith, not binding her to him or his decisions. The dawn brought with it unexpected news. A Crotchan scout arrived at the camp with an urgent message. Terrasun was asking for help. Morith had defeated its forces at the border and at Peranth and was now advancing toward Orinth, threatening to sack the city in less than a week. The elder Glennis, leader of the Crotchans, challenged Manon to decide their next move. With the expectant gaze of her people upon her, Manon declared that she would answer Terrasun's call, and the 13, along with the leaders of the 7 great Crotchan households, joined her. Glennis, recalling Rhiannon Crotchan's ancient alliance with King Brannon, urged Manon to light the war flame and rally their forces. With a birch branch lit in the war flame, Manon began an ancient and sacred ritual. House by house, clan by clan, the Crotchans accepted the call to war. The lit torches were passed from home to home, with each leader proclaiming their loyalty to the queen and promising to fly with her to Terrasun. The young scout who had brought the news was the first to carry the lit torch to other clans, soaring through the skies on her broom to ignite the flame of war in the hearts of all Crotchans. From the snow-covered mountains to the deepest forests, the war flame advanced without stopping, protecting their people from the dangers that loomed. In every village the scout visited, witches who had hidden for years revealed their true identity. With ancient swords and brooms that had been stored away for centuries, the Crotchans answered their queen's call, flying north with red cloaks billowing in the wind. The rumor spread quickly. The witches had been among them all along, and now they were going to war. Thus, a rising wave of witches surged forward, advancing through the storm and darkness, all united by a common purpose: to follow their queen into the final battle for Terrasun. Chapter 66. Aelin awoke to the smell of pine and snow, knowing that although she wasn't in Terrasun, she was home because Rowan was beside her. As she lay next to him, her mind began to piece together fragments of information. 3 days had passed since the battle, and Prince Cashin, leading the Coggan's army, had arrived. The relief of waking up without nightmares mixed with the need to face what had happened. Though it wasn't the time for it, she allowed herself to enjoy the moment, the tranquility of being with Rowan, the feeling of being clear-headed and renewed. However, the mention of Cashin's army's arrival pulled her out of her reverie. Rowan, sensing that she was awake, looked at her, and they shared a smile filled with complicity. They talked about the letter Aelin had sent from Wenlin, attempting to incite a revolt in Doranel by revealing Maeve's dark plans. Though they weren't sure if the letter would have an effect, the plan, as always with Aelin, was risky. After a moment of intimacy, Aelin decided to get up. She needed to prepare for what lay ahead, for the battle that still awaited them in Terrasen. As they walked through the halls, Rowan joked about the fame that preceded them, though Aelin made it clear that she still had a few rumors she wanted to spread about him. During a meeting in the fortress, Aelin and Rowan joined other leaders, including Fenrys, Gavriel, Chaol, and Prince Cashin, to discuss the current situation. It was decided that they would march north to Terrasen, where Morith's forces were concentrating. Chaol's father showed his displeasure, but Aelin, with her usual determination, ignored him, focusing on the important matter, the strategy to reach Terrasen and the need to cross the Firian Gap. Aelin also took an interest in the task Yrene was undertaking on the battlefield, healing soldiers possessed by Valb demons. Watching Yrene in action, Aelin was impressed by the healer's bravery and skill, who with her magic managed to expel the demon from a soldier. It was a reminder of the value of their allies and the importance of magic in the war they were still waging. At the end of the chapter, Aelin realized that time was running out and the final battle was rapidly approaching. Though her thoughts were filled with darkness and doubts, she clung to the hope that, with her friends and allies by her side, they could face whatever came and emerge victorious. Chapter 67. Rowan followed Aelin as she crossed the battlefield to the shores of the Silver Lake. Along the way, she occasionally stopped to pick up the few enemy weapons that were worth keeping. Meanwhile, the others had scattered. Gavriel stayed with Yrene to learn how to heal the Valg. Fenrys and Chaol met with the emissaries of the Wild Men, and the Coggan's children went to see their troops. They knew that in 2 days, if the weather permitted, they would begin their march north. Upon reaching the rocky shore of the lake, Aelin gazed at the desolate landscape, with debris scattered everywhere. With one hand on Goldrun's hilt, she felt the flame dancing beneath her fingers. At that moment, she shared with Rowan her concern about the soldiers infected by the Valg and reflected on the possibility that Yrene could even heal Erawan and Maeve. However, the idea of risking Yrene's life and her baby tormented her, questioning whether it was really worth endangering their most powerful healer. Although Aelin struggled to justify Yrene's safety, she couldn't help but feel the weight of her responsibility in the battle to come. Rowan tried to comfort her, reminding her that Yrene represented hope for all of them, a chance to avoid forging the lock and facing the gods. However, Aelin, burdened with doubts, asked if he would let her face such a dangerous enemy if she were pregnant. Rowan, unable to bear the thought, responded that he wouldn't allow it, even if the entire world depended on it. Together, they prepared for what was to come, sharing the weight of their decisions. Later, Aelin searched through the wordmark books brought by Chaol and Yrene, hoping to find a way to avoid forging the lock. Accompanied by Rowan and Borte, they tried to decipher the ancient symbols, but after hours of searching, they found nothing useful. Rowan, always willing to do whatever it took, kept sifting through the texts, while Aelin resigned herself to the possibility that there was no other way out. Although they continued searching, discouragement began to weigh on them, knowing that perhaps their last hope was fading. Chaol, for his part, confronted his father, determined to cede a small strip of territory to the Wild Men, despite his father's fury. The old lord tried to manipulate Chaol with letters from his mother, but Chaol, aware of his father's games, stood firm in his decision. Chaol knew that the sacrifice he was making was minor compared to what others had given in this war, and he wasn't intimidated by his father's tactics. In the end, Chaol managed to maintain his position, remembering that he would not negotiate with someone like him. Finally, as Aelin, Rowan, Chaol, and the others prepared to head north, a small unit of wild men arrived to guide them on the way. As they advanced through the snow-covered mountains, Aelin felt more determined than ever. With the Coggan's army advancing alongside them, she released a spark of her power, lighting the way to Terrasen, symbolizing the hope and fight that awaited them on the horizon. Part 2. Gods and Gates. Chapter 68. The black towers of Morith stood like dark swords pointing to the sky, standing out against the smoking forges and campfires in the valley. Some of these towers were broken, testaments to Cultain Rompier's final act, while others remained standing, defiant. Dorian, with his crow wings spread, flew around the fortress, facing a wind laden with the smells of iron and death. In his crow form, he tried to blend in with the others of his kind that infested the place, carefully avoiding the wyverns that patrolled the skies. From above, Dorian observed the encamped troops, witches, and soldiers ready for battle. With each wing beat, the weight of what he had hidden at a distance became more noticeable. He had buried the word keys in a safe place, praying that Erawan could not detect them. As he flew, he spotted 2 servant women exiting a small door in one of the towers, carrying clean clothes. He decided that would be his entry into the fortress. Landing and transforming into a small mouse, Dorian sneaked under the door, experiencing acute sensitivity in his new form, where every sound and smell was intense. He moved cautiously, avoiding detection by the humans and Valg who inhabited Morith, and advanced through stairs and corridors until he reached the base of Erawan's tower. Remembering the mental map he had drawn thanks to Manon's explanations, he knew he was close. As he moved down a corridor, he felt a change in the atmosphere. The air grew heavier, forewarning Erawan's presence. However, upon arrival, he found no guards or Valg guarding the open doors of the room he sought. A hooded figure appeared, and Dorian followed it, slipping into the room just before the doors closed. He hid in the shadows and watched as the figure revealed itself to be a woman of dark beauty, with black hair, piercing eyes, and pointed fey ears. The woman, dressed in an elegant purple gown, showed no fear in Erawan's presence. The Valg king, with his refined appearance and evident power, invited her to sit and offered her wine. The conversation between them revealed her identity. She was Maeve, who had come to Morith for reasons Dorian could not fully understand. As he listened, Dorian realized that his plans to attack Erawan had to wait. Maeve's presence changed everything. Chapter 69. Orinth, the ancient and majestic capital of Terrasen, was shrouded in an ominous silence, very different from its usual vibrancy. Edian and Lysandra, along with their allies, marched through the massive metal gates of the western entrance, where the once white and bright walls now stood stained and gray, reflecting the sky's sadness. The city, nestled at the foot of an imposing castle, was surrounded by the Staghorn Mountains and the dark oak-walled forest. With no way out, Orinth's citizens found themselves trapped, awaiting the inevitable siege. As they ascended the steep streets toward the castle, Edian felt crushed by guilt. He remembered how every decision he made had led to the loss of lives on the battlefield. The sad gazes of the citizens haunted him, aware that they would soon be surrounded by the enemy army. Despite everything, Edian knew he had to show strength, but the weight of his failures kept him down. Upon reaching the castle, whose turrets once shone in the sun, he realized that the place was no longer a symbol of hope but a mausoleum that remembered past glories. In the council chamber, Edian and his allies met with the lords of Terrasen, Darrow, Sloane, Gunnar, Ironwood, and Murtaugh. The room, devoid of ornaments and luxuries due to Adarlan's plundering, was a reflection of the kingdom's current state. Ansel of Briarcliff, who had lost much of her spirit after the recent battles, broke her silence to comment on the castle's despoiling. Edian, for his part, had to lie about Killian's whereabouts to avoid more questions from the lords. During the conversation, Rolf, the Corsair, made it clear that he had come to Terrasen for Aelin, not for the lords. Lysandra, furious, reaffirmed that all the allies present were there because of Aelin and not due to Darrow's or other lords' decisions. Darrow, exhausted and aged by the weight of the war, lacked the strength to argue and allowed Lysandra to leave the room. Murtaugh mentioned that Evangeline, Lysandra's young protege, was waiting for her in the North Tower, thus calming the situation. Later, Edion followed her to the throne room, where he found her alone, gazing at the empty platform where the antler throne once stood, made of immortal oak-walled antlers. Sadness and exhaustion were etched on Lysandra's face as she confessed her disappointment at not seeing Aelin seated on that throne, as she had always dreamed. Edion, sharing her pain, admitted that he, too, had believed in that possibility. Both now faced an uncertain future in a room that had once been a symbol of power and hope but now only evoked an emptiness they could not fill. Chapter 70. Dorian, in his diminutive form, tried to remain calm as he watched Maeve sip wine in front of Erawan. The Fae Queen was in Moreth, and the situation was much more dangerous than Dorian had anticipated. Maeve, with an enigmatic smile, revealed her true identity, making it clear to Erawan that she was not just the Queen of Doranel, but his long-lost sister-in-law. Erawan, surprised by the revelation, tried to maintain his composure as the darkness of his power filled the room. Maeve, for her part, continued in a casual tone, suggesting that perhaps she should have accepted Erawan's marriage proposal instead of marrying Orcus, another of the Valb kings. The tension in the air was palpable as Erawan and Maeve exchanged words filled with history and resentment. Maeve explained that her people had betrayed her, that she had lost her throne in Doranel, and that Aelin Galathynius was behind her downfall. Maeve claimed she was no longer neutral in the war and was willing to ally with Erawan to destroy Aelin and Brannon's bloodline once and for all. Erawan, intrigued but cautious, asked why Maeve had come to him, and she, with a calculated smile, offered a portal at her side, revealing a Karanki spider, a dark creature loyal to Maeve. Maeve's proposal was simple but terrifying. Instead of seeking human hosts for the Valb princesses, Erawan could use these immortal spiders, which would be far more powerful hosts. Maeve hinted that the Karanki could be the ultimate weapon for Erawan's plans. Although Erawan did not say so openly, it was clear that Maeve's offer interested him. At the end of the conversation, Maeve rose, leaving Erawan time to consider her proposal. But before leaving, Erawan allowed her to stay in Moreth as his guest. As Maeve was escorted to her room, Dorian followed, hiding in the shadows. However, upon reaching her room, Maeve discovered him, trapping him with a simple movement and revealing that she had known of his presence from the start. Without mercy, Maeve dominated him with her dark magic, mocking his lack of skill as a spy. Chapter 71. Dorian felt the magic within him struggle desperately, trying to break free from the dark web of power that Maeve had cast over him. If he could, he would have transformed into a wyvern to attack her, but Maeve, amused and exhausted, finally released her grip. Still, Dorian was left with a chill, remembering the sensation of Maeve's claws brushing against his magic, leaving a mark that made him feel vulnerable. Transforming back into his human form, Dorian faced the Fae Queen, who watched him with a broader smile, pleased to see his true appearance. Maeve, with her mind-reading ability, had easily detected his presence, revealing that she had discovered him through Cyrene, the spider he had killed himself. Dorian couldn't help but shudder, realizing that the Stygian spiders had been informing Maeve all along, allowing her to track his and his allies' movements. Maeve, seated with the dignity of a queen on a bench beside the bed, taunted him with her knowledge and ability to manipulate the situation. Although Dorian tried to resist her attempts to enter his mind, Maeve's dark magic was powerful, forcing him to constantly fight to keep her at bay. Despite the tension between them, Dorian knew that confronting Maeve head-on wouldn't be wise and decided to change tactics, adopting the stance of a scheming courtier. The conversation that followed was a dangerous game, where both probed each other, searching for weaknesses. Maeve, with her soft yet sharp words, tried to convince Dorian to join her in her goal of eliminating Erawan, hinting that such an alliance might save Aelin and him from a dark fate. Dorian, in turn, pretended to consider the offer, knowing that Maeve wanted more than just simple alliances. She wanted power. When Maeve mentioned the possibility of using the word keys for her own purposes, Dorian knew she was telling the truth, though only partially. The Valve Queen had no intention of submitting to Erawan. Her goal was to eliminate any threat to her control. As the conversation progressed, Dorian began slipping into the role Maeve expected of him, suggesting an alliance not only with him but with the kingdom of Adarlan. He knew this might be his only chance to gain Maeve's trust and perhaps find a way to defeat Erawan. Hours later, Dorian, in his crow form, watched the campfires of the army in the valley from the highest tower in Morath. The cold wind enveloped him as he reflected on the dangerous game he had embarked on. He remembered the horrors of Morath and the fate of his cousin, Rowan, who might have perished there. Gavin's words echoed in his mind, warning him of the danger of allying with a monster like Maeve. The moon barely visible behind the clouds, a reminder of the darkness surrounding Morath. Dorian knew he had to be extremely cautious. Erawan, the king of the Valg, was a real and present threat, and though Dorian had considered attacking him at the moment, he knew it wasn't the right time. Soon after, Dorian witnessed a conversation between Erawan and Vernon Lochan, Elite's uncle, who expressed his frustration at being ignored by Erawan. Dorian remained in the shadows, observing Vernon and planning his next move. He knew his situation was delicate, and every action had to be carefully calculated. Finally, he dared to confront Erawan, disguised as Vernon, and asked him questions about his motives and plans. The conversation was tense, but Dorian managed to keep up the charade, obtaining crucial information about Erawan's intentions. However, Erawan, always astute, noticed the excess of questions and grew increasingly suspicious, forcing Dorian to retreat before his true identity was revealed. Back in Maeve's room, Dorian transformed again and faced the Fae Queen, who called him a fool for attempting something so risky. Maeve, with her mocking tone, warned him that he couldn't defeat Erawan alone and that he needed to be more careful if their alliance was to work. Though Dorian hadn't found what he sought, he knew the game was far from over. Maeve was a dangerous ally, but for the moment, she was his only option. Chapter 72. In the distance, Firion Gap, home to Morath's aerial legion, seemed a lonely and desolate place. Nesrin, flying on her ruck, Saki, could barely make out the structures perched in the mountains, resembling wyvern nests, but devoid of life. This place, meant as a hidden outpost, remained secret precisely because of its inconspicuous appearance. As Nesrin and Borte, along with their rucks, scouted the area from the air, the rest of the army waited on the plain beyond the gap, in a vulnerable position. In the distance, Nesrin spotted what seemed to be a back entrance to the mountain, but there were no signs of sentries or wyverns. As they flew over the twin peaks flanking the gap, the Northern Fong and Omega, everything seemed surprisingly empty, as if the enemy had vanished. Meanwhile, Kale, accompanied by Yrene and the wild men guiding them, advanced through the treacherous White Fangs, a mountain range known for its hidden dangers. The wild men knew the paths well, avoiding unstable areas and leading the army through the snow-covered ravines. While camping near the Northern Fong, Kale reflected on the vast expanse of the wastes, a land that seemed beyond the gods' reach. Kai, one of the wild men, warned him that the night would be dangerous, as there was no safe place to hide the army. As they advanced north, Aelin, accompanied by her companions Gavriel and Fenrys, approached Chaol. She and the warriors had been gathering power in preparation for the battle, and Aelin assured Chaol that they would be vigilant that night. The presence of Aelin's powerful allies offered additional security, especially when facing Moreth's wyverns. Gavriel, staying with Chaol, congratulated him on the good news from Yrene. The conversation turned to Gavriel's relationship with his son, Edion, and Chaol expressed his support, highlighting that Edion, despite his stubbornness, would always want to forgive his father. Gavriel, touched by Chaol's words, reflected on the hope and responsibility he felt toward his son. Suddenly, the arrival of Nesrin and Borte interrupted the conversation. The two women landed with their ice-covered rucks and delivered alarming news. Firion Gap was empty. Though some forges remained lit, there was no trace of witches or wyverns. This unexpected revelation left everyone puzzled, and Rowan, recognizing the urgency of the situation, suggested further investigation. Sartak, the Rooken prince, had already sent his scouts to discover what had happened in the gap. Chapter 73. Dorian had been exploring Moreth for days, constantly shifting forms to avoid detection. His journeys took him through the dark corridors and chambers of the fortress, always searching for the word key. In various forms, from a cat to a cockroach, he observed and listened, ever aware of Erawan's dangerous presence. Though Erawan seemed unaware of his presence, Maeve, with her sinister abilities, kept him under watch. Dorian had heard rumors about the horrific Stygian spiders Maeve had summoned, creatures being used in a ritual to bind vowed princesses to new bodies. The mere thought of these hybrid beings filled him with horror, fearing what they could do if unleashed in battle. One day, following his instincts, Dorian arrived at a door that smelled of death and decay. The presence of dark magic was palpable. Beyond the door, in an underground chamber, he found Erawan's ancient sarcophagus, surrounded by WYRD collars. The stench of death emanating from those collars brought back painful, almost unbearable memories of his time under the Valg's influence. Dorian's magic stirred with the memory of the torment he had endured, but he also knew he had to control his fear. However, when the horror of what he was seeing overwhelmed him, he nearly succumbed to despair. It was then that Maeve appeared, freeing him from the collar's influence and taking him back to the surface. Though she had saved him, Dorian knew the Fae Queen had her own motives. Back in Maeve's room, Dorian collapsed, sickened by the intensity of the experience. Maeve watched him with a mixture of amusement and disdain, explaining that the WYRD collars were one of Erawan's most brilliant creations, designed to enslave anyone who wore them. She also revealed that, though she had been Orcus's lover, she had never allowed her body to mature enough to bear children, a small rebellion against the Valg. Maeve was aware of Dorian's quest and the danger they faced in continuing. Though Dorian remained distrustful of her, he decided that the risk was necessary to obtain the key. They agreed that Maeve would attempt to seduce Erawan to gain entry into his tower and discover if the key was there. It didn't take long to put the plan into action. Maeve dressed provocatively, in a black dress that barely covered her body, and headed for Erawan's tower. Dorian, transformed into a small insect, followed her at a safe distance. Upon reaching the tower, Maeve, with a mix of tremor and determination, demanded to see Erawan. Erawan appeared, surprised by the visit but intrigued. Maeve told him she hadn't come to talk about the war, hinting that her intentions were more personal. With a gesture, Erawan ordered his guards to leave them alone, preparing for what seemed to be a more intimate encounter. Dorian, hidden in the shadows, prepared for what was to come, knowing that the fate of all might depend on the success of their risky strategy. Chapter 74. The guards who guarded Erawan's tower entrance obeyed the order without question, leaving Maeve alone with the vowed king. With a mixture of seduction and danger, Maeve let her cloak fall, revealing the sheer dress she wore beneath. Erawan's gaze traveled over her body, but when it reached her face, his expression changed as if the mere notion of desiring his brother's wife disturbed him. Then Maeve shifted. Her appearance, her voice, everything transformed into the image of Aelin. Erawan seemed to gasp, surprised and perhaps intrigued by Maeve's ability to adopt that form. But when she changed again, taking on the appearance of Manon, Erawan displayed a deeper desire, though not for love, but for power and possession. However, Erawan rejected her offer, reminding her of her relationship with Orcus and suggesting that if she needed comfort, he could send someone else to her chambers. And with that, he closed the tower door, leaving Maeve and Dorian hidden in his tiny form in the darkness of the corridor. The next morning, Maeve took Dorian, still in mouse form, to her meeting with Erawan. The vowed king, in a mocking tone, mentioned that she had rejected the gift he had sent the night before. Maeve gently replied that what he had sent was not to her liking. Erawan laughed, but the conversation soon changed tone. Erawan wanted more. The 6 Karanki spiders Maeve had offered were not enough to seal the alliance between them. He wanted Maeve to bring more, not as guests but as soldiers. The goal was to eliminate any possibility of failure in their campaign against Aelin and her allies. Maeve, however, showed reluctance. She knew these spiders were loyal, and their destruction in battle seemed wasteful. Maeve tried to make Erawan see that even with all these preparations, there was a real possibility that Aelin, with her immense power, could defeat them. She recalled how she had used her magic to divert the river at Aniel and suggested that if such power turned against them, even Erawan could be destroyed. However, Erawan insisted on the need for the spiders, though he was intrigued when Maeve mentioned that there were things about traveling between worlds that he didn't know. To tempt his curiosity, Maeve offered a glimpse of what she could bring to this world: Orcus and Mantix, Erawan's feared brothers, but only for a brief moment, given the danger of opening a portal for beings so powerful. Chapter 75. The city of Orinth was prepared for the siege that was approaching, thanks to the meticulous planning of Darrow and the other lords of Terrasen. Edion patrolled the city, finding few flaws in the defenses and supplies, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease as he walked through the cold and desolate towers of the castle. Ren, an old friend turned rival, joined Edion on his morning patrol. The memories of their childhood friendship and the rivalry that arose between them due to Ro's preference for Edion stirred Edion's thoughts. He wondered how his life would have been if Gavriel, his biological father, had been present in his upbringing. Despite the cold distance he sometimes felt towards Ro and Aelin, Edion knew there was no point in lamenting what could have been. As they discussed the city's defenses, Ren mentioned the need for Hellfire, a devastating but dangerous weapon, to defend Orinth's gates. Edion, however, had a different plan in mind, one that involved the mysterious Rolf and his team. That night, under the cover of darkness, Edion, Ren, and a group of silent assassins and Mycenaeans slipped out of the city. Lysandra, in the form of a giant badger, dug holes in the frozen ground of Theralis Plain. The warriors buried explosive charges, setting a trap for the approaching forces of Morath. They worked in silence, knowing that their lives and those of everyone in Orinth depended on the success of this operation. The next day, at dawn, Morath's army appeared on the horizon. From Orinth's walls, Lysandra and the others watched in horror as endless rows of soldiers advanced towards the city. Ansel of Briarcliff counted aloud the growing numbers until it became clear they were facing a force of at least 100,000 soldiers. Then the Witches' Towers appeared, carried by wyverns, further increasing the tension among the defenders. Evangeline, Lysandra's little protege, expressed her fear, not for herself, but for her friends. Lysandra tried to console her, though she had no words to ease the child's terror. Edion, watching the plain, waited for the right moment to activate his plan. When Moreth's front lines crossed the hidden traps, Orantha's archers fired incendiary arrows at the explosive charges. 2 of the 3 witch towers were destroyed in a blinding explosion, crushing the wyverns and soldiers surrounding them. The 3rd tower, however, stopped just before reaching the explosion area, leaving a threat yet to be faced. Moreth's army halted, and though they had gained some time, Orantha's defenders knew it wouldn't be enough. As the enemy army regrouped, Ansel whispered a final number, 100,000. Lysandra, Edion, and the others prepared for the imminent battle, aware that the real test was yet to come. Chapter 76. Dorian questioned the possibility of showing other worlds through mirrors, intrigued by their power. Maeve confirmed it was possible and revealed that she had taught the witches to use the mirrors, the same ones that had shown Aelin and Manon their own horrors. Maeve explained that Erawan also used these mirrors to spy and manipulate, using the witches' towers as tools. Dorian realized that Maeve planned to use an illusion to deceive Erawan, showing him his brothers Orcus and Mantix, while he sneaked into the tower to search for the word key. Maeve claimed she had spent her time undoing the protections Erawan had placed on his room, ensuring she could open a portal for Dorian without Erawan noticing. Dorian became aware of Maeve's connection to the Karanki spiders and how they mattered more to her than he had imagined. She had sacrificed them reluctantly, remembering the loyal creatures they had been before becoming hosts for the Valg princesses. The final move was planned for dusk. As Dorian prepared to enter Erawan's tower, he assumed a form that would make him pass for the Valg king himself if discovered. With Damaris in hand and his fire power at his disposal, he crossed the portal Maeve had opened for him, ready to face the horrors that awaited him on the other side. Chapter 77. Dorian had expected to find the lair of a Valg king full of horrors, but what he found was surprisingly mundane. Erawan's room was a simple chamber, with a canopy bed, a desk, and a wash basin. There was nothing to indicate the presence of such a dark and powerful being. However, Dorian soon sensed the presence of the word key, a supernatural and terrible energy that seemed to permeate the room. The sound of slight movement led him to the bed, where he discovered a young woman, emaciated and hollow, watching him with empty eyes. She was a dark-haired woman, no older than 20, who reminded him of Kaltain. The purplish scar near her wrist revealed that the word key was embedded in her body, enslaving her to Erawan. The key's presence moved with her, always close to her master. Dorian, disguised as the Valg king, tried to maintain his composure as he ordered the young woman to give him her arm. With his magic, he tried to ease her pain before making a precise cut that extracted the word key from her body. The bloody shard pulsed with sick power in his hands. As he tried to leave, the young woman stopped him, begging him to kill her. Dorian, horrified, realized that the girl knew he wasn't Erawan, that he had freed the demon within her, but that the key and the suffering remained. Despite her pleas and his instinct for mercy, Dorian couldn't make that decision. Damaris's hand on his hilt offered him no answers. Just as Dorian struggled between compassion and the need to flee, Maeve appeared in the room. With a swift, lethal movement, she snapped the girl's neck, freeing her from her suffering and sparing Dorian from making the decision. With a cold smile, Maeve congratulated him on obtaining the key, while her dark magic infiltrated Dorian's mind, trapping him in her web before he could react. Chapter 78. Dorian was in Erawan's chamber, but his mind was trapped in the web Maeve had woven with her dark powers. She, with her hoarse and manipulative voice, ordered him to hand over the word key. Dorian, still under her control, began to pull it out of his pocket as Maeve continued talking about her vision of a future where they would both rule, eternally young and powerful. But Dorian stopped halfway. Something in him had changed. Maeve didn't know it, but she had fallen into Dorian's trap. From the beginning, he had planned for Maeve to underestimate his strength and ability to protect his mind. Subtly, he had transformed his mind as he would his many physical forms, creating an illusion that allowed Maeve to see what she wanted to see, a desperate young king, insecure and easily manipulated. But in reality, Dorian had been waiting for the right moment to act. When Maeve ordered him to follow her to the portal, believing she had him under her control, Dorian let the darkness take hold of him. But instead of obeying, he released a spark of his power, closing the trap on Maeve. The dark abyss of Maeve's mind was trapped by Dorian's blazing fire. Maeve tried to break free, but he held her firmly. As Moreth began to collapse under Dorian's magic, which had weakened the fortress's foundations from within, Maeve begged for her life. Dorian, relentless, made her experience the fear she had inflicted on so many others. But in the end, when he had the chance to leave her at Erawan's mercy or death under the rubble, Dorian chose to show a mercy she would never have shown. Though he knew he should kill her, he couldn't condemn her to the eternity of suffering he had endured himself. With a simple thought, Dorian severed the bond that connected them, but not before transforming Maeve's very essence, stripping her of her gift of traveling between worlds. She would no longer be a threat to anyone. And with the 3 word keys in his possession, Dorian transformed into a wyvern and flew north, leaving behind the chaos and destruction he had sown in Moreth. As Erawan's fortress crumbled, Dorian smiled. He had destroyed the place where so many horrors had begun, and with it, perhaps taken the first step toward clearing Adarlan's name and paving the way for a new beginning. Chapter 79. Yrene hated Firion Gap. The dense air between the peaks, the bones scattered across the ground, and the nauseating stench emanating from the mountains made it a horrid place. Despite everything, it was empty, which might have been a blessing. The Allied armies now occupied the gap, and Hazer's soldiers were preparing to cross the Avery River into Oakwalled Forest, with the rucks carrying the heaviest provisions. As Yrene tended to a soldier with an infected wound, Aelin assisted her, demonstrating strength by enduring the sight and smell of the injury. Yrene used her magic to heal the warrior, explaining to Aelin that diseases were like living enemies that had to be defeated. Despite her ability to heal, Yrene struggled with the nausea of her pregnancy, grateful for the relief provided by the peppermint tea Aelin had prepared. Meanwhile, Aelin hesitated to accept Yrene's offer to heal her damaged leg, aware of the pain the treatment would entail. Their conversation was interrupted when Borte arrived to take Aelin to the northern Fong, where her uncle, Vernon, had been captured. Aelin, accompanied by Gavriel and Fenris, was taken to the mountain where her uncle was being held. Aelin, Rowan, and Lorcan awaited her there. Aelin gave Aelin the option of deciding Vernon's fate, suggesting she speak with him before making a final decision. In the room where Vernon was chained, Aelin confronted her uncle, who provoked her with cruel and arrogant comments. Despite her disdain for him, Aelin remained composed and made it clear that she would no longer think of him after that day, promising him that he would be erased from the memory of Peranth and Terrasen. Aelin intervened, suggesting a different approach to extract information from Vernon. After giving him beer and talking to him as if they were old acquaintances, Aelin convinced him to talk. Vernon revealed shocking information. Maeve had gone to Moreth to join Erawan. Chapter 80. The room seemed to spin around Aelin. Even the magical calm provided by her mother's drop of power wasn't enough to quell the dizziness she felt after hearing what Vernon had just revealed. Worse than she had feared, Maeve had allied with Erawan. Aelin struggled to maintain her composure as her mind filled with desperate thoughts. Trying to keep her voice neutral, Aelin asked Vernon if Maeve had brought her army. But the answer disconcerted her even more. Maeve had arrived alone, without an army, without reinforcements. Vernon explained that Erawan had sent him to the Gap at midnight after deeming him unnecessary in Morath. Erawan's reasoning wasn't entirely clear, but Aelin suspected it had been a calculated move to sow doubt and fear in her path. With a growing sense of nausea, Aelin asked if he knew where Maeve's army was. Vernon suggested they might be near the coast, waiting for orders, but he had no concrete information. Each word from Vernon increased the horror in Aelin's mind. The alliance between Maeve and Erawan meant that she would face an unstoppable force in Orinth, and they didn't even know where Dorian and Manon were with the other two word keys. Aelin tried to maintain the appearance of disinterest, even though she felt the walls closing in around her. Vernon reveled in describing how Morath's forces were already marching toward Orinth, with 100,000 soldiers ready to attack. The cold calculation in Vernon's voice made Aelin's heart race. She estimated that her own army was at least 2 weeks away from Orinth, a time that likely wouldn't be enough to arrive in time. Vernon continued speaking, suggesting that Maeve and Erawan might be heading to Orinth to face Aelin directly. The future of Terrasen hung by a thread. With false serenity, Aelin stood, indicating that she had heard enough. She ordered Gavriel to rechain Vernon, ignoring his protests. When Vernon, desperate, begged her to release him, Aelin looked at him coldly. She reminded him of how he had locked up Allied for 10 years, and now he himself would face a slow and lonely death, chained and abandoned in that room. The same cruelty he had inflicted now turned against him. Vernon began to scream and beg as Aelin left the room, handing the key to Allied. But the Lady of Peranth, after a brief reflection, decided that the door should be sealed better, ensuring that Vernon had no chance of escape. Later, as Aelin and Rowan looked out from one of the Northern Fong's balconies, watching the army gathered at the base of the Gap, Aelin confessed her fears to Rowan. They knew they would face Maeve, Erawan, and a massive army, but they would do so together, supporting each other. However, the doubt persisted in Aelin's mind. Would they make it? Would there be anything left of Terrasen to save? Rowan comforted her, reminding her that all they could do was try with all their might. Aelin rested her head on Rowan's shoulder, and although she knew they were stronger together, she also realized that her partner, the man she trusted so much, might not have all the answers either. Chapter 81. Ren and Edian watched the fire crackling in the hearth of the Great Hall, trying to find some warmth and solace. The atmosphere was thick with sorrow and despair after the loss of 2 silent assassins and the sight of countless campfires lit by Morath's army, stretching as far as the eye could see. Despite the grim outlook, Edian and Ren exchanged words of respect, acknowledging the honor it would have been to fight together in the same court. But it was not an easy farewell. Both knew that the next day would bring chaos and destruction. Nearly in the dead of night, Edian found Lysandra on the path. She was carrying a cup of warm milk for Evangeline, who couldn't sleep due to fear. Edian, wanting to comfort the girl, asked to speak with her, and Lysandra agreed, leading him to the tower room where Evangeline had taken refuge. Edian sat beside Evangeline's bed, reminding her how he, too, had experienced paralyzing fear before his first battle. He shared a story about how he had spent the night in the bathroom, a detail that made the girl laugh. Edian reassured her, explaining that the fear she felt was a sign that she had something worth fighting for, something she deeply cared about. He asked her to remember that the next day, even if she felt scared again or had to face difficult situations. After reassuring Evangeline, Edian turned to Lysandra. He confessed that he had lost his family 10 years ago, but now he would fight for the new family he had built. He had wanted to say so many things to Lysandra, but the words caught in his throat. When he finally left, Lysandra was left with swirling emotions, unable to sleep, thinking about Edion's words. At dawn, Lysandra, with a renewed sense of purpose, accompanied Evangeline to the Great Hall. On the way, they were stopped by Darrow, who surprised Lysandra by asking Evangeline to help him during the battle, carrying messages and provisions. Darrow, in an unusual gesture, showed empathy towards the girl, explaining that keeping her busy would be better than leaving her locked up, terrified of what might happen. Though Lysandra was wary, she saw the excitement in Evangeline's eyes and allowed her to accept the task. As the city walls filled with soldiers, Edion watched as the enemy approached, their forces relentless. But just when all seemed lost, something on the horizon caught Ren's attention. Massive wyverns were approaching, but they weren't Ilkin. They were the Iron Teeth, Moreth's fearsome aerial legion. Terror spread through the soldiers' ranks. Edion, feeling the weight of despair, ordered Lysandra to take Evangeline and flee, to seek refuge in the mountains through a secret tunnel. But Lysandra refused, saying there was no safe place to go. Edion, heartbroken, confessed his love for her, regretting not doing so sooner. They clung to each other, facing the inevitable end together. But then, something incredible happened. From the north, 13 wyverns flew toward Orinth, led by a familiar figure, Manon Blackbeak, with a crown of stars on her brow, the last Crochan queen. Edion, astonished, ordered his soldiers not to shoot. Manon and her 13 were not coming as enemies but as allies, fulfilling the promise they had made to Aelin. And behind them, an army of thousands of Crochan witches filled the sky, answering the call for help. The Crochans had returned, ready to challenge the Iron Teeth and defend Terrasen. As the Crochan Legion descended on Orinth, Edion, Lysandra, and the others felt a spark of hope, knowing that the battle was not yet lost. The Crochans, allies of Terrasen from ancient times, were back, ready to fight for a better future. Chapter 82. The Crochans, each capable of flight and wielding a sword, answered the call, gathering with Manon and the 13 on their march north. They flew for days, hiding in the mountains and crossing Oakwald stealthily, avoiding detection by Moreth. When they finally landed on Orinth's battlements, with the sky filled with red cloaks billowing in the wind, it was hard to believe they had made it. 5,000 Crochan witches now accompanied Manon. Edion and Lysandra, observing the scene, noticed how Moreth's hosts halted, stunned by the witches' unexpected arrival. Manon, with her new crown of stars, assumed leadership with firmness, taking charge of the Iron Teeth, while the Crochans prepared for the next day's battle. Manon and her coven spent the night organizing the Crochans, assigning them flanks and preparing them for the tactics they would use against the Iron Teeth. It had been a long day, and though they were exhausted, the preparation for the confrontation required all their attention. Manon knew that her own knowledge of the vowed tactics she had designed would be crucial to having a chance in the battle. In the dimness of the night, the 13 found a small hall to rest. Manon, sitting on her sleeping bag, avoided thinking of Dorian and what might be happening in Moreth. The coven was determined, unafraid of what they would face the next day. Manon, with a mix of pride and pain, reminded them that she would rather fight with them than with any other army. The 13 responded with determination, vowing they would stay together until the end, until darkness embraced them. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Evangeline, wearing a new red Crochan witch cloak, decided she wanted to be a witch, not just Darrow's page. Despite the grim odds, the girl fell asleep with the determination to help Darrow and the Crochans in the battle to come. Lysandra, unable to sleep, wandered through the castle, her thoughts filled with what might have been if they weren't facing imminent destruction. Her steps led her to the Great Hall, where she found Edion alone, in front of the hearth. Despite the emotions and words they had shared, Lysandra was still angry, but she also knew that what Edion had confessed changed everything. Edion, for his part, was willing to face any consequences for his words. When Lysandra confessed that she had thought they would die that day, he confirmed that they were destined to, until the Crotchens arrived. But despite everything, Lysandra admitted that she would think about what Edion had said, though she was still angry. Edion's smile reflected a mix of defiance and hope. He asked her that if they survived the next day's battle, she would allow him to kiss her at the end of the day. Though Lysandra, her heart pounding, didn't give him a definitive answer, she promised they would talk at the end of the battle if they both survived. With the uncertain promise between them, Lysandra left the Great Hall, her mind occupied with the possible future they could have if they managed to survive the upcoming battle. Dawn would bring war, but also the possibility of a new beginning, a future that Lysandra and Edion could still write together. Chapter 83. Dorian flew north for nearly 2 days, only stopping when his body could no longer endure. Finding a clearing among ancient trees, he crashed into the branches, transforming from wyvern to human as he fell into the snow. He drank from a stream his magic melted and hunted a skinny rabbit, satisfying his hunger in the simplest way possible. Sated and with his body rested, Dorian decided it was time to summon Gavin one last time. In the circle of word marks, the ancient king appeared, pale and blurry in the daylight. Gavin, with the familiarity of an old friend, greeted Dorian, who informed him that he had found the keys and left chaos in Morath. But Dorian had a deeper motive for the summoning. He wanted to give Gavin the chance to say goodbye to Elena before the lock was forged, knowing this could also be his own farewell. Gavin, understanding the gravity of the decisions Dorian faced, asked if he had already decided who would sacrifice themselves. Dorian replied that he and Aelin would decide when they met, though he hoped she had found another solution, one that might save Elena from the fate awaiting her. The ancient king, with pain in his eyes, thanked Dorian for considering the possibility of sacrificing himself, but he knew how impossible it would be. Despite everything, Gavin wished Dorian a life as good as the one he had had with Elena, a life that had made the idea of parting now bearable. The sound of wings in the air interrupted the conversation. Morath's Iron Teeth Legion, despite the collapse of the fortress, was heading north toward Orinth, ready to wreak havoc. Dorian, before departing, touched Damaris's hilt and promised to protect Adarlan for as long as he had left. Gavin, smiling with a gesture of approval, disappeared into the snow, leaving Dorian with the sense that he had also bowed to him. When the Legion's wings blocked out the sun, Dorian transformed into a wyvern once more and joined the group, flying toward his final destination. Chapter 84. Without armor that could withstand the weight of combat and the agility they would need, the 13 and the Crotchens prepared for battle as they always had, relying on their swords, iron nails, and cunning. From a balcony in the highest tower of Orinth Castle, Manon watched the sunrise, aware that it could be her last. Morath's army, slowly awakening like a drowsy beast, began to move. The Iron Teeth, with their wyverns laden with armor, soon filled the sky, while the Crotchens on the battlements prepared to fly out to meet their enemy, waiting for Bronwyn's signal. Bronwyn, with an ancient horn in her hand, recalled the story of her ancestor, Tellen Venora, who had used that same horn to warn the Crotchens of Rhiannon's fall. Now, Bronwyn would blow it to unite her people in the final battle. Manon, accompanied by Glennis, listened to Bronwyn's words about the Crotchens' final stand, while Asterin and the others prepared to face their fate, fighting not only for themselves but for all those who had fallen before. With the sound of the horn, the battle began. Meanwhile, Lysandra, in another part of the city, prepared for a crucial mission. She knew that the ancient Fae King had designed an underground network that brought fresh water from the mountain to the city. Holding a torch high, she observed the tunnel through which the water would flow into the Florine and, without hesitation, plunged into the icy water, transforming into a creature adapted to swim in those frigid waters. Her goal was to swim along the eastern flank of Moreth's army, awaiting her signal to act. On the city walls, Edian and Run prepared for the imminent confrontation. The Crotchens had flown out, covering the sky with a red mantle. The archers and the Mycenaeans with their fire lances lined up, ready to defend the city with all their might. Edian, aware of how desperate their situation was, anxiously awaited Lysandra's signal, hoping that her mission might tip the balance in their favor. With Moreth's troops marching inexorably toward them, Edian gave the order, and as one, the city's archers drew their bows, ready to make this battle one worthy of being remembered in songs. Chapter 85. Manon and the 13 soared into the sky, leading the Crotchens' advance like a red tide facing the dark sea of the Iron Teeth. Moreth's legion had to decide between facing their former enemies or the advancing Crotchens. As the 13 ascended, they knew that soon the Iron Teeth's loyalty and obedience to their leaders would be tested. At great height, Manon spotted Iskra Yellowlegs' wyvern, a latent threat waiting for the confrontation. However, there were no signs of Petra or the other matriarchs, indicating that the upcoming battle would be a test of strength between the 13 and the Iron Teeth. When 50 wyverns broke away from the enemy group, Manon and her companions prepared for combat. Abraxos, Manon's wyvern, Dove, and the 13 followed in tight formation, tearing through the enemy ranks like a battering ram. Manon's bow fired arrows at deadly speed, and soon the blue blood of her enemies stained the air. Meanwhile, Lysandra, in her sea dragon form, moved through the Florine River, attacking Moreth's soldiers from the icy water. Each time she surfaced from the river, her attack was fierce and devastating, destabilizing the eastern flank of the enemy army. Though the soldiers tried to defend themselves, Lysandra would submerge again before they could react, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. On Orintha's walls, Edian and his men faced the endless waves of Valg soldiers. The Mycenaeans' fire lances were effective, but not enough to stop Moreth's relentless advance. In the sky, the Crotchens and the Iron Teeth fought a fierce battle, while on the ground, Edian led the city's defense, using oil-soaked rocks that exploded amidst the enemy army, causing chaos and death. However, just when it seemed they might hold the advance, a Valg prince, with a black collar around his neck and hunger in his eyes, appeared on the walls. The battle was far from over. Chapter 86. Edian, sword in hand, faced a Valg prince who climbed the walls of Orinth. This demon, dressed only in a black robe, showed no fear or hesitation as he confronted the general of Terrasen. Edian had no magic, but he relied on his strength and speed, and he launched an attack, clashing with the prince in a fierce duel. Each of the Valg's blows was repelled by the shield Edian held, an ancient shield that seemed to have a special power, one that the Valg could not break. The combat was intense, with the Valg's darkness clashing against the metal of the shield. Edian held his ground, recalling the teachings of his mentors and the responsibility of protecting his land. Though he managed to wound the prince, the latter surprised him with a quick and precise attack, severely injuring him in the side. Edian, wounded and weakened, continued to fight, but the Valg prince outmatched him, enjoying the pain he inflicted. When Edian was on the verge of being defeated, an arrow pierced the prince's throat, followed by an explosion of fire from Ren's lance. Edian barely had time to shield himself before the prince was reduced to ashes, leaving only a black collar as a trace. Edian, gravely injured, collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness while Ren continued to fight. Elsewhere in the castle, Evangeline struggled to keep her composure as the battle raged on. Her task was to carry messages to Lord Darrow, who, upon hearing of Edian's injury, decided to keep Evangeline by his side, fearing for the general's life. Evangeline, distressed by the news, prayed for Edian's life, clinging to the hope that he would survive. Chapter 87. The Khagans' army advanced north, but its enormous size and slowness prevented them from reaching Terrasen as quickly as Aelin desired. After a week of traveling through Oakwald, they were near Endeavere, a place that brought Aelin dark and painful memories. Though she wished to destroy Endeavere, Aelin decided to pass by, knowing that the overseers and slaves were no longer there. Rowan, always by her side, supported her in any decision she made, even offering to destroy Endeavere for her. That night, as Rowan finished a new tattoo on Aelin's back, she reflected on her identity, wondering if she was more human or fae. Rowan, with his usual wisdom, reassured her, telling her she could be both and that she shouldn't let others' expectations define her. Together, they faced the ghosts of the past and the shadows of the future, strengthening their bond and preparing for what was to come. Aelin, for her part, was also facing her own challenges. After an exhausting day helping Yrene, Lorcan, with tenderness that contrasted with his fierce nature, offered her a foot massage. This gesture, though small, symbolized the deep care and devotion he felt for Aelin. As Lorcan helped her relax, the two grew closer, building an intimacy based on trust and respect. Finally, Aelin and Lorcan shared a moment of physical closeness, uniting their bodies and hearts in an act of love that provided them a refuge amid the chaos of war. As the army neared Endeavere, Aelin met with Aelin, and the two shared a moment of connection, reflecting on their past as slaves and the long road they had traveled to get there. However, their thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a wyvern, alerting the army. But the tension eased when Aelin recognized Dorian Havilliard, who landed in front of them. Aelin and the others rushed to meet him, and that was when Aelin sensed what Dorian brought with him, the 3 word keys. Chapter 88. Edian struggled between pain and the reality of the battle. His wounds had weakened him, but his determination kept him standing. Despite losing consciousness during the stitching of his wounds, he rose and headed for the city walls. The situation was desperate. Terrasen's forces were holding out, but the enemy kept attacking relentlessly. Lysandra, in her sea dragon form, fought fiercely in the river, despite being injured. Edian, observing the battle, realized that Moreth had discovered another entrance to the city, the underground tunnels. If they managed to infiltrate through there, they could take the castle from within. Edian, his head spinning, shouted orders to stop them, but the danger was imminent. In the sky, Manon and the 13 received Edian's signal to return to the walls. However, before they could act, Iskra Yellowlegs ambushed Abraxos, attacking with brutality. Iskra's wyvern bit Abraxos' throat, plunging Manon into mortal danger. Chapter 89. Iskra Yellowlegs had caught Abraxos, her wyvern, in her jaws. Abraxos struggled to stay in the air as pain and fear flooded Manon, paralyzing her for a moment. Despite her desperate attempts to free her mount, Iskra refused to release her grip, and Manon's wyvern began to weaken. In her desperation, Manon begged Iskra to let him go, even offering her own life in exchange, but Iskra only laughed cruelly. Abraxos, with unwavering loyalty, tried to bring them to the ground so that Manon might survive, but his energy was quickly fading. Just as Manon was about to launch a suicidal attack against Iskra, Petra Blueblood arrived and attacked Iskra's wyvern, freeing Abraxos. Manon barely had time to process what had happened when Petra engaged Iskra in a deadly battle. The fight between the two heirs culminated in a suicidal maneuver by Petra, who managed to take down Iskra and her wyvern at the last moment, killing them both upon impact with the ground. Meanwhile, Manon and the 13 rushed toward the city walls, where a group of Morith soldiers was attempting to infiltrate through an underground tunnel. Despite Abraxos' severe injuries, they managed to block the tunnel with rocks, but Abraxos, weakened, collapsed as they reached the castle ramparts. The 13, along with a healer, fought to save him. While all this was happening, Lysandra arrived with devastating news. Morith's witch tower had reactivated and was advancing towards Orinth, ready to destroy the city. Manon, unable to fly due to Abraxos' injury, could only watch as the 13, led by Asterin, sacrificed themselves in a last, desperate attempt to stop the tower. The 13 flew toward the tower, taking down the Iron Teeth witches that blocked their path, but one by one, they fell in battle. Finally, Asterin reached the tower, where, with a final sacrifice, she and the 13 unleashed a shattering that destroyed the witch tower and Manon's grandmother in an explosion of light that illuminated the battlefield. Chapter 90. Manon knelt on the castle ramparts for a long time, utterly overwhelmed by the loss of the 13. She couldn't hear or feel anything. The cold and the passage of time faded away for her. Finally, when she awoke from the stupor, she found Abraxos protecting her with his wing, but the pain persisted, along with the emptiness left by the sacrifice of her companions. At dawn, Manon and Abraxos descended from the ramparts and, along with a group of people who joined them in silence, walked through the blood-stained streets of the city toward the battlefield. They reached the place where the witch tower had been destroyed. There, Manon knelt again, submerged in grief, as she found only ashes where the 13 had once been. Abraxos lay beside her as she wept silently. Although she didn't notice, a group of people gathered behind them to honor the 13. Among them were Glennis, Bronwyn, Petra, Edion, Lysandra, Ren, and other leaders and warriors. They left flowers and personal objects at the site, creating a silent and solemn tribute. Glennis was the last to leave, whispering words of hope and purpose to Manon, but she didn't hear them. She remained kneeling on the battlefield, clinging to the memory of her fallen companions. And in that place marked by death and sacrifice, a flower began to bloom in the snow, a symbol that life would continue, even amidst the devastation. Chapter 91. Dorian couldn't believe what he was seeing, a foreign army advancing north, the Coggins army, with its imposing Dargan cavalry and the majestic rucks flying above them. Emotion flooded him as he recognized the soldiers he had studied all his life. He moved toward the front of the army, wondering if Cale had succeeded in his mission. But before he could process everything that was happening, the rucks detected him and flew toward him. He landed at a crossroads, where he finally saw Aelin galloping toward him, followed by Rowan and Elide. The relief of seeing her was quickly replaced by the seriousness of the situation when Aelin, noticing his burden, asked about Manon. Dorian informed her that the witch queen was in Terrasen, possibly with the Crotchens. But before they could speak further, a rider arrived down the road, and when Cale dismounted and ran toward Dorian, the two embraced and cried, happy to be reunited. Cale introduced Yrene, the healer who had not only restored his ability to walk, but had also become his wife. Dorian greeted her with gratitude, but the joy of the moment faded when he revealed that he had the 3 word keys. The group fell into a heavy silence as Dorian recounted how he had infiltrated Morith and confronted Maeve to obtain the 3rd key. With the keys in their possession, Aelin presented 2 options: continue north to fight in Terrasen and then destroy the keys, or use the keys immediately to seal the word gate, which would require a great sacrifice. Rowan and Cale opposed, but Aelin insisted they vote. The discussion was intense, with each member of the group debating the risks and consequences of each option. In the end, Aelin proposed a vote on the fate of the keys, a decision that would determine the course of the war and their lives. Although Rowan voted against using the keys immediately, the majority decided otherwise. At dawn, the lock would be forged, and the keys would return to the gate. Aelin, with a voice full of concern, asked Aelin how she would vote, but Aelin simply replied that her vote didn't matter. Chapter 92. Aelin didn't reveal that, by asking them to vote, she was not only offering them the chance to decide their fate as free peoples, but also avoiding making the decision herself. That night they camped near Endivere, with the salt mines a few kilometers away. Rowan, true to her wishes, ordered the royal tent to be set up and prepared her bed, but Aelin withdrew from everyone. She had no appetite and barely touched the food Rowan had left for her. Instead, she sat before useless books on word marks, searching for answers she knew she wouldn't find. Tension grew in the tent when Rowan, unable to accept the decision, tried to convince her that they should find another way. Aelin, exhausted by the weight of her fate, confronted him with empty, almost dead words, knowing that her end was near. Rowan, furious and desperate, insisted that they couldn't accept the inevitable. However, Aelin, torn by pain and fear, saw no other option. She reminded Rowan that their entire journey, all their suffering, had been to keep others alive, even if it meant her own sacrifice. In the midst of his despair, Rowan proposed an alternative, that they share the burden of forging the lock with Dorian. He recalled how their powers had fused when they destroyed the glass castle and suggested that by doing it together, they might only pay half the price each. Aelin, though doubtful and scared, began to consider the possibility. The thought of losing Rowan was unbearable to her, and the hope, however small, of a future together made her accept the proposal. Later that night, Aelin woke Dorian with the proposal to forge the lock together. Despite the fear and doubt, Dorian accepted without hesitation, understanding the gravity of what was at stake. They decided to do it immediately, before the rest of the camp found out and they were forced to face goodbyes that neither of them wanted. When Aelin asked if he wanted Chaol to be present, Dorian, after brief reflection, said yes. Chapter 93. Aelin, Rowan, Dorian, and Chaol advanced in silence along the old road to the salt mines of Endivere. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, and every step they took toward that place of so much suffering increased Aelin's nausea. Rowan didn't let go of her hand, providing her with small comfort with each caress he gave her skin. The dark outline of the mountains housing the mines was barely visible in the night. The great wall surrounding the death camp was just a menacing shadow. As they passed through the broken entrance, Aelin remembered how the freed slaves had likely tried to destroy it in their escape. Upon entering the open field, memories assaulted her. The wooden posts where she had been whipped and the pits in the mountain where she had been imprisoned. The silence that enveloped the abandoned overseers' buildings heightened the sense of unreality, as if everything were a nightmare from which she had never fully awakened. Rowan's tattoo covered the invisible scars on her wrists, a reminder of her apparent freedom, which now seemed so fleeting. As they advanced, Dorian broke the silence, mentioning how improbable it was to return to this place under such circumstances. Though grim, he showed no hesitation in his steps. Aelin, for her part, tried to keep her composure, knowing that the moment to face her destiny was near. They stopped in the center of the yard, the place where Aelin had endured so much pain. Elena had explained to Aelin how to forge the lock and return the word keys to their place. Although there would be no spectacular display of magic, Aelin preferred to do it away from the others, in this secluded site, charged with dark meanings. Chaol, with a pale face under the moonlight, asked what they should do, and Aelin simply replied that their presence was enough. With one last look of confirmation at Dorian, they began to trace the word marks on the ground, two marks that would overlap, one to open and one to close the lock. Rowan, watching from the edge, approached Aelin and lifted her chin, promising her that he would be with her no matter where she went. Aelin, with tears held back, nodded and prepared for the ritual. Dorian took out the 3 shards of the word keys and the amulet of Orinth. Aelin, with trembling hands, took the amulet, remembering her childhood and the moment her mother had given it to her to keep safe. The amulet opened in her hands, revealing the 3rd key, whose supernatural stench hit her immediately. Without hesitation, Aelin cut her palm, followed by Dorian, and then opened a deep wound in her forearm, prepared for the sacrifice. Finally, they joined their bloodied hands, allowing their magic to merge, and Aelin placed the 3 keys into the open wound on her arm. Rowan, seeing that the ceremony had begun, sealed the word marks on the frozen earth. However, there was no flash of light or explosion of power. Aelin and Dorian simply stood there, their gazes fixed, absent, as if their bodies were empty shells. Rowan felt something essential within him begin to tighten, the mate bond he shared with Aelin twisting in fear. With his heart in his throat, Rowan fell to his knees as the word keys within Aelin's arm dissolved into her blood, like dew under the sun. Chapter 94. Aelin and Dorian found themselves in a place that defied comprehension, a space without a concrete location, surrounded by countless doors leading to different worlds. Around them, everything faded into thick mist, creating an ethereal and unreal atmosphere. They were at the epicenter of all possibilities, at the point where all realities converged, but the task before them was overwhelming. Both began to pour their power into creating an object that would seal these doors forever, the lock. The sphere of light, constantly changing, slowly took shape, absorbing both their life forces. Every fragment of power they offered was an irreversible sacrifice, leaving them more hollow with each passing moment. As the lock took form, adopting its final shape in gold and silver, the process became painful, an agony Dorian had never experienced before. Aelin, though aware of her identity, found herself merged with something greater, with all the worlds and possibilities surrounding her. She felt she had come to this place with a clear purpose, something she had to fulfill at any cost. However, the pain and loss she experienced as her power was torn from her began to break her determination. The realization that they wouldn't be able to leave that place, that nothing would be left of them once the lock was complete, began to settle in their minds. The pain became unbearable, a torture that robbed them even of the will to continue. The lock, taking the shape of Elena's eye, was ready to consume the last vestige of their magic, threatening to destroy them completely. Dorian tried to stop the process, but his strength was waning. Aelin, caught in a heart-wrenching sob, continued to resist as she felt herself disintegrating. The lock's insatiable hunger devoured her magic, pushing them to the brink of total destruction. When all seemed lost, a man emerged from one of the doors, a man who glowed at the edges and who, against all logic, seemed to be flesh and blood. This man, who turned out to be Dorian's father, interrupted the process at a crucial moment, leaving the possibility of a different fate hanging in the air. Chapter 95. In the midst of the agony of creating the lock, Dorian saw something unexpected. His father, a man who had been cruel and ruthless, appeared before him. Though this man had caused so much pain, there was something different about him now, a humanity and regret that Dorian had never seen before. His father's presence, which seemed almost unreal, made Dorian and Aelin's magic falter, weakening the flow of power into the lock. Dorian's father, with kindness in his eyes, asked them to stop, though he knew it wasn't possible. The formation of the lock had begun, and there was no turning back. Aelin, surprised and full of distrust, told him he couldn't be there. But the man explained that he had been summoned by Damaris' sword, which was still with Dorian in this impossible place, forcing him to face one last truth. As Dorian tried to understand how his father had arrived there, the man raised his hands in a gesture of peace, calling Dorian "my child," in a tone he had never used before. This man, who had been cruel and distant, now seemed full of love and repentance. Faced with his father's proposal to finish what they had started, Aelin, though distrustful, listened. Dorian's father revealed that Erawan had taken his name, erasing him from history and memory with a spell so powerful it could only be used once. This had turned him into a nameless servant, a being whose price had no name. The revelation left Dorian and Aelin baffled, but also allowed Dorian to see his father in a new light, recognizing the suffering he had endured and the love he somehow still harbored for him. With tears in his eyes, Dorian expressed his desire to hate his father for all the pain he had caused, but the words of repentance and plea for forgiveness broke him. The man, aware of his mistakes, asked Dorian to allow him to pay the debt of their family, to help in the creation of the lock, as Mala's blood also ran through his veins, giving him a small amount of power he could use. Aelin, feeling the weight of the decision she had to make, accepted Dorian's father's help, though this meant that someone else would have to stay behind. Dorian, exhausted and overwhelmed, couldn't stop what was about to happen. Before he could process it, Aelin made a decision. She pushed him through one of the doors, returning him to his world, to Erilea. As Dorian fell, leaving behind the misty realm of the Word Gate, he saw Aelin take his father's hand, understanding that they had made a final sacrifice. One last chance for redemption and an act of love that would separate them forever. Chapter 96. As Rowan and Cale watched Aelin and Dorian standing still, as if they were lost in a void, the night passed without either of them moving. But at dawn, Dorian returned to reality with a gasp and fell to his knees, while Aelin remained motionless, letting go of her companion's hand. Rowan, feeling his soul stop, knew in that instant what Aelin had done, the final deception, the last lie. Dorian, with desperation in his voice, tried to reach Aelin, but the wound on her hand had already closed, and the word marks now kept him out, separating him from her. With tears in his eyes and palpable pain, Dorian explained that their combined strength hadn't been enough to create the lock without destroying them, but that his father, summoned by Damaris, had taken his place, offering himself to complete the task alongside Aelin. Rowan, stunned and betrayed, realized that Aelin had planned everything from the beginning, with no intention of sacrificing Dorian, but of taking it all upon herself. He knew she would never have allowed a friend to die for this, not even for her own future. Cale, with sadness, held Dorian as the young king lamented what had happened, but none of that changed the fact that Aelin had lied, condemning herself to a fate Rowan couldn't save her from. With the support of the nameless king, Aelin allowed the magic to flow again, with an intensity only she could withstand. Although the king's power wasn't comparable to Dorian's, it was enough to help in the creation of the lock. Aelin never intended to destroy Dorian, only to use the necessary amount of his power before sending him back to his home. This sacrifice, in her mind, was the price she paid for years of running and selfishness, a final act of redemption. The pain Aelin felt as her magic drained away was unbearable, but she knew Rowan would never have let her do this if he had known her plans. She knew he would wait for her, no matter what happened, waiting for her return, even if it meant waiting in vain. As the lock was completed, solidifying into its final form, the nameless king, now almost vanished, conveyed a message from Aelin's parents, that they were proud of her and that they loved her deeply. With those last words, the king disappeared, his existence dissolving forever into the lock. Aelin, feeling tears run down her face, gave everything she had left of magic, her very essence, until the lock was finally sealed. And with that, Aelin's magic was extinguished completely, leaving only silence and emptiness in its place. Chapter 97. Aelin, weakened and barely able to move, found herself in a state of absolute emptiness. Where once light and magic had flowed, now only a small drop of water remained, the last spark of her being. As she clung to this vestige of life, 12 figures emerged from the portal, divine beings who seemed to float in a space outside of time. Among them was Deanna, who, with a cold and distant voice, ordered Aelin to summon her world so they could finally return home. Aelin, feeling the weight of the sacrifice she was about to make, looked up at these powerful entities. Among them, she saw Elena, the ancient queen who seemed imprisoned among the gods, her eyes filled with suffering. Remembering the gods' vow to take Erawan with them and destroy him, Aelin decided to take advantage of her last opportunity to make a deal. With great effort, Aelin proposed an exchange, Elena's release in exchange for leaving Erawan in the hands of the mortals of Erilea. Though her words were painful and difficult to pronounce, Aelin didn't hesitate. She knew that Yrene Towers and the others might have a chance to defeat Erawan without the gods' help, and so, Elena could finally rest in peace in the afterworld. Despite Elena's desperate pleas for her not to make the deal, Aelin remained firm, wanting to offer the ancient queen the same opportunity she had given Aelin, more time to live. The gods, after a moment of silence, looked at each other before Deanna approached Elena with an unsettling calm. With cold ruthlessness, Deanna pressed her hands against Elena's head, and in an instant, the ancient queen shattered into 1,000 bright pieces that vanished into the air. Aelin, paralyzed by horror, could do nothing as Elena's sacrifice was fulfilled without any chance of reversal. Deanna, showing no remorse, simply announced that the gods didn't make deals with mortals and that they could keep Erawan if they wished. Then, the goddess crossed the arch into her own world, leaving Aelin alone with the void where Elena had been moments before. It was all over. There was nothing left, not even a spark of hope or magic to take her back to the afterworld, where her mate awaited her. Aelin found herself in the most absolute solitude, with the certainty that Elena's sacrifice had been in vain and that she herself had lost everything in her attempt to save others. Chapter 98. Rowan felt his bond with Aelin unraveling, as if it were being torn from his very being. Kneeling, he gasped as he tried to maintain his connection with her, clinging to the hope that he could prevent the inevitable. But the bond was breaking, and with it, a part of his soul seemed to vanish. In the distance, he could hear Dorian and Cale arguing, but none of it mattered. All that mattered was that Aelin was slipping away, and he could do nothing to stop it. Meanwhile, Aelin watched as, one by one, the gods crossed the arch into their own world, mocking her as they passed. They refused to take Erawan and fulfill what they had promised. Aelin, broken and empty, felt a deep betrayal, not only towards Elena and Erilea, but towards everything she had sacrificed. When only one figure remained, Mala, the goddess of light and fire, Aelin felt a spark of determination rekindle within her. Mala, hesitating at the threshold of her world, extended a final gift to Aelin, a seed of incandescent power, a fragment of the sun contained in her palm. Aelin, staggering, accepted the gift, feeling that power begin to fill the empty spaces within her. Mala, with love and pain in her words, reminded Aelin of her lineage and the strength she had inherited, also giving her a key to return home, the word marks hidden in the tattoo Rowan had inscribed on her back, a map that would guide her back. With this new power flowing within her, Aelin made a decision. She wouldn't give up. She wouldn't allow the gods to dictate her fate or that of her world. With renewed determination, Aelin looked at the portal to the gods' realm and, with a defiant gesture, tore a hole in its sky, opening a door to an infernal realm, a place she had seen only once, a place they had left as a prison. The gods, trapped and terrified, screamed as Aelin sealed the door, leaving them there forever. With one last task ahead, Aelin turned her attention to the lock. Taking the seed of power Mala had given her, Aelin unleashed the force of 1,000 suns upon the lock, sealing all the doors surrounding it, closing the portal to all realms. She wouldn't allow them to take her most essential being, her last spark of life. With a cry that echoed across all worlds, Aelin ensured that she would live and that they would build a new world, one free of gods and imposed destinies. Finally, Aelin felt Mala's power draining, but she still had enough to complete her mission. She knew it wasn't over, that she still had a path to walk. As the arch to Erilea slowly sealed, Aelin prepared to leap toward her home, guided by the map Rowan had inscribed on her skin. She was not the promised queen, but the queen who walked between worlds, and she wouldn't go quietly. With one last burst of power, Aelin hurled everything she had left into the lock, and then, with a leap, she crossed the door toward her destiny, toward her home. Chapter 99. Aelin was falling through the void, hurtling from one world to another as the word gate closed behind her. The worlds overlapped and faded around her, each more extraordinary and diverse than the last. From vast oceans to snow-covered mountains and impossible cities, Aelin raced through these landscapes at breakneck speed, desperately seeking her home. In the midst of her fall, she passed through a world with snowy mountains, where a winged man and a pregnant woman were gazing at the stars. Though it wasn't her world, Aelin reached out as if they could help her. Surprisingly, the winged man saw her and, with a gesture, released a burst of dark power that struck her, slowing her just enough for Aelin to regain control. Then, the man vanished from her sight as Aelin continued her fall toward the destiny that awaited her. Finally, Aelin glimpsed her home, the familiar landscapes of Erilea, the scent of pine and snow that she had longed for. With one last effort, she clung to the invisible thread that tied her to her world, and with a howl of determination, she fell back into her own body just as the word gate closed with a great crash. Back in Endeavir, Rowan was kneeling before Aelin, prepared for her to take her last breath. But as the sun began to rise, he felt something in their mate bond, an explosion of heat and light that mended the broken threads. He didn't dare breathe or hope until he saw Aelin collapse to her knees where the word marks had been. In an instant, Rowan was at her side, feeling the beat of her heart within his own being. When Aelin's eyes slowly opened, she smiled at him, and Rowan, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged her tightly, crying in the morning light. Aelin, still weak, sat up with effort and noticed that her body no longer felt the same. She felt a mix of warmth and cold, like a stranger in her own skin. When Dorian, supported by Kale, asked what had happened, Aelin conjured a small flame in her hand, barely an ember of what her power had been. She explained that her magic was gone, save for that tiny spark, a gift from Mala that she had kept until the end. With a smile on her face, Aelin accepted this new reality. She was no longer the Firebringer, but she was still Aelin, with the spark of life and the essence of her being intact. She had sacrificed her human life, her mortality, but she had found something deeper, something that would keep her going. In her hands, she held an ember and a drop of water, symbols of what she had lost and what she still had. Despite everything, Aelin had returned home, stronger than ever, ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 100. Before dawn, Edion was awakened by a kick from Killian. Still exhausted, he stretched on the makeshift cot in the great hall, where countless soldiers slept around him, their heavy breathing filling the dimly lit space. Killian, with eyes red from fatigue, held a lantern over him, announcing that it was time to get up. Edion, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak, felt the persistent pain in his left arm, the result of a recent wound inflicted by a Valg soldier. However, he felt fortunate that the Valg prince's wound within him had already healed. Armed and ready, Edion advanced among the sleeping bodies, greeting Killian before heading toward the North Tower instead of the city walls. The castle, cold and silent, seemed like a tomb as Edion walked alone to the room he sought. He knocked softly on the wooden door, and Lysandra stepped into the hallway before Evangeline could wake up. The shadows on Lysandra's face, accentuated by a week of relentless battle, spoke of her exhaustion. As every morning, Edion accompanied her in silence to the stairs, where he offered to take her to breakfast. Despite the scarce food and the visible fatigue in every one of their movements, Lysandra nodded. But before continuing, she stopped him with a hand on his arm, and in the dim light, she hugged him, resting her head on his chest. It was a gesture of comfort she had initiated after the 13th's death, a way to ease the weight of despair before facing another day of battle. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Petra Blueblood was reporting to Manon about the shortage of arrows, suggesting that some of the lesser covens stay behind to make more. Manon, with an empty chest and exhausted body, barely managed to keep moving, aware that stopping meant succumbing to the pain. The words of Ansel of Briarcliff, who had visited her the previous night, echoed in her mind, the proposal to share the wastes, an offer Manon hadn't been able to stop considering. Despite the evident exhaustion, Manon rejected Petra's advice to rest, determined to keep fighting, knowing the importance of her presence in the battle. By noon, Evangeline was running up the stairs of the battlements with a message in hand, delivered by a Crochan. The young girl, despite her fear, felt proud to be the one chosen to deliver the message to Lord Darrow and the other elder lords, who were still monitoring the battle from the castle walls. The message warned of a massive siege tower that Morith was moving toward the western wall, causing concern among the lords. Murtaugh, noticing Edion and Ren's exhaustion, decided to take the initiative and lead the defense against the tower, despite his advanced age and frailty. Evangeline, impressed by Murtaugh's bravery, felt even more connected to him, wishing she could do more to help in the battle. As Murtaugh walked away from the battlements, Evangeline stayed with Darrow, who, worried about his old friend, murmured with concern as he watched Murtaugh head to the front, determined to fight once more. Chapter 101. Aelin was no longer human. With each step she took back to the army camp, her breath sounded harsh in her ears that were now permanently pointed and immortal. Rowan hadn't left her side for a moment since she'd returned, after traveling through worlds beyond comprehension. Though they walked in silence among the trees of Oakwald, Aelin could still see all those worlds she'd visited, each so different and vivid. Perhaps she would never stop seeing them, a reality that might haunt her dreams, like a yearning for the unattainable. The first signs of the camp appeared, and Aelin, looking at her hands, noticed a coldness she hadn't felt before. Her body, like her world, had been altered forever. As they approached the Rooken, Dorian broke the silence that had reigned on their journey back, asking her what she would tell the others. Aelin replied that she could only offer them the truth, with nothing more to add. Then, she expressed her sorrow to Dorian for his father's death, something he accepted with a simple nod, though his pain was evident. Upon arriving at the camp, they were met by Lorcan, Fenrys, Gavriel, and Elide. Cale and Dorian withdrew to gather the other leaders, while Aelin remained with Rowan, facing her court's reactions. Fenris, approaching her, immediately noticed the change in her inhuman nature, and horror reflected on his face. Gavriel paled, and Aelin, with a gasp, asked if the gods were gone. Aelin nodded, silently acknowledging her new title, Godslayer, a burden she didn't regret at all. Lorcan, trying to understand, didn't perceive any difference in the absence of the gods, leaving everyone with unanswered questions about what that would mean for their world. Later, in one of the Coggan's war tents, Dorian, Kale, and Yrene reflected on the recent meeting with the Kaganate's royalty. Aelin had closed the word gate, an act worthy of gratitude, but her decision to trade Erawan for Elena had caused tensions. While Yrene defended Aelin, Dorian still struggled with the loss of his magic, now limited but still present. Aelin had lost almost all of her magic, save for a small spark, the result of Mala's final gift. This sacrifice had left Dorian with a sense of emptiness, especially when he remembered his father, a nameless man who had made one last act of redemption. In Aelin's tent, Aelin watched her as they both bathed in warm water. The queen had hidden her guilt and fear in the previous meeting, but Aelin, concerned, noticed the stillness and tension in Aelin. As Aelin reflected on her loss of magic, Aelin reassured her, reminding her that her worth didn't lie in her power, but in who she was as a person. Aelin, touched by Aelid's words, accepted a ring she offered, a symbol of the promise to protect her and honor her mother's sacrifice. The conversation was interrupted by Borte, who entered the tent with her usual energy, asking to join Aelin's flank in the next battle. Aelin, still processing everything that had happened, hadn't considered that possibility, but Borte, with her characteristic enthusiasm, insisted on fighting by her side. Before leaving, Borte mentioned the storm that was hitting the camp, a northern storm marking the harshness of the coming winter. As the storm raged, the camp prepared for what was to come. Sartaq and the other Kaganate leaders debated how to proceed, aware that each day of delay could mean the loss of Orinth. Despite the difficulties, Sartaq, determined to keep his promise, reaffirmed his commitment to reach the walls of Orinth, no matter the obstacles. Amid the cold and uncertainty, Nesrin found comfort in Sartaq's presence, knowing that, despite everything, they continued to move forward together, fighting for a future still at stake. Chapter 102. A small room near the Great Hall was cleared and prepared for Murtaugh's funeral. Lit by candles, the ancient stones of the walls reflected the flickering light as his body, covered with a sheet, rested on a table. Lysandra stood in the doorway, watching the body in silence. Ren, kneeling before Murtaugh, hadn't moved for hours, his head bowed in mourning. Murtaugh had fallen in battle while trying to stop the Valg soldiers' advance on the city walls. Though his sacrifice had allowed victory over Morith's siege tower, the cost had been too high. From the skies, Lysandra had heard Ren's heart-wrenching cry upon learning of his grandfather's death. Edion, who arrived shortly after, helped Ren stay on his feet and nearly carried him to the room where they now watched over Murtaugh's body. Lysandra remained by Edion's side, observing in silence as grief filled the room. Edion, exhausted and shattered, tried to comfort Ren, but the pain was evident on his face. When Edion finally turned to leave the room, Lysandra followed him to the dining hall, where she intended to find some food for them both. However, noticing the tears streaming down Edion's face, Lysandra stopped him, gently wiping his cheeks. Edion, his voice choked, expressed his guilt for not being at the West Wall, but Lysandra had no words to console him. Instead of words, she offered a gesture of comfort, a soft kiss on his lips. Though Edion was still heartbroken, Lysandra promised him that she would be with him, in this life or the next. Edion, fueled by the mix of pain and desire, kissed her with an intensity that reflected his desperation to hold onto something alive amid so much death. As they kissed, Lysandra felt the fire of their connection burning, a moment of life in a world that seemed to be crumbling around them. The sound of footsteps in the hallway interrupted them, and though Edion was reluctant to pull away, Lysandra stopped him with a promise for the next day. With the war looming, the need to survive another day became crucial, and Lysandra knew they had to keep hope alive to continue. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Manon and the other leaders were meeting in a war council. Lord Darrow, with his usual coldness, announced that they only had enough arrows for 3 or 4 more days and that the food reserves would last a month. As the situation became more desperate, the leaders discussed their limited options. The possibility that the fire lances would soon run out only added to the concern. Edion, exhausted and with a hoarse voice, insisted that they would fight to the end until no one was left. Manon, though tired of these endless meetings, knew they were all facing an unstoppable tide, and the reality of their situation became increasingly clear. In a few days, if they didn't find a solution, they might all face their end. With the decisions made and the outlook grim, the council ended, leaving each with the burden of the imminent battle. The fate of all of them hung by a thread, and the war ahead promised to be the most brutal of all. Chapter 103. The storm had halted the army completely, lashing them with such force that even Rowan couldn't see a meter ahead. The rucks were grounded, and only the strongest scouts had been sent outside, forcing the army to stop less than 80 kilometers from Terrason's border and a week from Orinth. Rowan, inside the war tent, pondered the situation while Aelin, his wife and queen, rested on a couch beside him. Though Aelin had regained some of her magic, she no longer had the absolute power she once possessed. Rowan reminded himself that it didn't matter how much power his mate had, he would always love her, whether she was the firebringer who once set Dorian ablaze or a mere ember. As the storm roared outside, Fenris, concerned, asked if this weather was typical in Terrason. Aelin and Alide, sharing a rare smile, confirmed that it was, though Alide's worry soon returned as she mentioned that the storm could last for days, covering everything in snow. Lorcan, ever pragmatic, warned that the cold and damp could wreak havoc on the soldiers, and Aelin, determined, offered to melt as much snow as she could, though Rowan knew that her limited magic would make the effort exhausting for her. Gavriel, who had spent days looking north toward Orinth, worried about his son Edion, added that even if they reached the city, the army would be exhausted. Despite everything, Fenris tried to lift their spirits, suggesting that the storm might also be affecting Morith's forces, but Rowan doubted they would be that lucky. Suddenly, a Rookan scout interrupted the conversation, urging them to follow her. After donning cloaks and gear, the group followed the scout through the blinding snow until they reached the edge of the camp. There, in the middle of the storm, appeared a majestic figure, the Lord of the North, an imposing stag with golden antlers. At his feet, the little folk gathered, calling Aelin to follow them. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a clear and ominous message. Destruction was coming to Orinth, and Aelin needed to hurry. Rowan felt a chill as he heard the warning, while Aelin, understanding the gravity of the situation, turned to the voice, recognizing the dryad, the spirit of Oakwald's trees. Aelin, aware that there is always a price to pay, asked what it would be this time. The dryad replied that the price would be a better world, even for them. Back in the tent, Aelin, driven by the urgency of the situation, began searching through the books that Kale and Yireen had brought from the southern continent. Ignoring Rowan's questions, she finally found what she was looking for and, with a smile, showed Rowan the page, indicating that she had a plan. With the army preparing to march, Aelin and Rowan set out to act, knowing they needed to hurry if they wanted to save Orinth and fulfill the destiny that awaited them. Chapter 104. Edion was covered in sweat and blood, both quickly freezing on his body as he leaned against Orinth's battered walls, watching the enemy retreat to their camp as night fell. Morith's cruelty was evident in their strategy, halting every time the sun set, an act that almost seemed civilized but was actually aimed at wearing down and breaking the defenders' spirits, day after day. Erawan didn't just want victory. He wanted the total surrender of his enemies, for them to beg for the end, for complete domination. With a feeling of extreme exhaustion, Edion limped down from the battlements, feeling the weight of his armor as if he were carrying 1,000 stones. In the distance, one of the Mycenaeans hurled a burst of fire at a valve trying to scale one of the walls. Where the fire touched, the demons fell, melting in the cold air. Rolf, beside a Mycenaean warrior still wielding her fire lance, looked as bloody and sweaty as Edion. With a blow of his shield, Edion knocked down a Valg soldier who had managed to cling to the wall, hearing the enemies scream as he fell. The sky above them was filled with Crotchens and Iron Teeth witches slowly returning to the city, exhausted from another day of battle. Lysandra, in her wyvern form, cautiously descended toward the wall. They had lost so many, day after day, and those deaths weighed on Edion's every step. Upon reaching him, Lysandra transformed, resting under Edion's arm, and offered him a soft kiss, a moment of comfort he eagerly awaited each night. In those brief moments together, when their bodies came together, they found a reason to keep fighting. Despite the despair, Lysandra and Edion maintained a tacit promise to continue, to survive. Edion, aware of the weight of his armor and the lives depending on him, kissed Lysandra again before turning to Rolf, who, with sadness in his voice, announced that the fire lances were exhausted. The weight of those words fell on Edion like a death sentence. As darkness enveloped Orinth, Evangeline, along with Darrow on the battlements, watched as the soldiers slowly returned from the walls. The bone drums began to sound again, this time after sunset, filling the air with an ominous foreboding. Evangeline, feeling the fear growing inside her, asked Darrow about the impending end. Darrow explained that the decision would fall to the lords of Terrasen, to surrender and become slaves to Erawan, or to fight to the end. As they talked, Evangeline shared her dream of having lived in Caraver, a place that represented the home she had always desired. Sadly, she told Darrow that despite everything, she would choose to fight for that dream, for Terrasen, her newly found home. Darrow, impressed by the young girl's wisdom, led her back to the Great Hall, where, in an unexpected act, he offered Edion the Sword of Orinth, formally recognizing Lysandra as Lady of Caraver and naming Evangeline her heir. As night fell over Orinth, the bone drums continued to resonate. Manon, sitting beside Abraxos in the nesting tower, contemplated the darkness spreading before them, knowing the end was near. With no weapons left but her own will and her swords, they prepared for the inevitable. Manon, with silent sadness, confessed to Abraxos that she would have liked to see the wastes, the home she would never know. Abraxos comforted her with his warm presence, while Manon lost herself in the vision of a world that only existed in her dreams. Chapter 105. Blood fell like rain on the battlefield, mixing with the arrows that poured from above. Lysandra barely noticed those that embedded themselves in her sides and wings, lost in the frenzy of battle. Morith had been reserving his arsenal, but now, with the dawn, they unleashed a deluge of arrows so deadly that rising into the air became a lethal gamble. Lysandra didn't want to think about how many Crotchens had fallen, despite the efforts of the rebel Iron Teeth to protect them with the bodies of their wyverns. Morith advanced with an urgency and ferocity Lysandra had never seen before, a black sea crashing against Orinth's walls and breaking through in some places. The siege ladders were rising faster than they could be knocked down, and the siege towers were inexorably approaching the city. In a desperate attack, Lysandra launched herself at an Iron-Teeth witch, tearing her from her mount before ripping out her wyvern's throat. But it wouldn't be enough. The legions of Iron-Teeth were pushing them back, driving them closer and closer to Orinth, with nothing they could do to stop them. Manon fought with every ounce of strength she had left, her breath rasping in her throat and the pain in her arm barely bearable. The Crotchens and Iron-Teeth rallied and attacked again and again, but Morith's legions kept pushing them back to the city walls. With their allies' ranks beginning to break, Manon made a decision. She drew her horn and blew it twice, ordering the retreat. They had no other choice. They had to regroup inside Orinth's walls and use the city's defenses and the mountains to their advantage. Meanwhile, at the city's west gate, Edion fought tirelessly, his sword and shield covered in congealed blood. The gate was being relentlessly battered by a battering ram, and Edion knew it would soon give way. From the battlements, he saw civilians running toward the castle, seeking a last refuge. Morith's Iron-Teeth Legion charged with renewed fury against their rebel sisters, while the exhausted Crotchens struggled to find one last breath. Lysandra, transformed back into her human form, appeared at his side, wounded and panting. Edion, aware that defeat was imminent, kissed her, telling her he loved her and promising he would find her in the next life. Together, they prepared to descend and fight to the end at the west gate. But before they could move, a horn sounded in the air, a sound that cut through the battle and the world. Edion and Lysandra stopped, turning south. And there, on the hills at the edge of the Theralis Plain, appeared a line of warriors in golden armor, followed by an immense fleet of rucks that filled the sky. At the front, sword raised high, the ruby in its hilt blazing like a sun, mounted on the Lord of the North, came Aelin, leading the army they so desperately needed. Chapter 106. Through the ancient, forgotten paths of Oakwald, the Lord of the North and the little folk guided Aelin's army through mountains and valleys in a desperate race against the destruction looming over Orinth. For 6 days, they marched without rest, leaving behind everything unnecessary, moving stealthily to avoid alerting Morith, hoping to maintain the element of surprise. The inhospitable terrain gradually flattened, and the frozen streams made crossing easier. The trees, thick and protective, blocked the snow, allowing them to advance undetected. They traveled all night, and when the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the Lord of the North knelt before Aelin, offering himself as her mount. Without needing a saddle, Aelin mounted the majestic stag, whose magic ensured she would never fall. As she advanced, the soldiers bowed their heads in respect, even Dorian and Cale. Rowan, mounted on a fierce Dargan horse, simply nodded, as if he had always known she would end up leading the army in the final hours toward Orinth. Aelin, with her battle crown and armor taken from Aniel, was ready for what was coming. Yrene, Allied, and the healers stayed in the rear, while Dorian and Cale led the wild men on the right flank, and the Khaganate royals took the left flank. Sartak and Nesrin watched the skies with the rucks, while Aelin and Rowan, along with Fenris, Lorcan, and Gavriel, advanced through the center. The army spread out as they reached the hills bordering Orinth, where Aelin, her heart pounding, ascended the last and highest hill and saw the city for the first time in 10 years. The scene before her was desolate. The beautiful white city was shrouded in smoke and chaos. The waters of the Florine, once turquoise, flowed black, and Morith's army seemed an unstoppable tide crashing against the city's walls. Fenris, observing the scene with fey eyes, murmured that the west gate was about to give way. Aelin felt a knot in her stomach at the sight of the enemy's vast army and the Iron-Teeth Legion flying over the city. However, Gavriel pointed out that the Crotchens were still fighting on the walls, fulfilling their oath. Manon Blackbeak had not broken her promise, and neither would Aelin. With no time for speeches, Aelin gave the order. Horns sounded across the plain, and the Kaganate's army prepared for the final battle. Aelin drew Goldrin and raised her shield, channeling a beam of her magic through the ruby in the pommel, which shone like a beacon. The Dargan soldiers raised their swords, while Hazer and Kashin's lances lined up in formation. Dorian and Kale unsheathed their swords, ready to face what was coming. The Lord of the North, with the immortal flame burning brightly between his antlers, charged forward, and the army behind Aelin followed. They descended the hill like an unstoppable wave, surging toward Moreth's rear, toward Orinth, toward their home. The impact was brutal. The Kaganate's cavalry advanced without yielding, and the Rucks swooped down to intercept the enemy's arrows, protecting the army advancing below them. Some Rucks fell, but the front line did not break. The Iron-Teeth witches flew toward them, but on Orinth's walls, Manon Blackbeak shouted an order, and the Crotchens and rebel Iron-Teeth launched their attack, trapping the enemy legion between two fronts. On the ground, shields of wind, fire, and death cut through Moreth's ranks, leaving the enemy vulnerable to the onslaught of the Golden Army that struck with the force of a giant wave. The battle for Orinth, for Terrasen, had begun, and Aelin, mounted on the Lord of the North, led the charge with a single goal in mind: to save her home. Chapter 107. Rowan's heavy breath scraped his throat as he fought, carving a path through Moreth's hordes. Beside him, Aelin and the Lord of the North advanced relentlessly, facing the soldiers surrounding them. Aelin's flames, though diminished, kept the enemies from reaching her blind spots. The Dargan cavalry pushed Moreth back, while the Rucks and Wyverns clashed in the sky. Borte, alongside her betrothed and Falcon Enner, protected Aelin from above, covering every flank. Rowan, mounted on his Dargan horse, beheaded enemies with his axe while his sword felled another. The battle was a storm of chaos and death, but his mind focused only on staying close to Aelin. The battlefield separated them more and more, and Rowan's desperation grew as he lost sight of his mate. The war, however fierce, could not distract him from his mission: to protect Terrasen, his queen, his home. Fenris and Lorcan, beside him, fought with equal ferocity, cutting their way through Moreth's soldiers. The three warriors had been forged in the flames of war, slaves to a dark queen, but now they fought for more than mere survival. They fought for their future, for the home they had found in Terrasen. They were no longer just a group. They were brothers, united in their oath to protect their land. As Rowan and his companions advanced, Aelin was farther away, leading the charge amid the chaos. Minutes turned into hours as shadows lengthened and the sun began to set. Aelin, mounted on the Lord of the North, was a vision of gold and silver, facing Moreth's soldiers with the same determination that had brought her to this moment. The siege towers advanced toward Orinth's walls, and the gates still held, but the battle grew increasingly fierce. Aelin and Lysandra, fighting together, managed to bring down two siege towers, weakening the enemy forces in an act of bravery and strategy. However, the battle was far from over. Moreth's second army, hidden in Peranth, began advancing toward Orinth, seeking to trap Aelin's army between their ranks and the city walls. At the west gate, Edion and his scourge fought desperately to close the breach. Moreth's soldiers poured in without end, but Edion stood firm, ready to give his life for Terrasen. When the situation seemed unsustainable, a dead wyvern, piloted by a warrior with golden hair, blocked the entrance, creating an improvised barricade that temporarily halted the enemy's advance. The warrior leaped from the wyvern and ran toward Edion. His yellow eyes shone with determination as he approached, and Edion knew in that moment he was seeing his father. Chapter 108. Morith's soldiers clawed desperately at the dead wyvern's body that blocked their way, trying to break through the west gate. A golden shield held the soldiers back, but not for long. The pause Gavriel bought them allowed Edion's scourge to catch their breath, drink water, and pick up fallen weapons. Edion, exhausted, leaned against the doorframe, his body barely holding the weight of battle. Behind Gavriel's shield, the Valg soldiers piled up, eager to break through. Concerned, Gavriel asked Edion if he was injured, but Edion, focused on what really mattered, only mentioned that they had found Aelin and that she had managed to seal the word gate, a small comfort amid the despair. Edion knew Erawan was still alive, but he didn't need details. What mattered was that there was still much to be done. Edion, staggering, prepared to keep fighting, but Gavriel, with a firm tone, insisted that he rest, warning him that if he didn't, he would fall like so many others. However, Edion wasn't willing to yield and looked at his father with determination. Gavriel, resigned, only smiled sadly and joined his son in the fight. Father and son united in one last effort to close the west gate. Edion, seeing his father's resolve, felt a mix of emotions. He knew Gavriel had come not just for Terrasun but for him. The idea of fighting together, not just in this battle but in whatever awaited them, filled Edion with an unexpected determination. Gavriel advanced toward the gate with his golden shield, pushing the Valg soldiers back, keeping them away from the entrance. However, as the scourge began closing the doors, Gavriel took one step beyond the arch, crossing to the other side. With one last smile toward Edion, he asked him to close the gate, sacrificing himself to secure the city. Edion's heart broke as he watched his father disappear behind the slowly closing door. Gavriel fought to the last moment, his golden shield shining as he pushed the Valg back to protect his son and his home. When the doors finally closed, Edion stood frozen, unable to move, to process what had just happened. His father, Gavriel, the lion, had sealed his fate to save them. At the top of the wall, Edion looked out over the battlefield covered in bodies, with Gavriel's golden light slowly fading. His father's sacrifice had secured the gate, but at a cost Edion didn't know if he could bear. Gavriel lay among the bodies, his golden hair stained with blood, his eyes open, staring lifelessly at the sky. Meanwhile, Rowan, limping from wounds and with his shoulder numb from an iron splinter, advanced toward the west gate. Upon arriving, he saw the chaos around him and the silence that had fallen over the battlefield. He found Gavriel, dead, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies, having fulfilled his last heroic act. Rowan, overwhelmed by sorrow, lifted Gavriel's body and carried him into the city. Every step was a struggle against physical and emotional pain. As he passed, the soldiers stopped, recognizing the lion's sacrifice. Edion, devastated, followed Rowan into the streets, knowing the battle wasn't over, that they would have to prepare for the next wave, but the weight of the loss was overwhelming. With a stabbing pain in his shoulder, Rowan drew a dagger and, in a desperate act, began cutting into his flesh to remove the iron splinter that prevented him from shifting. He knew he had to reach Aelin before it was too late, but with each passing second, the desperation grew. Night was falling, and though the gods had left, Rowan prayed for one last chance to get there in time. Chapter 109. Cale felt his back burning with exhaustion, the pain radiating down his spine after long hours of battle. He wasn't sure if it was due to the strain of fighting or the connection with Yrene, who was healing the wounded within the castle walls. But at that moment, none of it mattered. Alongside Dorian, they both rode at full speed toward Orintha's south gate, just two more riders in the army rushing toward the city, preparing to face the next wave of the enemy. Night was falling, and Morith wouldn't wait for dawn. Darkness hovered over them, dense and threatening, like an omen of what was to come. Chaol looked at Dorian, who was slumped in his saddle, exhausted, with his shield on his back and Damaris sheathed at his side. When they exchanged a glance, Chaol commented with a touch of grim humor that Dorian looked like he felt. The king of Adarlan only gave a slight smile, aware they had far more pressing problems to worry about. Upon reaching the castle, they sharply turned their horses at the sound of a horn piercing the battlefield. From the hill where they stood, the view was clear and heartbreaking. Morith was accelerating their advance. The enemy had smelled blood and wouldn't give them a break. With renewed urgency, Chaol and Dorian turned their mounts, racing back toward the battlements, toward the hell that was about to break loose again. Meanwhile, leaning against a dead wyvern, Aelin took the last drops of water from her canteen. Beside her, Ansel of Briarcliff, panting, allowed a healer to close the deep wound on her arm. Ansel, weakened, couldn't hold her weapon, and Aelin, feeling the fatigue in every part of her being, allowed herself a brief respite, kneeling on the blood-soaked ground near the south gate. The battle roared around her, but she just needed a minute, just a moment to regain her strength. The soldiers continued to run toward the city, desperate to enter before the gates closed and the enemy army reached them. Aelin rose with effort, feeling the weight of her depleted magic and the world tilting around her. Morith's forces were rapidly approaching, bringing with them a terror that could almost be felt in the air. However, she stood firm, watching the darkness that was coming, aware of what awaited them. The south gate closed with a crash, and Aelin, with steely determination, prepared to face what was coming. Yrene, who had been healing nonstop, paused only for a moment to survey the battlefield. Alongside Elide, she quickly climbed to the castle battlements, searching for Chaol amid the chaos. What she saw on the horizon chilled her blood. A new army from Morith, half hidden in the darkness, was advancing toward them. Despair filled the defenders as they saw Maeve and Erawan leading their troops, with darkness swirling around them. Terror gripped the soldiers, and panic spread through Orinth. But just when all seemed lost, Aelin appeared before the south gate, a solitary figure facing the two darkest forces in the world. Despite her magic being nearly depleted, Aelin raised her sword wreathed in flames, a small but bright light amid the growing darkness. With her shield held high, Aelin prepared for the final battle, determined to defend her home to the last breath. Chapter 110. Her name was Aelin Ashriver Whitethorn Galathynius, and she would not be afraid. Before her, Maeve and Erawan halted, as did the army advancing behind them, like a raised hammer ready to crush Orinth. The magic running through Aelin's veins was barely a weak spark, but they didn't know that. Though her hands trembled, she held her weapons firmly, determined not to let them take another step toward her city. Maeve, with a venomous smile, taunted Aelin, reminding her of the long road that had brought her to this moment. Aelin responded only by slightly lowering Goldrin and fixing her gaze on Erawan's golden eyes, which flashed in recognition of the sword. However, Erawan hesitated, and Aelin, knowing she didn't have much time before they discovered the truth about her exhaustion, used that moment to buy the time needed for Orinth's inhabitants to escape and fight another day. With a crown of flames spinning above her head, Aelin understood that she couldn't win against both of them, but if she could stall them long enough, she would give her allies a small chance to do something, though any hope seemed scarce. Aware that this could be her final act, she allowed herself a bow before Erawan and, with a mocking tone, spoke to him, making him recall their first meeting in Rifthold. Maeve, impatient and dangerous, tried to rush the confrontation, but Aelin, with clever and biting words, distracted Erawan, insinuating that Maeve planned to betray him. Doubt flickered in the Dark King's eyes as Aelin continued her verbal game, sowing distrust between her enemies. Maeve, for her part, tried to wound Aelin by reminding her of the death of her parents and Lady Marion, but Aelin didn't let herself be shaken. With a defiant attitude, she let Erawan know that Terrasen's healers, led by Yrene, were ready to face him and destroy him as soon as he entered the city, seizing the moment to further sow discord between the two dark leaders. As the darkness began to swirl around Maeve, who was growing more enraged, Erawan faltered, doubting for a moment the alliance he had formed with the immortal queen. Aelin, seeing the opportunity, charged toward them, determined to exploit the breach she had created. Rowan, meanwhile, was running toward the south gate, trying to reach Aelin after removing the iron splinter that had prevented him from shifting. Though wounded and weakened, he continued to fight his way through the Moreth troops invading the city. He knew Aelin was in danger, but the cries of the civilians trapped within the walls forced him to stop. With Fenris and Lorcan at his side, he decided to fulfill the blood oath he had made to his queen, protecting the innocent instead of rushing directly to Aelin. Inside the city, the situation was desperate. Moreth had managed to break in, and though the Khaganate armies and the Scourge warriors fought valiantly, the dark forces seemed endless. Aelin, at Orinth's gates, continued to face Maeve and Erawan with what strength she had left, managing to keep them at bay. However, Allied, watching the scene alongside Yrene and the others, realized that Aelin couldn't defeat them alone. They needed to do something. Allied looked at Yrene, knowing the healer was the key to defeating Erawan. Aelin was creating an opportunity for Yrene to act, but the healer had to decide if she was ready to take it. When Yrene noticed Allied's gaze, she knew the time had come to do what was necessary to save Terrasen. Chapter 111. Nesryn hadn't anticipated the ferocity of the Ilken, terrible and ruthless creatures that relentlessly advanced through Moreth's army lines. They were monstrous, covered in scales as black as night, and engaged the Rux in fierce combat. Sartak had ordered all possible flaming arrows to be fired, and Nesryn, feeling the heat of one in her fingers, aimed and shot at an Ilken that was about to attack a Dargan rider. The arrow hit its mark, and the Ilken's scream echoed across the battlefield before being struck down by the rider. But the beast wasn't dead. Feigning death, it killed the rider and his horse with a brutal blow. Horrified, Nesryn continued her fight, lighting another arrow as the Ilken attacked mercilessly. Meanwhile, beyond the battlefront, a new and ominous darkness loomed. The Valg princesses, in their Karanki bodies, Erawan's latest and most dangerous weapon. Yrene's heart pounded as she landed on the city walls, carried by Lysandra in Ruck form. Beside her, Allied, Kale, and Dorian fought desperately to keep the Valg at bay as they tried to enter the city. But the true threat, the Ilken, were rapidly approaching. Seeing Yrene, Kale ordered her to return to the castle, but she refused. Instead, she explained the bold plan they had devised, one that would require all her strength and Dorian's power. Kale tried to dissuade her, fearing for her life, but Yrene, with unyielding determination, assured him that she had to do it. With a farewell full of love and pain, Kale asked Dorian to protect her with his life, to which the king solemnly nodded. Together, they climbed onto Lysandra's back, ready to carry out their mission. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Manon and Abraxos fought with all their might, but the number of enemies was overwhelming. Moreth had unleashed all its horrors, and the hope of victory that Aelin had brought with her began to fade. Lorcan, aware of Maeve's arrival, felt her presence in his bones. He fought alongside Rowan and Fenris, but the pain of Gavriel's loss consumed him. Despite the desperate situation, the three knew they had to continue. Rowan, injured but determined, transformed into a hawk and flew towards the southern gate, where Aelin was facing Maeve and Erawan alone. Aelin was exhausted, her magic barely a whisper of what it had been, but she continued to fight with fierce tenacity. She knew she couldn't win against both of them, but if she could distract them long enough, she might give her allies the chance to act. With a defiant smile, she used every tactic she knew, unleashing fire bursts and attacking with Goldrin. Maeve and Erawan, however, began to notice her exhaustion, and although Erawan seemed to hesitate, Maeve, with her dark power, continued her assault. In a moment of tension, Erawan, realizing Aelin's plan, ordered an Ilkin to carry him to the city, toward Yrene and the healers. Aelin knew her time was running out. If Yrene couldn't stop Erawan, everything would be lost. But there was no turning back. With Goldrin raised high, Aelin prepared for her final confrontation, alone against Maeve. Maeve, smiling like a spider at her prey, launched a devastating attack. Aelin, aware that she had little time left, raised her shield and responded with what strength she had left. The final battle between Aelin and Maeve had begun. Chapter 112. On the highest tower of Orinthus Castle, a healer sent a powerful white flare into the night sky, illuminating everything around her. It was a direct challenge to Erawan, the Dark King, who at that moment was battling Aelin Galathynius on the battlefield below. In response to the signal, Erawan came flying in the claws of an Ilkin, his imposing figure descending with a cruel smile on his face. Screams of terror echoed through the castle as people fled from his presence. Meanwhile, Aelin, with ever-decreasing strength, tried to stand firm against Maeve, who cornered her with dark, lethal attacks. Maeve kept talking, seeking to weaken Aelin with her venomous words, reminding her of the great opportunity she had supposedly wasted and her disappointment in her. Aelin fought for every breath, barely holding on, praying that Yrene was ready to face Erawan. Darkness enveloped Maeve, who attacked relentlessly, forcing Aelin to retreat toward the southern gate. Maeve's powers were relentless, and Aelin felt her own power dwindling. In a critical moment, Maeve struck her with a feather of darkness that sent her crashing to the frozen mud. Pain took hold of her, and Maeve's shadow began to infiltrate her mind. Suddenly, Aelin found herself in the iron box where she had been imprisoned and tortured by Maeve. Everything seemed to have been a dream, a cruel illusion. Maeve, watching her from above, tried to break her spirit, reminding her of her exhaustion and the burden she carried on her shoulders. Cairn, the torturer, appeared beside Maeve, ready to start again. Aelin felt terror seize her, but something inside her refused to give in. Recalling Nehemiah's words and the vow she had made, Aelin clung to her will. The fear began to dissipate, and Maeve's illusion began to fade. Aelin, with one final effort, rose from the box, facing Maeve. The pain, the despair, everything she had endured had strengthened her instead of destroying her. Now aware that it had all been a mental trap, Aelin attacked Maeve with renewed fury, launching fire bursts that forced the Dark Queen to retreat. The fight intensified, and although Aelin was exhausted, she managed to push Maeve toward the burning iron coffin, hoping to trap her there forever. But Maeve was cunning. She created an illusion of a lie, distracting Aelin at a crucial moment. Seizing the opportunity, Maeve enveloped Aelin with shadows that tightened around her neck, leaving her breathless. Aelin struggled to break free, but the darkness was quickly overtaking her. At that moment, a cold wind, laced with ice, rose around her, and a tattooed hand reached out to her. Rowan had arrived, followed by Lorcan and Fenris. With their combined magic, they tried to free Aelin, but Maeve, prepared for this moment, unleashed all her darkness upon them. Fenris, blinded by fury, was the first to attack, but Maeve struck him down brutally, wounding him severely. Rowan, Lorcan, and Fenris fought with all their strength, but Maeve's darkness enveloped them, extinguishing their magic and pushing them to their limits. Rowan's screams echoed through the air, filled with pain and desperation. Chapter 113. Erawan advanced toward the healer, his dark power radiating around him as he cornered her on the balcony of the tower. The young woman backed up until she hit the railing, the drop behind her endless. Erawan, with a hateful smile, revealed his plan, speaking of how healers in his world were known as death maidens, capable not only of healing, but of undoing life itself. As he approached, convinced of his victory, he suddenly found himself unable to move. A word mark drawn on the ground had trapped him. The healer before him changed, her eyes shifting from gold to sapphire. It wasn't Urian but Dorian, who smiled at him before releasing his form. At that moment, Lysandra, in ruck form, flew around the tower and gently dropped the real Urian onto the balcony. Glowing with healing light, Urian ran toward Erawan as Dorian strengthened the word mark that held him. A light appeared and, without hesitation, plunged Damaris's sword into the Dark King's abdomen, pinning him in place. Erawan screamed, but Urian didn't stop. With her hands glowing like stars, she struck them against Erawan's chest, unleashing all her power. The Dark King writhed and screamed, his dark power trying to resist the blinding light emanating from the healer. But Urian, guided by hope, the same hope that had inspired her mother and Marion Lochan, didn't stop. With the image of those two women in her mind, Urian channeled all her magic to destroy Erawan from within. Dorian, taking Urian's hand, allowed his power to flow through her, combining their forces to face the Valb King. As Erawan's power rose in a final desperate attempt, Dorian demanded his father's name, the name Erawan had stolen from him. Despite his resistance, Erawan was forced to reveal it, Dorian. The name the Dark King had erased was the same one his son had received, a final act of defiance from the man who had been his father. With this revelation, Urian unleashed her power once more, and Erawan, weakened and trapped, began to crumble. The healer clenched her fist, focusing all her power on destroying Erawan's very essence. The Dark King disintegrated before her eyes, becoming a pile of brittle skin and bones. Dorian, without hesitation, burned him, watching as Erawan's ashes were carried away by the wind, gone forever. Chapter 114. Aelin lay dead, her body impaled on the gates of Orinth, her hair shorn to the scalp. Rowan knelt before those gates, feeling a nightmare more real than any other horror he had ever faced. The sun warmed his face, but the scene was unbearable. A soft hand touched his shoulder, and when he turned, he heard the voice he had once loved, Lyria. She accused him, asking if he had chosen Aelin over her. Rowan couldn't respond, trapped in a whirlwind of pain and guilt, believing Aelin was dead. Meanwhile, Fenris stood before his brother Connell, who accused him of being the cause of his death, of having sacrificed him to get what he wanted. Fenris, trapped in his wolf form and unable to speak, could only shake his head as his heart shattered. Connell continued to torment him, reminding him that he had died because of him, a pain Fenris could not bear. Lorcan, on the other hand, was caught in an illusion where Alide despised him, telling him he could never be her partner, that he was nothing more than a bastard. The city that should have been his home loomed distant as Alide cruelly rejected him. Lorcan, trapped in his own torment, believed he deserved all the contempt he was receiving. Maeve, watching the suffering of the three men, reveled in her dark power, enjoying how she had them trapped in their worst nightmares. With cruel delight, she revealed that Gavriel had died, sacrificing his life to save his son, a truth that struck Aelin like a dagger to the heart. But in the midst of her torment, Aelin gathered enough strength to hurl Goldrin at Maeve. Although she narrowly missed, the flaming sword was enough to allow her to unleash her power. Aelin's flames were not directed at Maeve but at her friends, burning them, marking them, anchoring them to reality. Rowan, Fenris, and Lorcan began to fight against the illusions, recognizing that what they saw was not real. Aelin joined Rowan, and together, combining their forces, they unleashed their magic against Maeve. With Rowan's power flowing through her, Aelin felt her strength reborn. Maeve, however, remained confident in her superiority, believing they could not defeat her. But Aelin had a plan. With a blood spell, she opened portals to a clearing in the forest, where an army of Fae and wolf riders, led by the wolf tribe, awaited her signal. The Fae, who had fled from Maeve and taken refuge in Terrasun, now returned to face their former oppressor. Maeve, surprised and frightened, tried to strike back, but the combined power of Aelin, Rowan, and Lorcan pushed her back. However, the key to her defeat lay with Fenris. Aelin, through her bond with him, called him to action. Fenris, freed from Maeve's clutches, rose and, with Goldrin in hand, stabbed the Dark Queen in the heart. Chapter 115. Maeve's dark blood spilled onto the snow as she fell to her knees. In desperation, she tried to remove the flaming sword that pierced her chest, but her efforts were in vain. Fenris, without looking away, left the sword where it was and joined Aelin. Together with Rowan, Aelin approached the fallen queen, who, amid vowed growls, begged them to remove the sword. Aelin, showing no compassion, looked at Lorcan and asked if he had anything to say. Lorcan, with a bitter smile, simply declared his loyalty to the Queen of the West. Maeve, revealing her true Valg nature, tried to negotiate her banishment to any place in exchange for being freed. Aelin, maintaining her composure, offered her hand and asked if she truly loved Erilea, to which Maeve responded affirmatively, though in a distorted way. When Maeve took Aelin's hand, she slipped the silver ring onto her finger, an artifact Maeve had desired to prevent anyone else from using it. However, in Maeve's hands, the ring became her undoing, acting as poison to her Valg essence. Maeve began to scream as her skin peeled away, revealing the creature she truly was. Aelin, Rowan, Lorcan, and Fenris watched without pity. Aelin, seeing Maeve's suffering, decided to end her. With Goldrin in hand, Aelin decapitated the Dark Queen, letting her black blood stain the snow before turning her body to ashes. But Aelin's victory not only brought Maeve's downfall, but also the destruction of Morith's army. As the news of Erawan and Maeve's death spread, the Valg soldiers fell as if an invisible force had defeated them. The enemy armies collapsed, and victory was declared on the battlefield. Rowan, with tears in his eyes, surveyed the battlefield, knowing that the victory was sealed. Aelin, taking her sword from Maeve's ashes, raised Goldrin to the sky and shouted the name of the healer who had made their victory possible, Yrene. Her cry echoed through Orinth as soldiers and citizens joined their voices to honor the woman who had saved their world. Chapter 116. Chaol awoke feeling warm, soft hands caressing his forehead and jaw. Those hands were so familiar that he would have recognized them even if he were blind. In an instant, he was fighting on the battlements, and the next, he was sinking into oblivion, as if the explosion of power he had felt in Yrene had not only weakened his spine but also his consciousness. Opening his eyes, he groaned when he found Yrene kneeling before him. The surroundings were strange, a landing on a staircase that led to the cold night, revealing a clear, starry sky. Outside, victorious cheers echoed in the air. There was no trace of wyverns, no growls or bone drums, only the echo of victory. Yrene, with tears in her eyes, caressed him with a mix of relief and emotion. Chaol, realizing what had happened, understood that the explosion of power had come from the woman he loved. The cries echoing in the night were not just of victory, but also of those chanting Yrene's name. Embracing Yrene around the waist, Chaol buried his face in her neck, feeling the immense joy and relief that flooded him. The terror he had felt faded as he heard from her lips that it was all over. But for him, life was just beginning. Yrene, the woman who had saved him, and the baby growing inside her were the promise of a better future. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Nesryn watched in disbelief as the enemy simply collapsed, including the hybrid Kerenki. The Fae and wolves, who had appeared out of nowhere, descended upon Morith with devastating precision. As she landed, Nesryn observed the bloody battle from the battlements, watching as the Rukkan and allied witches chased the Iron Teeth into the horizon. Sartak, his face bloodied and eyes full of panic, reached her, ensuring she wasn't hurt. But Nesryn's only concern was her Rukk, Saki, who had been gravely injured by an Ilkin. As healers worked to save Saki, Sartak assured Nesryn that victory meant they would go home together, to the southern continent. Despite the battle just ending, Nesryn smiled at the promise of a future together. Aelin, Rowan, Lorcan, and Fenris remained on the plain outside Orintha's gates until they were sure that Erawan's army wouldn't rise again. The Khagan soldiers combed the battlefield, but didn't decapitate the fallen still wearing black rings or collars. Tomorrow, when the healers could intervene, they would deal with them. The moon reached its zenith when the group decided they had seen enough. The Rukks, the Crachans, and the rebellious Iron Teeth faded into the night, pursuing the remnants of the Aerial Legion. Aelin turned toward Orintha's southern gate, which opened as if responding to her arrival. Taking Rowan's hand, Aelin stepped forward, toward her home. Crossing the threshold, Aelin and Rowan were greeted by Terrasan soldiers and civilians who cheered their queen. With a wide, free smile, Aelin crossed Orintha's entrance, leaving the war behind and stepping into a future she and her people would build together. Chapter 117. Edion had fought with fierce determination until the enemy soldier before him fell to his knees. He wasn't dead, only the demon within him had perished. With the news that Yrene, the healer from the Tori Sesam, had defeated Erawan, cheers spread across the battlefield. But Edion, instead of joining the celebrations, descended from the battlements, guided only by scent until he found what he was looking for. In a room lit by a single candle, Edion found his father's body, Gavriel, resting on a table. He knelt before him, lost in a silence full of sorrow. Time passed without Edion moving until the door gently opened and a familiar scent filled the room. Lysandra entered without a word, transforming and kneeling beside him. They embraced, sharing a deep and silent grief, not just for Gavriel, but also for the moments they would never have, the stories Edion would never hear from his father. When the candle went out, Lysandra helped Edion to his feet. Edion silently vowed to give Gavriel a dignified burial, with all the honors he deserved. As they stepped outside, Lysandra wiped Edion's tears and kissed him softly. They remained embraced under the starlight, sharing their pain. While they were in the street, a young man dressed in Rukkan clothing timidly approached Lysandra. He introduced himself as Fakan Enner and, to Lysandra's surprise, revealed that he was her uncle. For years, he had searched for his brother's daughter, unaware that she also possessed their gifts. Fakan offered her everything he had, but Lysandra, with tears of joy, replied that she already had everything she needed, intertwining her fingers with Edion's. Meanwhile, Dorian sat on the balcony where they had defeated Erawan, contemplating the dark stain left on the rocks. He was still processing the revelation that his own name was also that of his father. Despite the victory, Dorian felt overwhelmed by the truth he had discovered. Abraxos landed on the balcony, and Manon dismounted, approaching Dorian. With a look laden with sorrow, she told him he wouldn't find the 13 in the skies. Dorian understood, and the loss of those brave witches left another hole in his heart. He embraced Manon, offering her comfort as she struggled with her own grief. Aelin and Rowan walked through Orinth's streets, where her people welcomed them with lit candles, guiding them toward the castle. Upon arrival, they were met by Lord Darrow and Evangeline. Despite Darrow's stiffness, Evangeline managed to soften his heart, and he finally welcomed them as their sovereigns. Aelin took the child's hand and led her into the castle, toward a bright future for Terrasen. Inside the castle, Aelin found Edion in the Great Hall. Upon seeing him, she ran to him and embraced him tightly. Despite the joy of finally being home, Aelin sensed the sorrow in Edion's face. Together, they went to the small room where Gavriel lay. Aelin offered her blood oath to Gavriel, honoring his sacrifice and promising that he would be remembered as a man of honor. As she sang the ancient mourning words, Aelin let Edion, Rowan, Lorcan, and Fenris say their farewells in their own way. Later, in the castle corridors, Elide worked tirelessly with the healers, aiding the wounded. When she saw Manon limping in, she rushed to her side. Seeing the pain in Manon's face, Elide knew she had lost the 13. With tears in her eyes, Manon gave Elide a simple command: live. Then, Manon faded into the crowd, leaving Elide with a deep sense of loss. Hours later, Elide found Lorcan standing guard beside Gavriel's body. Seeing him, she felt deep sorrow for the loss of the man who had been so kind to her. Lorcan, exhausted and full of regret, embraced her. As they walked together, Lorcan asked her to marry him and join him in Peranth. Elide, laughing and crying, accepted, joking about how he would have to take her last name. Lorcan, with a smile full of love, promised to bear the name Lord Lorcan Locken with pride, ensuring they would never be apart and that they would live together forever. Chapter 118. Yrene, exhausted, sat on a three-legged stool amid the chaos of the Great Hall. Though dawn was near, she and the other healers continued to work tirelessly, saving lives of humans, fae, witches, and wolves. The exhaustion was beginning to take its toll on her, but she refused to stop, driven by the memory of the darkness she had faced within Erawan. Though it was gone forever, the dark, oily feelings still haunted her. Hafiza, the healer on high, hobbled over and ordered Yrene to go find her husband and rest. Yrene tried to resist, but Hafiza's insistence and the mention of the baby in her womb made her relent. Before leaving, Hafiza reminded Yrene that life always brings new lessons, no matter one's age, and that even though Yrene wouldn't be returning to the Tory, she would always have a place there. With tears in her eyes, Yrene suggested the idea of establishing a new Tory in Rifthold to teach gifted children and reclaim what Erawan had destroyed. Hafiza approved the idea with a smile, and Yrene bid her farewell with hope for a bright future. Manon, unable to sleep, sat silently in the nest beside Abraxos, gazing at the battlefield. Though the war was over, the loss of the 13 had left her hollow inside. Bronwyn, Glennis, and Petra approached her with news of the battle's casualties. Bronwyn showed Manon a small purple flower brought from the wastes by a Crochan battalion that had arrived late. The flower, a symbol of life in a barren land, represented the breaking of the curse that had divided the Crochans and Iron Teeth for centuries. With the flower in hand, Manon understood that, together, both tribes could return home and heal. With a mix of tears and smiles, Manon placed the flower on the battlefield ground, a tribute to the 13 and Asterin, knowing that they would finally return home. Aelin, unable to sleep, wandered the castle with Rowan, checking every corner and recalling the past. At dawn, they found themselves in the North Tower, where Erawan had met his end. Aelin joked about needing to clean the stain on the balcony rocks, planning to use the space for sunbathing. Rowan, amused, suggested covering it with a rug. As they looked over the battlefield from above, Aelin reflected on her new home and the challenges ahead. Lorcan, Alide, Edian, Lysandra, Fenris, and Ren Allsbrook joined them on the balcony. Aelin noticed the happiness in Alide and the silent warning in her gaze toward Lorcan, assuring him that if he hurt Alide, she would deal with him herself. The conversation drifted to future plans, like rebuilding Terrasen and forming a government where the people would have a voice. Fenris mentioned the possibility of finding Vaughn, the last member of their group, and Aelin, always eager to welcome more into her court, encouraged him to try. Rowan, with a smile, reminded Aelin that they now had access to Doranel's wealth, enough to build a new library and a royal theater in Orinth as a couple's gift. Aelin, touched, hugged him, laughing and crying with happiness. Throughout the day, Aelin met with her allies, thanking them for their support in the war. Ansel of Briarcliff, Prince Gallen, and Rolf, all battered and weary, shared moments of camaraderie with Aelin. Despite the fatigue, gratitude and a sense of duty prevailed among them, and Aelin promised that the future would bring many more adventures. At noon, Aelin found Manon in one of the witch nests. Manon, still devastated by the loss of the 13, barely reacted when Aelin approached. In a gesture of understanding and respect, Aelin sat beside Abraxos and promised Manon that she would build a monument in honor of the 13 so that their sacrifice would never be forgotten. Manon, wordlessly, joined Aelin in silence, finally allowing herself to show her pain and vulnerability. Together, the two queens gazed out at the battlefield and the future unfolding before them, knowing that, although the war was over, the rebuilding and healing had only just begun. Chapter 119. It took them 10 days to arrange everything, 10 days to clean the throne room, wash the halls, and prepare the royal suite. During that time, Lysandra decorated the throne room with pine garlands and candles that lit up the space as snow covered the battle scars. Rowan, along with Edian, Lorcan, and Fenris, dressed in elegant clothes, watched the crowd gathered in the hall. Although uncomfortable in their attire, they knew the day was special, especially for Lorcan, who, despite his dislike, had opted to dress in black as always. Aelin's coronation ceremony was the reason for the gathering, and as the crowd settled, Rowan noticed the rulers and allies in the front rows: Ansel of Briarcliff, Rolf, Ilias, and Gallen Ashriver. Also present were Rowan's cousins, Enda and Selene, who faced an uncertain future in Doranel, now under the rule of the Whitethorn family. The Khaganate royalty also held a prominent place, with Dorian, Kael, Yrene, and Nesrin at their side. Manon, with her star crown, was flanked by Petra Blueblood and Bronwyn Crochin. The trumpets began to sound, announcing the start of the ceremony. Alide appeared first, limping slightly but moving with dignity. Then Lysandra, followed by Evangeline, walked down the aisle. Finally, Aelin, in a silver and green dress, made her entrance. Shining with dazzling beauty, Aelin walked down the aisle toward her throne, leaving a trail of embers in her wake. Each step toward the throne resonated with deep meaning. Each glance toward her friends and allies was laden with emotion. When she reached the throne, Aelin knelt, the only time she would do so in her reign. Darrow, following the rite in the old language, asked if she offered her life in service to Terrasen, to which Aelin replied affirmatively. The crown to be placed on her head made of stolen gold from Wenlin, was adorned with the only flame flower from Orlon's kingdom, shining like a ruby. Darrow lifted the crown toward a ray of sunlight streaming through the windows, a blessing from Mala herself, and placed it on Aelin's head. The weight of the crown symbolized the burden and gift of being queen. With a heart full of emotion, Aelin rose as she was officially proclaimed the Queen of Terrasen. The hall erupted in cheers, and Aelin's name was chanted by all present. In a gesture of gratitude and honor, Aelin asked Edion to swear the blood oath to her before everyone. Edion, with tears in his eyes, did so, sealing his loyalty to Aelin and Terrasen. After the ceremony, as Aelin was about to sit on the throne, the little folk appeared in the hall, presenting her with Mave's ancient crown. Deeply moved, Aelin promised to serve the little folk as well and placed Mave's crown over the gold one. Finally, Aelin sat on her throne, feeling the weight of her responsibility. She was no longer an assassin or a rebellious princess. She was now the Queen of Terrasen and the Fae Queen of the West. She shone with a light comparable to that of a star. The ritual didn't end there. Aelin, along with her court and friends, headed to the castle gates to greet the crowd waiting outside. She invited Dorian, Chaol, Yrene, Nesryn, Sartaq, and others to walk with her. In a symbolic gesture, Aelin took the hands of the women who had fought alongside her, all those who had sacrificed so much. Together, accompanied by their allies, they opened the castle doors, and the roar of the crowd welcomed them. As they walked toward the city, amid cheers and celebrations, Aelin and her court knew that this was only the beginning of a new world. A better world that they had fought to build and were now beginning to enjoy. Chapter 120. 2 days after Aelin's coronation, Nesryn Falak was still recovering from the celebration that had lasted until dawn. The party, though not as grand as those in the southern continent, had been unforgettable. The great hall had been filled with laughter, music, and dancing. Aelin and Rowan had opened the dance with a spectacular waltz that had left everyone speechless. As the music quickened, the couple's movements became faster, and Aelin, in a black dress adorned with gold embroidery, shone under the candlelight, with Rowan by her side, moving with astonishing grace and precision. Nesryn, recalling those moments, smiled despite the exhaustion she still felt. While in the room that the Khaganate royalty used as a command center, she listened to the conversation between Sartaq, Kashin, Hazer, and Dorian. Sartaq, with sadness, reported that most of them would depart in 5 days, though some Rookin wished to stay in Erilea to train the wyverns they had found in the Firian Gap. Dorian, with a mix of sadness and joy, accepted the request, and though he lamented losing Nesryn as captain of the guard, he was glad to gain her as a friend, now with the title of Empress. Nesryn, surprised and blushing at Sartaq's comment, felt deeply moved when Dorian hugged her and thanked her for everything she had done. As the others withdrew, Sartaq and Nesryn were left alone, and he reaffirmed his intention to take her home as his empress, a promise of a future together. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Chaol stared at a letter that had arrived an hour ago, but he dared not open it. The letter, sent by his mother, filled him with apprehension. Yrene, entering the room and noticing the letter, offered to read it for him. As she did, her eyes filled with tears of joy upon reading that Chaol's mother expressed her love, pride, and desire to reunite with him, along with his brother Terran. Chaol, upon reading the letter, also became emotional, and together with Yrene, decided that they would need to build a bigger house to welcome his family. The next day, Dorian found Chaol and Yrene in the infirmary, where they were helping an injured Crochan witch. He led them to the tower where Manon was preparing Abraxos for his morning flight. Dorian, with a suggestive smile, proposed to Manon that after rebuilding the wastes, She returned to Rifthold to help train the wyverns and maintain peace. Though Manon initially seemed cautious, the idea of returning and working alongside Dorian began to interest her. Yrene, in her direct manner, suggested that Dorian and Manon get married, which provoked laughter and a discussion between Chaol and Yrene. Manon, as she mounted Abraxos, simply replied, "We'll see," before flying toward the horizon. Dorian, watching Manon and Abraxos fade into the distance, realized that, for the first time in a long while, he felt hope and excitement for the future. Chapter 121. Rowan knew this day would be difficult for Aelin. For everyone, really, because they had grown so close over these months. A week after the coronation, they gathered again, but this time not to celebrate, but to say goodbye. The day had dawned clear and sunny, but the cold remained brutal, as it would for some time. Aelin had asked everyone to stay a little longer, to wait until winter passed and leave in the spring. But though some seemed to consider it, in the end, everyone except Rolf decided to leave. The Ironteeth and Crotchens had been the first to go, before dawn, disappearing quickly and silently to the west, heading to their former home. Rowan, standing beside Aelin in the castle courtyard, felt the sadness, love, and gratitude flowing from her as she watched her friends depart. The Khaganate royalty and their Rookin had already said their goodbyes, and though Borte was the most reluctant to leave, the embrace between Aelin and Nesryn was long and filled with promises of friendship, despite the distance. Yrene, for her part, cried as she bid farewell to the healers, especially Hafiza, the healer on high. The embrace with her husband Chaol was long and emotional as they both prepared to leave. Ansel of Briarcliff, with what remained of her men, also said goodbye to Aelin with tears, though with the promise that their bond would endure despite the distance. Prince Gallen was one of the last to depart. Riding toward Wenlin, he bid Aelin farewell with a smile and a promise that, though his debt was paid, he would always be there for his cousin. Finally, only Dorian, Chaol, and Yrene remained. Yrene, with tears in her eyes, promised Aelin she would be there for the birth of her first child, an offer Rowan accepted with deep gratitude. The farewell between Aelin and Yrene was brief but meaningful, acknowledging the long journey they had traveled since their days in Inish. Chaol and Dorian said goodbye with a strong embrace, with promises to rebuild the world together and a declaration of fraternal love that Aelin knew would never change. After the last of their friends had left, Aelin remained silent, watching the horizon from the castle battlements as Chaol, Dorian, and Yrene disappeared down the road to the south. Rowan stayed with her, offering his silent presence, and Aelin leaned on him, both feeling the weight of the farewells. That night, before bed, Rowan and the others of their budding court tattooed Gavriel's name, each in their own way, as a tribute to the fallen warrior. Edion requested a different design, incorporating his father's name into the terrasin knot he already bore over his heart. Rowan, while working on Edion's tattoo, told him stories about Gavriel, stories that helped ease the young prince's pain. Back on the battlements, Aelin broke the silence with a joke about spending the next day in bed, eating cakes and chocolates, and Rowan, with a smile, promised he would do everything he could to fulfill her wish. As they talked, they allowed themselves a moment of laughter and love, aware that, despite all the work that awaited them, they had achieved the impossible, saving their kingdom and being together. Finally, hand in hand, they headed to the castle, to their home, with the promise that no matter what the future held, they would face it together. Rowan, with a smile, asked Aelin what they should rebuild first, but she, with eternity stretching before them, simply replied, "Tell me tomorrow." A better world. The brutal winter gave way to a gentle and promising spring. During the endless months of snow, the world began to be reborn. In Orinth, hammers rang out everywhere, rebuilding the city, while trade agreements and new ties with distant kingdoms flourished. The lost Fae of Terrasun had returned, and along with wolf riders, they worked tirelessly on the reconstruction. Some Fae from Doranel also chose to stay, despite Endymion and Selene having returned to their lands. Across the continent, the work was hard, but in Aelwi, where the losses had been devastating, the reconstruction was even more intense. The indomitable spirit of its people endured. Aelin wrote a letter to Nehemia's parents, filled with joy and hope, expressing her desire to meet them and work together to mend the world. The response she received was equally moving. Yes, Nehemia would have wanted it that way. Aelin kept that letter on her desk for months, as a constant reminder of the promise of a better tomorrow, a vow to make the future as bright as Nehemia had dreamed. When spring finally spread across the Staghorns, the world turned green, gold, and blue, and the castle stones, once stained by battle, now shone with new life. One morning, Aelin woke at dawn without knowing why. She slipped out of Rowan's embrace, who still slept deeply after an exhausting day. Though both she and her court were weary from daily work, they were happy. Alide and Lorcan had returned to Paranth a week ago to begin reconstruction there, with the promise of returning in 3 weeks, just in time for Edion and Lysandra's wedding. Aelin smiled as she thought of the upcoming wedding while donning a robe and slippers. Though spring had arrived, the mornings were still cool. Lightfoot, the dog, slept by the fireplace, as exhausted as Rowan. Aelin, smiling, covered Rowan's naked body with the blankets before heading to her morning ritual, stepping onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh morning air and gaze upon her kingdom. As she opened the balcony door, the dawn left her speechless. Bells began to ring, and people shouted, but not in fear, in wonder. The mountain wind caressed her face as she looked, alongside Rowan, at the spectacle before them. The whole world seemed to be blooming. Rowan intertwined his fingers with hers and whispered in admiration, "For you, Fireheart. All of this is for you." Aelin cried, but not out of sadness, out of a happiness so intense it illuminated her heart, brighter than any magic. Because across the mountains, under the green canopy of Oakwald, and on the vast plain of Theralis, the king's flame was blooming. Thank you for joining me on this journey through Kingdom of Ash. If you enjoyed the summary, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more literary adventures. Give the video a like and share it with other Throne of Glass fans. And now, I want to know, which character do you think was the most surprising in this final battle? And what was your favorite moment of the saga? Leave your answers in the comments.